We wait for folks. Let's wait for people. Let's do this. Let's... All right. Go ahead and see if I can't. That's weird. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. Well. All right. Hey, what's up, Hellraiser? What's up? Oh shit, long day. What's going on? Sorry, a little late. I tweeted earlier. I'm gonna if we get everybody in here at some point, you know, at least most of the crew. I'm gonna ask everybody to go follow on Twitter. Not I. The only time I really tweet is just when we're getting online. You know, Streamlabs sends out an automatic tweet as far as that goes, just to let anybody know who follows that or whatever. But having a follower base over there actually could do some good, I think. You know, not the millions that or billions or whatever that you know, a Kardashian or a Ryan Reynolds or something might have. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something that would relate to more traffic towards the channel. At least more traffic towards the tweets, which might be more traffic towards the channel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not exactly sure how all the meta stuff works, but I think there's something to that. Anyway, what's going on, man? Hey, Steam. Oh shit. I'm alive. Managed to get the stream started. Streamlabs just had a huge update, so I'm wondering if it's either gonna keep crashing the game audio more or less. Maybe it'll stop altogether. Oh yeah. I don't blame you. I mean, it's a sewer. It's supposed to have gotten a little better. You know, they've at least gotten some of the bad stuff out of there. But I think it's done Twitter harm more than anything else, which is a good thing. You know, you have to pay for your sins. I mean, you know, there you go, right? They find out that 80% of Joe Biden's followers on Twitter are bots. Literally, it's you can't even make this shit up. It's actually kind of comical. Anyway, all right, where are we going? I had this kind of in a good order to reduce the amount of time. Where's Burning Tower? We're going to Burning Tower real quick. Anyway, what's up with you guys? Is this where the stupid mages freak out on you? Okay, I think we want to do this. Is that cunning? Sweet. Alright, that's 2. Oh man, guys. I have to go in and manually do that. I have to go in and manually do that, Steam. That's the problem. And most of them, for the most part, probably aren't worth even archiving or whatever. But you know, I'll try to remember to do that if a stream's actually worth archiving. They've been like not so great lately. You know, at least in my opinion. You guys' my opinion might differ because you guys are awesome. I get it, but still, there's something to that too. Just saying. But just now driving home? Oh shit. But I'll try to remember to upload them, which or not upload them, but you have to publish them now. You have to manually publish them. Apparently, one got reported by somebody who I offended. I can't imagine ever doing that because I never say anything that anybody might take offense to. Or something, but all of a sudden they don't automatically just update, for example. Now I have to actually go in and manually do some shit with them for each individual one. I mean, I could, and if you think I should, then I probably should, but all right, just let you know.
As you say. I shall do it. Very well. Away with you. As you say.
God, I wish I had just a little bit more attack, man. Just a little bit more, man. I wouldn't be missing shit. Well, maybe some of the stronger, bigger enemies, maybe. But for the most part, I wouldn't be missing shit, man. Okay, so why would I really want to do that? Why would I even need to do that? I don't even think there's anybody in this room. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of going through that mouse hole right there? It's not like it leads to a secret area or anything. You know what? Let's just watch. It's going to put me in the... Look at the little mini-map. It's going to put me in the very next room. Why would you even bother with this? I mean, like, literally. I mean, maybe trying to sneak around these guys and get over here? What kind of advantage is that? I'd rather pull them out in the hallway, to be honest. Right? Not really sure why that's even a thing right there.
Shall be done. As you say. It is begun. I shall do it. Very well. I shall do it. We must fight. Let us do it quickly.
I got to get even more damage with that offhand weapon. You know what I'm saying? I really do. Can't go there. Nice. Man, guys, I got to share this with you. So I was just at Walmart, and it's seeing as Walmart's cheaper than anywhere else you can probably go to get groceries and stuff like that. It's at least a couple cents cheaper, but I mean it's like a lot cheaper. I've been to places like even Randall's and Kroger's, and there, that's our local supermarket chains, right? What's the other one? Even HEB, which you can find some stuff that's at least used to be able to find it that was sort of reasonable. Okay, all right, Steam. I'll try to remember to publish this one when the stream's over. A lot of times, man, we've been streaming 8, 10, 12 hours, man. Once the stream, we'll go raid somebody, and then I'll just go try to find something to eat. I'll go, slap some hot water in a ramen and just sit here and chill for a second. And that's kind of been my thing. Yeah. But if you guys want, that's what I should do. If you guys want me to do that, I'll just try to remember to do that. Got to make a habit of it now. It's something I've never had to do ever before. It's just some recent thing they threw in there. It's probably because some fucking snowflake got offended, would be my guess. Somebody reported something and, well, you're going to have to make sure that these meet our guidelines and standards. Well, if it didn't meet your guidelines and standards, why didn't you put a mark against my channel then? I mean, no, I don't want them to ban me or whatever. Or suspend me for, obviously, but I just have to wonder exactly what inspired that. Anyway. Yeah. So check this out, guys. I'm at Walmart, and have you ever seen, like, you can go on YouTube and you can look at, like, news broadcasts from the past and, like documentaries and shit like that. And you can go look at videos of stores, supermarkets, whatever, in third world countries and look at the fucking shelves, what it looks like. That's what Walmart looked like tonight. There were like an entire aisle, half the shelves were either completely empty or had like 1 or 2 empty boxes with maybe like 1 ramen in it. And I'm like, I got up to the counter and guy's like, did you find everything all right? And I said, well, I mean, for a third world supermarket in America, and you know what we're being told by our administration? They're actually telling us that we deserve this, that we've been spoiled for too long. Motherfucker, we worked for this. We work for it. You come here, you work for it. You get it. American dream, blah, 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 this and that. Destroying that out of some kind of spite while you're not missing a fucking meal? President Biden ain't fucking paying for the gas in his goddamn limos while motherfuckers protect his useless piece of shit ass. That's not happening. So it's such a, oh my God, that's some rage-inducing shit. But it literally looked like a third world market in a first world country that shouldn't have these problems here. And it's like, well, now you get to see what it feels like. Motherfucker, A, we supposedly not under that kind of dictatorship. B, we've worked for what we have here. And C, we've given so much to everybody else that they need to shut the fuck up. They're coming here for a reason. But now they've come here and brought their policies with them, and now they turned this into the same shithole they fucking ran from. You left where you were from for a reason. Why are you trying to turn this into that with your social liberal leftist ass policies and shit like that? Damn, motherfucker. Well, if we drill for oil, then it might hurt the earth. So you're going to import oil on these tankers, which are the most polluting source of carbon pollution and everything else, not to mention what they dump into our fucking oceans, right? So you're going to import at our expense oil from somewhere else, rather than we just drill our own shit. Y'all see this? Like, this isn't... I wish you could make this up. I wish this was all bullshit. It's fucking crazy. Walk into Walmart and Walmart looks like a third world fucking market, which is completely empty shelves. Half the freezer section empty. For some reason, all the donuts and pastries were fucking gone. Apparently, those must not have gone up. So people, rather than buy steak or cheese or lettuce or chicken breast or whatever. They're just resorting to fucking Dolly Madison and shit now. It's fucking crazy, man. Crazy. No excuse for that. Anyway, that's just my little rant for the moment. It was actually disturbing. I'm just walking around and I'm not really even grabbing anything. I did find a 12 pack of ramen for like $3. I thought that was at least okay. That was surprising. Regular ramen, not the kind in the cups with all the cool shit and the stuff that I, normally like. But I mean, at least it's something. And I found these little cans of chicken breast, already ready-made little chicken breasts for like $1. But like chicken breasts are now, I don't know what they were, like a pound, assuming you want to prepare them yourself or whatever. But I almost want to say the cans were cheaper, certainly more convenient, and they'll keep forever. So I got some of those, and that was it. Oh, and a bag of fucking chips to throw off into my stuff. Oh, and a pack of tortillas. Generic ass a 10-pack, generic ass 10-pack of tortillas. The small ones for $3. $3 for, you fucking, those used to be 80 cents. 80 cents. $3? Wow. The shelves were half empty. Walmart's are really big here. Like you've got, and I'm not even talking about the rest of the store sections. I don't know what was going on anywhere else. One roll of paper towels. I was going to go get some generic paper towels that I like because they're relatively cheap. So like if you buy like 3 or 6 at a time, you usually get basically the equivalent of 1 or 2 free rather than buying like Bounty or some other, name brand. One roll of the generic paper towels, $3. $3 for one roll of fucking paper towels. Generic. Who's supposed to survive there? What percentage of your society is supposed to survive like that? I'm like, I'm not. In a country that can manufacture enough to not only take care of itself twice over, but take care of everybody else too, and we're creating starving people. We're creating homeless families. These are children out on the streets, can't get a bath, covered with scabies and bed bugs and who knows what else. And there's nothing the parents can do about it. Unemployment is now 30% higher than it was just a year and a half, 2 years ago. 30 fucking percent higher than it was just during the last presidency. Let's just call it for what it is, because that's the facts. It's just yeah, it was like you said, just disconcerting. It was actually kind of scary. Yeah, they just magically can't get fixed. They're creating a disaster. They're manufacturing it from scratch. But this is an administration that I don't believe was actually voted into office. Not by real, living, breathing voters. I think at least 30-40% of the votes were skewed. They were manufactured. The same way they're manufacturing all these crises. This motherfucker's first act as president was to give American civilian women over as sex slaves to terrorists who you're not allowed to call terrorists because you'll be called a racist, even if you acknowledge the fact that they're fucking terrorists, right? To give our women over and to give almost $750 billion worth of our best military equipment over to the very people who are going to use those weapons against us or sell them. That was his first act. How the fuck is that not still being talked about? How is that motherfucker not impeached? How is that motherfucker not brought up under treason charges to be executed? Executed for a traitor. How did that not happen? How did that not happen? That's the only right thing that could have happened. Everything else is evil. I'm sorry, guys. That's just too much, man. Now that was all by design. And can we honestly say none of this would have happened under Trump? He wouldn't have let this shit go down. Fuck that. And if people want to play games and we're forced into a corner, we'll go build our own corner. And our corner will be better than your house. That's how he would have handled it. But you could say what you want about his stupid tweets, and Trump really just needed to shut the fuck up half the time. Just not say anything. Just do what he did. Just do what you do, bro. That's it. Keep your fucking orange complexion and your bad comb over and your stupid opinions. Well, no, they weren't really bad opinions. Just keep your political incorrectness at bay to not fuel your enemy's fire, because your enemies have no real guns. In fact, they're all about gun control, except they want to be protected by guns. The fucking hypocrites, they all need to die in a fire. But those assholes right there, you don't need to give them gasoline for free. Gasoline, ironic, right? Now nobody can even fucking drive. At least our gas is holding steady under $5 for the time being. I drove by a gas station. Couldn't stop to get gas, but drove by and just looked at the prices. Now I'm looking at the prices at a gas station like I would look at diamonds in a window at a fucking Zales or some shit. As, oh wow, I'd really like to have some of that. Wow, wouldn't that be cool? Man, it'd sure be nice to have enough for something like that. How fucking ridiculous is that? Because of our administration. Not because of shortages. Not legitimate shortages. Manufactured shortages. Manufactured disasters. Interruptions that were created by an administration trying to destroy its own country that never voted it in the first place. Wow. Wow. It's crazy, right? It's just, anyway, it's impossible to not touch on politics when you go to a Walmart and half the fucking shelves are empty. Okay, it's one thing for you can't afford shit that's on the shelves. We can kind of expect that nowadays, but there's just nothing there? At a goddamn Walmart? Are you fucking kidding me? That's like, I don't even know, that's like going to McDonald's and they're out of hamburgers. Even their piece of shit hamburgers that really don't probably even have any beef in them. Even though they claim they're 100% beef. What? So you put no beef in them, so they're 100% beef if there were some in there? You know, or some shit like that. Whatever the case may be. Right? I'll still go to McDonald's sometimes. I get in the mood for it. It's almost like a treat when I want to be masochistic and punish myself for something. But I'll go there. But I think about it. Go to McDonald's and there's just not any hamburgers. Or you have to pick and choose. Well, we only have the kids' meal single cheeseburgers today. That's all we got. Can't make a Big Mac. Nope. Out of lettuce, out of this, out of that, out of whatever. All we got is pickles, cheese, and the mini patties, and you only get half a bun. Imagine. It's the exact same fucking thing.
Die. It is begun. I shall do it.
The anger. Fading. I am free. Take Ragos' power. Use it and burn him.
Yeah. Just, you know, I mean, I like somebody interacting with the people that you're responsible for making decisions for. Big decisions that impact entire societies, that impact the welfare of your children and stuff like that. And he had that shit in mind. I do believe, without a shadow of a doubt, that he honestly had that in mind. Even if you want to call it in a base kind of Neanderthal kind of way, he got shit done. In a politically correct world, he just did the right thing. And if you didn't like it, he would tell you to go fuck yourself. A lot of people that got told to go fuck themselves needed to go fuck themselves and die when they're at it so they would never come back to pollute the world that we live in. Which, there they are, and this is what we get. So, there you go. But, the way he went about it, I mean, fuck it. I'm all for not being politically correct, actually. Because political correctness means you're a liar. It means you're not honest. It means you're a piece of shit. And you may not even know it. You're just going along with the status quo, and the status quo is evil. You just have no intellectual ability to be yourself and acknowledge truth and say it even if others don't like it, because truth is not going to change just because you ignore it or try to cover it up with some lies and shit. It's not going to change. The truth is still the truth. Left is still left, right is still right, up is still up, down is still down, light is still light, dark is still dark. It's just, common sense shit. Oh well. Not going to change it sitting here complaining about it. Just thought I would share my little experience at Walmart and how disturbing that was. It was disturbing. Still walked out after. I spent half the light money on a couple salads and some ramen and a fucking roll of paper towels. Oh, and a cheap $9 12-pack of Miller High Life. It was $9 a 12-pack. You know what? I said, fuck it. Doesn't matter, really matter anyway. What kind of attitude is that, though? You know, I mean, like, wow. It's like, might as well. When you get to that point, that's not good, man. The most expensive heating source being right. I remember when I used to work in shops. Now you're going back about probably about 10 years now. Used to work in automotive shops, and a buddy of mine, he did custom auto body stuff for show cars and shit like that. He was amazing at what he did. They even brought in a crew to do a Discovery Channel special on this guy. I don't remember what they called his show, actually. I wasn't part of that. They, along with the Discovery crew, they brought in their own people, their own artists, their own painters, their own workers. I don't know who he was allowed to keep, but they basically made those decisions for him, which meant I was a nobody, so I was out. That kind of sucked because I've been working with the guy for a while, and really got to experience and do some really cool stuff. Motorcycles that won trophies at paint and custom shows, cars that won trophies at car shows. That was cool to be able to work on some stuff like that. Guess I could say technically my work has won awards. Actually, that's true. So, yeah, anyway, but I got pushed out the door. This guy, he bought because he did a lot of travel, so he bought a big dually truck so he could tow trailers, because once you trailer a car, it like can't touch the ground again. You put it in the trailer, you wrap the fucking wheels, you put it in the trailer, you roll it off, unwrap the wheels, show that the car can actually move forward and backwards a certain distance to show that it's actually an operating vehicle. Then you wrap that shit back up, put it on the trailer, drag it out to the floor, wipe any dust off the cracks and the treads on the tires, lift that shit up, put mirrors under it, and do whatever your display is, and then you set your car up for the show. It's really how that shit works. It's kind of cool. So anyway, he bought a diesel truck because at the time diesel was cheaper and more miles to the gallon and blah blah blah, right? Shit. It wasn't even a year after he bought it, diesel jumped up above gas. Like it happened in like 5 minutes. Just bam, out of nowhere. And he's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. And he'd already spent, $50,000 on a fucking truck. So, yeah, go figure, right? But yeah, he thought he was doing the right thing. You're driving cross country on the regular. Several times a year, you're driving to Detroit. You're driving to California. We're here in Texas. Now, Autoramas would come down here, but when it was the big one, the main one, the one where they have the Joker cars and shit, when that's up in Detroit, you got to drive all the way the fuck up there with your trailer, with your crew, with everybody who you're going to bring to help you with everything that needs to be done, and so on and so forth. Okay. Got cunning. Oh, nice. Well, we just got a little tiny, was it counting cars? Yes, the champagne of beer. It's not that bad. It's not as bad as I would think it would be. It's Lone Star price. You ever had Lone Star beer? It's like basically semi-carbonated salt water to me. I'm just not going to drink beer if that's all there. I'm just not. No interest in that. No thanks. Nope. Not going to happen. Nope. Sorry, not sorry. Counting cars? What's that? Counting. Oh, was that what the show called? I don't know. I can honestly say I didn't watch it. when the show came about, there was a little bit of bitterness. You know, I can't begrudge the guy for taking his career, whatever, his craft to the next level. You know, and being kind of cast off to the sidelines. I think there was somebody else in the shop that also got kind of bumped out because they had their own guys that were camera friendly, guys that had contracts with, you know, the studio or whoever it was that was producing this show. And, you know, you're dealing with people, if they don't know you, then you must not be worth shit. So you know, that it is what it is. I just take that like an adult and just deal with it. But, might have been. It's the name of the shop was the Paint House, not Penthouse like the magazine, but Paint House. That was the name of the shop. Yeah, Paint House. True story. Anyway, so I don't know. The guy's name was also Randy. I won't give his full name and all of his business and, you know, whatever. But the guy's name was Randy that. Ran the thing and did all the work, but he'd won enough awards at national car shows to warrant that type of attention. He really did. He earned that. I mean, like, literally earned that. I remember one time he had me come in to touch up some paint on another project that a customer needed to come look at the next day. It was to fix some mistake that somebody else had made. Anyway, so I come in there and we were like matching colors and we were matching these stencils and it was like 10 hours of work. Well, not 10 hours, but it was like all this work just to fix like a couple square inches of stuff, but it had to match the rest of the thing. And it was this graphically elaborate bullshit. Anyway, it looked cool. It wasn't bullshit. It looked cool. But wasn't my project, so I didn't even know where they started. I had no idea what they'd mixed with what. And anyway, we figured it out. But I wound up being there till 3, almost 4 in the morning. There at like 3:30 in the morning, he hasn't even put this car on the trailer yet. And then they're about to get on the road and drive all day, right? But he's underneath the dash with a dentist's mirror. You know, the little telescopic mirrors, right? He's got a dentist mirror behind the fucking brake pedal, and he's got little Q-tips with rubbing alcohol getting possible smudges or fingerprints off the back side of the brake pedal. And he's like, if a judge looks there and sees a smudge, that's it. You go from trophy to nothing. Everything had to be perfect. Wow, that's crazy, right? Cool, but crazy. Hold on, I think I can level up now. Cannot level up while shape shifted. No shit. That's interesting. Okay, so I should be able to get this now because we got 18 gunning now, right? Right. Yeah. Nice. Okay, we don't need any of that apparently. Okay, so we're gonna have to come back to Burning Tower as well. Mage Asunder, where's that at? There it is. Let's go here. Now I know he'd go to the Autorama in Detroit, and they would have a car. It was called the Joker car, and you had to spend, or the Joker Award or whatever for the car. You had to spend a minimum of $1 million, minimum of $1 million on this car. And basically, you had to prove it. You know, they would spend well more than that on some of these projects. But yeah, it was that kind of show. And he had this one. It was a Chevelle. It was a Chevelle SS. I think it was a Chevelle SS. Anyway, it was all black, and basically every single thing had been retouched, redone, whatever, and it still looked like, you know, there wasn't any like stupid shit done to the body. Like the body, as far as that goes, was I guess you say basically original. But there wasn't a single thing on the interior or the exterior outside of that wasn't custom. I mean, everything, you know, not just rims and tires. I'm talking about shocks. I'm talking about the screws in the fucking motor mounts were sent off and chromed and sent back. This type of shit. Every single fucking thing. The car was literally torn to every single individual part, and then customized, refabricated, chrome, whatever you might do to whatever it is. And I'm talking every single strut, every single screw, every single bolt, washer, every square inch of the car had been redone. All the wiring, everything. And of course, you know, it had this, you know, this cool ass sound system and all this. At the time, modern digital stuff, you know, like displays and shit like this. And it looked like something you might find in a $1 million Mercedes or something. But this was back then. This was 10 years ago. It was a ridiculous car. It was ridiculous. I mean, even the seats like turning a little bit. You know, I was just really cool, man. And he won, shit, at least 2 or 3 trophies for best paint. Best paint. You could actually take I think it's called a spectrometer. Anyway, the judges have this special scope that they look into the paint with, and it basically goes through all the layers of the paint. And if there's a blemish anywhere, and they see it, that's it. You're disqualified. I mean, you're not disqualified. You're not kicked out of the show, but you're not getting anything. You're not getting I remember seeing a perfect fender, take the entire fucking fender off, and bring that shit all the way back down to the primer, and then build that shit up with perfect paint, clear, sand, clear, sand, clear, sand, clear, and just build it all the way back up and get that shit all the way down to a 10,000 grit or some shit, and then buffed again, and then buffed again, and you're steadily just going, you know, you're starting with like say 500 or 1,000 or whatever, or you're probably starting with 1,000, and you're working your way all the way down to a polish, which is probably the equivalent of 25,000 grit or some shit like that, you know, a diamond polish, mirror polish type thing, and then just getting that and then putting it back. And because he took the same tool that the judges used and found something that had curdled, could be due to heat, humidity, travel, change of temperatures, going from real hot to real cold, or could have been anything, but it caused a buckle, wrinkle, blemish, something, and go in and fix it. That entire part of the car. God forbid he found 2 blemishes, he'd redo the entire fucking car, and might spend a month and a half doing it or something. You know, because it's kind of hard when you're working on a bunch of different stuff to just sit there and blast one thing and just, you know, because you got your fingers in like 20 different cookie jars, because people have project cars, you know, that they're working on some stage, and whatever stage of development it is determines what kind of stuff you're doing to it. Could just simply be sandblasting rust off something that just got pulled out of a restoration lot or a junkyard or something, all the way to getting one piece literally refabricated that you can't find, you know, on say some like 1930s, 1940s ass car or something that you can't find anywhere anymore. So you literally have to have it made from scratch, remade from scratch, because this one has some kind of something on it or some shit like that. It's crazy. It's cool, but it's crazy. Hold on, I already went and did this, right? I'm sitting here talking so much about. No, I didn't do this yet. Okay, strength, that's good. Okay. Well, we got a massive door we can't do shit about. Got a bunch of batshit crazy mages we're gonna have to deal with. Probably best to just use this guy. Oh wow. Okay, make me do it again. You gonna make me cast a spell 4 times? Okay, you gonna make me cast a spell to make sure I die? So I didn't die there, you just made me dead? You caused my character to become dead even though I... Fuck off, man. Just fuck off. Where was our last save, too, right? I have no fucking idea. hardest class to play as? None of them really. I mean, they all have their advantages and disadvantages. The hardest though, I mean, it can be a rogue at times. Like it's super squishy, so you can get stuck in situations where it's just you don't even get to start. You're just wiped instantly, you know. But if you don't, you can kill off 10 enemies one at a time in about 5 seconds. So I mean, you know, a warrior's pretty hard early. You're almost better running basic minimum dual wielding, or sword and board, right? But either way, you're forced to put in dex. And if you're throwing dex into your warrior, then you're wasting all of your attack and damage stats. So, you know, up until the point, you know, you can either leave your shield as just basically an extra. I guess it kind of serves sort of as an off weapon, off armor in a way. I mean, I guess it does serve that purpose. Sword and board, even with nothing really invested in it, isn't the worst thing in the world. It's really not. I guess that's fair. So, I don't know, but rogue. It really just depends on where you're at in the game. Did we? I think we forgot that when we just came through here a second ago. Yeah, but hardest overall? I don't know. Not to be honest, none of them. None of them really, any more than any other, in some way, in some regards. I mean, mage is probably, depending on the order in which you pick your skills, mage is probably the easiest. So I guess the edge might go to warrior for the hardest, maybe, at least like really early in the game. But you're a little tankier, so you can take an extra hit or two. You know, so I mean, you know, maybe if you're missing a little more often, like you might with any other class, it's at least a little more forgiving. So I don't know. I really don't know. So instead of this dude still having half health after the fireball, now all of a sudden the dude that had double health now doesn't have double health. You see the difference here? I really don't understand. I'm hit with weakness. I'm hit with double weakness. I got hit with weakness by both mages while they were still basic attacking me and cast a fireball all at the exact same time. Yeah? Wow. So I can backstab, dual weapon sweep, and stealth all at the same time, right? I mean, if we're going to be fair, I can do 3 things at the exact same time too, right? Oh, I can't, but... Oh, well, that's fair. He's immune. He's immune to fire. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. Got a magic. Don't really. I think that's the thing we can use the absolute least, but hey. I'll take it if it's free, I guess. These are little things that those apprentices were tearing the pages from so they could, I mean, if apprentice mages were doing it, then they were probably just trying to summon some demons, right? Can we just assume? Is it fair to assume? Wow, they're taking no damage. This is really weird. I better get like 80, 90, 100. Just 40, huh? She had 4 times the health pool of this guy, randomly. But I'm something's off here, man. Something's not right. Something's not right. That's fair to say. Something is off. Definitely off. Getting hit by a lot of debilitations. Oh, I can't even, shit, I can't even run back and use the lyrium fonts. Oh, this kind of sucks. Yeah, if these mages hit you once or twice, you're dead. Doesn't matter what you do. Let's go and save right there. What do you guys think? Oh, that sucks. Usually they're right there too. I'm dead. That's why I saved. So my magic like isn't quite strong enough either. Oh wow. Okay, so you're starting off aggro? Oh, this is unfair. Oh, good. So they're starting aggro. The save that I just reloaded is carried over. It's carried over. Y'all see it? It's literally carried over. Can't survive that either. So they're starting aggro. So my save, it's corrupted my save now. By starting an aggro from something I haven't done yet and incorporating into my reload of a previous save. It's taking future events that haven't happened and incorporating them into a previous save. Broken as fuck. Broken as fuck. completely broken. I don't think I can, Alright. I think we got it now. Full heals, huh? Full heals. Awesome. So mages getting into the Fade, just killing one another because there's nothing else they can kill. And we're supposed to sympathize with them in the real world because this is how they really think and feel. This is what their spirits tell them to do, even when they're not possessed. Right? Am I missing something here? All right, I don't want to have to redo that, man. I did get that magic font, right? Did I die and not go back and get it or something? Hold on, let me go double check. Because I got it marked down like I got it, but if I didn't go back for it, then that's not good. That was right here. Oh, that's it right there. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Obviously got it. All right, cool. Hurting people, it's what we do. We're mages. These are the mages talking. Like, you're not putting these words in their mouth. What they tell you is complete opposite of this. It's a complete fucking lie. But if you can read their minds, this is what you get. Crazy, right? They all killed themselves. Like, that's just so typical. See, y'all like, dude, why do you think and talk that way about mages? It's the way they that's them. That's not me. I didn't make that up. I didn't write that shit. Mages don't really have any reason, logic, or any good thing to defend themselves. They really have no defense. They don't have any ground to stand on. They don't have any bargaining position to justify what they do and so on and so forth. I mean, they can always fall back on, it's not my fault I am what I am. Oh, that's true. Maybe a serial killer could say the same thing, but that doesn't help the victims. Doesn't change anything. Excuses don't save anybody.
time for this dream to come to an end. I give you my strength. It will be of little use against the demon that rules here, but perhaps it will help in other realms. Find a way to kill all the demon lords, to open the way to Sloth. Free us all from this nightmare!
That's where I came from, right? Okay.
More enemies ahead.
Oh, wow. Fuck off!
I shall do it. Shall be done.
Bitch! Wow. You know, I'd almost be willing to bet I haven't ever gone through here and not missed at least one of those. Notes, books, bookcase, something, right? It's almost impossible that I not miss at least one.
Shall be done. I shall do it. No quarter shall be given. Shall be done.
I don't really have to come back here again. If I go back, I think there's just one thing I'm missing too. That's the worst part. There's a door. I'm glad we got these damn instant load screens though. That's pretty damn cool. That works for me. I could use that. I could use that just to go back to the beginning, I guess. No. No, you can't, actually. You have to leave and come back. Never mind. Am I missing something? Oh. You know what? I might not be. Actually, I don't think I am. Got that. I knew I did. I just double checking. I think that's the only thing in this. Son of a bitch. I think I'm wasting my time. This is just the stairs. Ah, mother. My bad. Yeah, I'm not missing anything. That's cool. Well, we can just cruise through like this then. Little Gollum butt wiggles. Y'all like that? The Gollum butt wiggles. Fucking butt wiggles. Alright, let's go ahead and save. I'm gonna save before I go into every single room here. We're just gonna make it easy. I should get quite a few fonts through here, though. That's good. Oh, wow. Didn't mean to do that.
It is begun. Very well.
I need to save again.
It is begun. Very well. As you said, it is begun. Best be wary. Very well. I shall do it. No quarter shall be given.
This priest, this bitch, trained at the same place that Liliana did, I guess? Is that what we're supposed to surmise from this? Maybe another Orlesian or Antivan priest with a shifty past? Yeah, right. Oh, she loves that. Okay, so it's Princess and her what is it? It's Alistair Jangles and Gollum Jiggles. There you go. Alistair Jangles, or maybe it's Alistair Jiggles and Gollum Wiggles, or some shit like that. Yeah, you'd have to ask her. She's gonna hate having missed this. Switching, every single room has, look at this. I mean, I know these are things that you get when you start as a mage. Most of these codex are in the Circle Tower. In fact, I think all of them are, really, for the most, maybe, except maybe one or two, but. Stan, hey, what's going on? Jordy, what? Oh, yeah. Or Davith Dangles and Jordy Jingles and... Wow. Willpower. Alright. That's it for willpower. I know where the magic's at. The magic's in like a side room. Here's another codex. That's kind of nice. Oh, Princess might be streaming right now, actually. She might actually be streaming. Possibly. Okay, so... Let me hit him once before I die. Damn, bitch. Ooh, that was nasty. Well, I'm having to burn up a few more health potions than I'd like, but I mean, for the most part, except those mages. Those mages can be like that, though. I mean, am I right? Everybody's experienced that. I've ran their bitch ass over without even having to pause before, and then all of a sudden, I died 10 times just trying to... Kind of seems like RNG, actually. T, hey, what's up, man? How did today go for you? why you're not letting me do that. Okay. That's all the cunning. That's it for that. She get like 2 more fonts through here too, I think. Yep, 2. Nice. Dex. Constitution. Constitution's done. 1 more dex, still 2 strength, 1 magic. So to get these fonts, you have to have all the forms. Mouse, spirit, well, I guess everything. Well, you don't need the Burning Man, I guess, but... Okay. Darkspawn Invasion, we gotta go back to that. Gotta go do everything we can do with the burning form, I think. I think this may be our last magic? I'm not sure. Or this is the way to the boss. That's the way to the boss. Bitch. Okay. But just, I'll get to even stand up, motherfuckers. Oh, he's just spamming everything.
As you do. Very well. Quickly, you must fight.
Suck on every square inch of that, bitch. Suck on every square inch of it. With your bitch ass cheating. Cheating fuck. Cheating, man. Whatever. Oh man, that's awesome, T. Man, that's like a lifeline, right? Or a rope ladder, man. Help pull me out of this hole. At least feed me while I'm down here. One or the other. Is my melee attack really that bad? I mean, I guess it is. I should get a save right here. Nice. Get your ass off me. Get your bitch ass off of me. I don't know any other way to do this. Because if he headbutts you and stun locks you, he'll just spam it until you're dead. Oh, wow. So now he's going to do it? Wow. He's just going to spam it. Wow. Wow. You're fucking kidding me, right? Y'all see that? It made me pull my attack back for an extra 20 minutes. It literally stole my turn from me to make me dead. Yeah, man, you can't. How do you fight that, man? Fucking cheat, man. I can't fight that. I'm not fighting fucking cheat. That is so bad, man. Here goes. I don't hate it. I can't stand the cheating. I don't like getting cheated. Cheating. The game profits nothing from that. It doesn't win anything. There's no developer that somehow magically, they're not online because the servers are fucking shut down. So there's no BioWare developer somewhere getting $1 every time someone dies to his fucking shit ass, dick sucking fucking, they don't deserve to work on a fucking video game code that's in their shit ass fucking game. Well, it's a great game, but that type of shit right there. I didn't do that, the fucking computer did. Had nothing to do with me. I was just doing my thing. So I'm gonna blame the guilty party. Some whole ass fucking developer who doesn't know how to code got to working on this shit. They'll never be held accountable for it. But oh well. It's pathetic. It's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm tired of getting my legs cut off in a race in a game that doesn't work. Because one of the developers is just fucking trash. I don't know who. I don't know who it is. They know who they are. They know they weren't up to the task, but they went in and did it anyway. Get their paycheck. Whatever. You done? You done? I'm over here, and now I'm locked in this room. Now I'm locked in the room, yeah. Okay, you're gonna not let me do my attack? Oh, okay, you're gonna let me do my attack this time. Gotcha. Now because the game broke, it's sticking me off in the fucking phone booth with this asshole. He didn't headbutt me twice before I was even able to pull my fist back? Oh, why not? He can do it. If he can do it, let him do it. If he can do it, let him do it. But now all of a sudden he can't because the game's not broken. Okay, fuck off, man. You really can't even use the boulder on this asshole. It takes like 45 minutes to pick it up and throw it. So this demon is presenting itself as an ogre? I was just thinking about that. Why? I guess I can see an arcane horror because demons that appear. So why would... I mean, a Darkspawn ogre is basically a corrupted Canary, right? So why is it appearing in the Fate as an actual named demon? See, why didn't he get his 2, 3, 8, 16, 542 fucking headbutts off right there? Because he couldn't. Because he doesn't get 5 turns to my every other turn. Sucker. Bitch. Bitch. Now I gotta unlock the door I already unlocked. I don't think that right there exists anywhere else in the game. Of course, I don't get paid for it, so it's okay to make me do it 2, 3, 4 times then, right? Not cool, man. Not cool. It's not cool at all. I think our last magic point is here somewhere or something. I don't really remember. Okay. We've already pretty much cleared it out. Yeah, already been there. Okay. Already been there. I don't care, as long as we get all the fonts. That's the most important thing. Hopefully kill all the enemies. That's the other important thing. XP and attribute points is really all you get here, right? I think there's a massive door right up here. We've only got one more of those. One strength, one dex, and one magic. The magic should be right up here. Nope, not in this one. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's go do this first. Why am I knocked down for 20 minutes? That moment when you make that stank face and go, damn, you did him raw.
These things can have unusual powers. Wary. I shall do it.
It's so amazing when you can use the lyrium veins. That was one thing I was almost actually looking forward to with my human. I'm like, at least I get to use that shit. But no, I don't. This dude's a joke. With the Burning Man, this dude's a complete joke. Here, I'm just gonna go ahead and sit back, just stretch for a minute. Oh, go ahead and take a sip of my beer. Say hi to you guys. What's going on, man? How are y'all doing? Scratch my eyes real quick. You know, it's such a joke. Okay, I think that's the last one of those. One magic and one dex. The magic is in a side room. The dex is right before you get to the last regular side boss. So, I mean, I'd like to kill all the enemies, get all the XP I can get, but other than that, I know where the last two fonts are. It's pretty cool. Wasn't too bad. Didn't take us forever because we weren't at this all day last night. It really didn't take us forever. Okay, I don't even know if I've gotten that yet. Pretty sure I did. I did, didn't I? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got this one. I came back for it. We'll look. Yeah, it's two of them. Okay. Okay, the side room, actually, I don't know if it's up here or not. I think I already came back here for all this shit. I did. I backtracked here. Maybe not. I think this is where the magic one is. Okay. All right. So literally that last area, whatever it's called, Templar's Nightmare or whatever, it's the one with the basically a maze. It's really only got one font in it. It's just one dex and that's it. That's all the magic right there. Yeah, we got one dex when we're done. Sweet. Okay, just give me a pedestal that I can use. Go. Nice. Yeah. Now see a pride demon. There you go. That would make sense. Yeah. You see what I'm saying then? Okay. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not just tripping. I'm like, it just doesn't like. Ogres are darkspawn. Ogres are corrupted mortals, right? Like Genlock is a dwarf. A Herlock is a human. Maybe the big Herlocks are Avars. You know, the really big ones with the horns, the taller ones, the emissaries and shit. Those might be Avars, maybe. Oh, I can disarm these. I never get to disarm these, so this is a little bit of my XP back, which is cool. Hell, my dex might be right here. It is. It's right there, and then that's it. Well, son of a bitch. This is where the Blight Wolf is at, right?
Very well. Best be wary.
Shit, that's it. That's supposed to be it. If there's any more fonts after this, then... Well, that's gonna be weird. That'll be awkward. Now I just gotta figure out how to get through this place. Mostly the Burning Man, if I remember. Arcane Horror, that's it. He resisted it? How the fuck you resist that? Resist this, bitch. Resist this. You like that? See, that's amazing. I don't ever get to disarm these. Ever, 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 ever. Now I gotta remember which one leads here, down below, and then... So we've already been through all that. We just gotta figure out our way through here now. Where am I at? The very beginning? Okay. No, now I'm here. I think I'm going to go look up a map for Templar's Nightmare. I'm not going to sit here and try to figure this out again. As I do not have this place memorized. It takes me an hour and a half just to get from one section to another. I know there's a map right here. I know there is. It's a good map that shows you exactly what leads to what leads to what. Okay. Yeah, it's super, super complicated. Okay, so there's a mouse hole here that goes to the bottom section. Supposedly. We're about to find out. Supposedly. Should be an ogre right here. Bitch ass off me, punk motherfucker. How'd that feel? Piece of shit. With your punk ass. Man, it's annoying. Like, they get to back up for their headbutt for 20 minutes and still stun lock you with it forever until you're dead. I'm surprised he went for the stomp and did just keep doing that until I was dead. It's friggin' evil, man. I don't remember if there's traps in here or not. Okay. So if I'm down here on the top area and I take this right here, it'll lead me down back to the bottom. And then I'm done. And then I'm done. Yep, and just take the door at the end. Okay, I think I know where I'm at. I think I got it. Let me just make sure. Just drop me off and... You know, for enemies that catch on fire when they die, they sure are resistant to frost damage. You notice that? Okay, so I should just be able to go straight through, and then it'll take me to the last segment then. All right, okay, I can just close this out. I know where I'm at now. All right. Okay, you have to rush this arcane horror with your golem guy, right? You don't have a boulder, but it doesn't really matter because you wouldn't use one anyway, so. If this is what I think it is. It's either one or two arcane horrors. Should be it. Yeah, now you gotta switch real quick. Catch me if you can. Ah! Nice.
Catch me if you can. I know you want to.
I know you want to. And there's another desire demon messing with the Templar. Now I wonder if I'm just gonna throw this out there. Since all this shit happened with Niall and whatever. And the sloth demon is now in this world, probably possessing one of Uldred's blood mage minions. I mean, how did the sloth demon manifest itself here? But anyway, you see the pride demon fucking with that Templar in that room with all those other corpses and shit going on around. Now, here we're in the Fade. I wonder if this is like a mirror of what was going on in that circle tower. We're in a curved part of this, but it's all kind of broken up. Mage asunder. Asunder means torn apart. Separated. Asunder. If you tear two things asunder, you tear them apart, right? So you see the mage tower here, kind of broken apart. And here's this desire demon who you killed in our world, at least as far as that goes. But I wonder if this is the same thing. She's just like one of these sloth demons' guardians. The only thing I don't recall fighting in the circle tower was an ogre. But you do fight Uldred, which is a pride demon, whatever that's worth. You fight a greater rage demon, like a super badass rage demon with a bunch of shades around him. You fight pretty much everything else that these other bosses represent. An arcane horror in that one area in the circle tower on the second floor, I think. You know what I'm talking about? Like there's parallels here. Why is this Templar laying here? Certainly looks a lot like the Templar that you saw the Desire Demon possessing. And that's interesting, is she was actually able to basically possess him, or at least enthrall him, because he attacks you. He's like in a trance. He's off in some other world. He's off in some Fade shit or something. You know what I'm talking about?
The game isn't over, mortal.
Oh, that better be cunning. You get 5 cunning, not 4. I checked it off. That better be cunning right there. It looks like cunning, actually. It's a broken chest. It looks like cunning. I can't freeze her for some reason.
This?
Well, if I could have froze her, it'd have been all right.
I can give that to you.
Bitch. Just can't hit her with any melee with this. I guess that's a strength-based thing. Bitch. Stop missing! Shit! Okay, so now I've got everything. My bad. I was short one. Man, thank God that was there. I wouldn't have gone and looked for it. I thought I had them all. See, now you have like this Coliseum, this theater here with the funky nightmare bunny pajama statues. Not really sure what these are supposed to. The Avars sure try to look like this, though. The Avars' helmets are shaped like this. At least their clan leaders are. Like, what's the significance there? And since they're like hardcore worshippers of the Lady of the Sky, who I think is Andraste / Mythal / Flemeth / whatever, then it's got to have some. They talk about their mountain or their sky or mountain father and sky mother and all this. Wonder if makes me wonder. Okay, I'm gonna get stuck. Who's this, Alistair? Well, this is probably the most annoying one anyway.
See you again. I was just thinking about you. Isn't that a marvelous coincidence? This is my sister.
Like
These are her children.
If the sloth demon is able to manifest himself in our world, which is where he pulls you into the Fade, I guess you're not here bodily. I guess our bodies are left behind sleeping where Nial's was. I don't know if Nial is alive or dead. There, Nial seems to think that he's dead. Not really sure.
Oh, that's what everyone says about their relatives. But I've never been happier.
Relatives.
I'm overjoyed to have my little brother.
Is Alistair trying really hard to go? Is he really trying to do that?
There's nothing wrong with living with my sister. I've never had a real family before.
Well,
But you don't live with your sister, Alistair.
Say you'll stay. Goldana's
Stay.
a great cook. Maybe she'll make a mince pie. You can, can't you?
What does Wynn say? He's like an excited puppy. No, she's talking about King Kalen. Alistair's even worse, actually.
How can you say that about Goldana? She's the soul of goodness. You're acting really strangely. All right, if it makes you happy. It's a little fuzzy. That's strange.
Alistair, come and have some tea.
No.
Alistair doesn't even like tea.
Wait. I remember a tower. The circle. It was under attack. There were demons. That's all I really remember.
Yeah, well, they're here too.
Are you saying this is a dream? But it's so real.
Of course it's real. Now wash up before supper and I...
Something doesn't feel quite right here. I think I have to go. She is, but she isn't.
No, he is ours, and I'd rather see him dead than free.
Careful. I think they
Alistair's getting his friggin' tank on even here. Like that's really encouraging.
I can't believe
I just hope I can build Augurin
How did
that
I not
well.
see this earlier?
I don't know, maybe you're just not that intelligent, Alistair. You could just straight up tell him.
Yes, well, try not to tell everyone how easily fooled I was. Are we going now? Wait, where are you going? What's happening to me? Hey!
Interesting. The writers here are kind of implying that a nightmare isn't just something that disturbs you while you're sleeping, but it's actually something that basically traps you or sends you into a nightmare, right? Essentially against your will. It's almost putting like an intelligence behind it, behind giving you the nightmare, as opposed to something that just happens. Like there's kind of a meaning or a force or a point to everything. Nothing's really by accident. That's the way that the BioWare writers seem to be leading a little bit. I don't know what Sten's nightmare is. I've never brought Sten here.
Who are you talking to?
I don't
Don't
think.
bother the Sten. Isn't
Maybe
it
I
your
have.
turn
I
to
don't-
cook?
Cook
It's
what?
actually, this looks familiar.
There's no food in this miserable, frozen country.
Pashera, we have a guest. Make room at the fire. The same reason they call you the Warden.
We've been days in this place. There's no sign of any threat. The Arishok's report was wrong. Can we not go home?
No. Let it wait.
Feed it the car Shock's cooking. That should end it.
Better yet, give it a shot. That would take care of it and do us a favor.
This is a dream. I'm not a fool, Warden. I remember seeing the Karashok there have his head torn off.
Well, at least it's not a great loss.
You are so entertaining, Kadan. You should perform in the square with the other trained monkeys. We could throw you peanuts.
It's a dream, but it's a good dream. Yes, and what has that accomplished? Death, dishonor, exile. There is nothing left to fight for.
Alice, I mean, Sten's actually kind of admitting that he was so misguided, so wrong, that, wow, that'd be kind of fucked up. Everything you thought you were ever supposed to do and the way you thought you were supposed to act in any given situation is all wrong. That'd be a shocker. How do you send Sten back to the Canary like that? And then the writing says that he eventually becomes Arishok? Interesting.
Ha, look. The little thing thinks it can order the Sten around.
Good luck with that, Kabethri.
For once you are right, Warden. I owe them a victory.
You can't abandon your post.
Stand aside. I would hate to see you all die again.
No,
He
we
knows
don't
it's a
leave us
dream.
again.
He'd just prefer the dream. He actually really... Canary soldiers? Like, they don't even disguise themselves as corpses. They're literally just Canary soldiers? This is weird.
It is begun.
And yet this gives me no peace. I wish to leave this place. No, more trickery. What is happening?
Crazy. So why are the Canary not... Like, everything else is presented as a demon or a corpse or some shit like that, or, you know, a shade, or... But these just remained Canary soldiers. Interesting. There's got to be something significant about that. That wasn't by accident. They would have done like they did in any of the rest of these dreams and just changed them to corpses or shades or whatever. You don't give it a second thought.
Maker, forgive me.
Interesting.
I held them all. They died and I did not stop.
Right. I mean, that's what I thought, Airing. So I mean, so your bodies are asleep somewhere back in the tower. I get it. Here, and you're seeing some broken fade interpretation of all that. I'm sort of getting that too. But why did the Qunari did not? They were still Qunari soldiers, not corpses, not shades, not rage demons, not.
How can I disbelieve what I see, what I hear and smell and feel? Death.
Wow, for a spiritual being, Wynn is actually pretty dense. She's not all that bright, is she?
Why was I spared?
How did she pass her harrowing if she doesn't recognize
Use
this?
of my life. Now that I have failed.
I'm not going to
in
say
the
Wynn's a blood mage all along, but there's
Lead me
something
to
going
my
on
grief.
there. She willingly becomes
shall
possessed in the
bury
game,
the
so
bones,
something's
scatter
going on
their
there.
ashes to the four winds, and mourn their passing, till I too am dead.
It's different, right? Like, it seems significant. Like, why of all the things that pop up, is that the only thing that doesn't reveal itself as being the demon or the influence behind it? These are still, like, those are the spirits of the Qunari going on, and they still are Qunari spirits, as opposed to a wraith or a wisp or a shade or a corpse or a blah, 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 right?
Your blatant disregard for the souls of the dead strikes me as being
Hey, right.
utterly
Something to think about.
inappropriate.
Which is cool. It's nice to see something new. Play the game 1,000 times and you're still seeing new shit. That's why I can't wait to play Fallout 3. I just want to be in that game world so bad. It's an itch. It's an itch. Why is a game that's 15 years old making me come play it? It's saying if you don't come play, then you're going to die. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit, right? Other games don't do that. That magic has apparently been lost. That whatever it is that they put into games then doesn't mean none of the games since then have they haven't been bad, but there's just something special about a game world, about just the entire everything about a game when you put all of it together, that you really kind of ignore the points that you can actually criticize about the game. Maybe some parts of the gameplay or this or that or whatever, but at one point, there's some games where you just don't give a shit. Like, well, the original Mass Effect, well, it had this and that. Man, I don't give a fuck. It was what it was. Origins, even with the broken ass, which I think may have something to do with backwards compatibility. It's not necessarily the game itself. So maybe not every developer responsible for that needs to necessarily go die in the same fire. Maybe that's a little harsh. But regardless, you still come back to it and come back to it and come back to it, and you want to re-experience. It's like watching a movie for the 50th time, and somebody who doesn't get it might say, why are you watching that for the 50th time? Come on, man. There's a million movies out there. Yeah, but there's only one of these. And they don't do it like this anymore. They don't care. It's gone. The inspirational quality that creates something like this and somehow manages to make it happen to where we get the finished product doesn't exist anymore. And if it does exist, it's so well hidden, or it's not allowed to prosper. Like if someone shows the spark of genius that can actually make a real quality game these days, that can really put all the pieces together and come up with something so innovative, so entertaining, so immersive that it keeps you occupied for 10 years, they'd rather take your money, they'd rather take your $60 for 6 months, not for 10 years. They're not making money on that game probably 2 or 3 years from now. So they don't want a game worth it 2 or 3 years from now. I really think that's part of it. But the bottom line is wherever the individuals are, they've either been forced out of the industry, they've been put in positions where they cannot prosper, they've retired or passed away, obviously that happens, or they're just not allowed to exercise the kind of license that would raise the bar back to where it's supposed to be. It's the same with Hollywood, it's the same with movies, it's really the same with music. Click tracks and bullshit like that. to where you think that's cool now, and a generation raised on that doesn't know what Led Zeppelin was. They don't know what Aretha Franklin was. They don't know what Billie Holiday was. They don't know, I mean, and I know I'm going like super way, but I'm just giving an example. With click tracks, you have no appreciation for shit that actually required innovation and talent. A computer can come up with some kind of something, and then you can get a bunch of synthesized voice, which really, come on, man, we didn't have all that shit back in the day. You actually had to have talent. You had to have skill. You had to have something. You had to have that something. Not even every musician was super talented back then, but there was that thing. There was that charisma, that spark, that something that got people to where this shit is not just considered classic. It's put 15 or 20 pedestals above anything that comes out today. And there's an asterisk next to most of the best music that comes out today, is that humans aren't doing a large percentage of it. It's not just click tracks, it's digital this and rendered that, and studio effects, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And assistant, and writers that are in there just making you into an image of something you're not. Not to take anything away from musicians that are successful. I mean, fuck, you make it in the industry, you're that 1 in a billion. But what makes you make it in the industry when this motherfucker who has a master's degree from, say, Juilliard can't even make a living? But you're over here a rock star and you got your own private jet and you literally can't spell or add. And even if you could, you're never sober enough to do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I don't think the stuff that actually warrants success and warrants value and quality is allowed to prosper anymore. Call it a conspiracy. Whatever the case may be. Bottom line is, you just don't get this anymore. You just don't.
I do not know what you are trying to tell me. Why must you make this more painful? And where were you when this happened? I trusted you as
thanks
an
guys
ally,
for
and you were nowhere to be found.
hanging out with me here, even though it was a little bit late. Had a long day. Tried to go get some stuff done, get some assistance. That's a dead end. I had an opportunity presented to where I could do some things that I don't consider legal, and even if they're borderline legal or not, I don't think they're ethical, to make some money, to get out of the hole. But doing some running around and stuff that I don't consider right. So I had to make a choice. Do what's right and starve, or be unethical and live with that. Well, I chose doing the right thing. Not trying to pat myself on the back, just saying. Chose the right thing. The opportunity's there. Well, everyone's doing it. I don't give a fuck. Everyone's doing a lot of things in this world, and I think all of it's rotten. So I'm not, I don't want no part of it and stuff. Then of course went to see our third world country version of Walmart that we have right here in the heart of the United States. That was interesting. It was an interesting day today. Figured it'd be kind of a slow stream, but hey, you guys came to chill, so it's nice to have company. And maybe we'll actually get some. I guess we're going to Orzammar from here, so we're gonna go get Ogren. And once Ogren's in the party, I hate to push Alistair out, but getting Ogren in there, I'm wondering. I'm just not sure whether I want to run Ogren with the Knight Commander's plate. I think I do. Although I'm not sure he can wear it. That's the problem. And I don't know, I don't think I can get Stan a second skill either. So there's some tankiness issues there. I'm not sure if the Knight Commander plate is Templar exclusive. I think it is. Which means, do I go with Ogren Alistair? Because Alistair can do his fair share of damage. I just really kind of wanted two-handers in there doing some AoE. I wanted multiple opponents affected with shit like stun, knockdown, knockback, and stuff like that. I want everybody discombobulated somehow to where my rogue can get in there and just get backstabs all the time. And where my warriors are DPS enough where together they kind of make up a tank, but they put out enough damage to make up for the lack of a second mage and the lack of a true tank. Although Alistair can do some work too. Maybe not AoE. I don't know if Alistair and Oghren might not be the best way to go. I was going to do Oghren and Sten, but Alistair and Oghren, I mean, if I'm going to say the most effective party makeup, Sten might be able to wear the Templar stuff, but I think you have to actually have the Templar skill to do so. And Sten comes with, what? Reaver, right? And then that's it. That's all he gets. Reaver or champion or something. He gets like one and that's all. Or you get to pick one later. Now, if that's the case, I don't know. I have to go take a look at that.
I do not know what
if I can
this
get
will
Stan the
accomplish.
Templar ability, that
will do
really
this
might be
if it will
a
satisfy
really good
you.
idea.
It is
Because then you've got...
difficult to focus. It feels as though something is stopping me from concentrating.
Well, you don't have the war cry of
I've had so
champion.
much trouble. Perhaps
But you
some time away from this place will help me.
You
think
do
clearly.
have an AoE knockdown thing that kind of acts the same way. It certainly draws the threat of enemies. Plus he has taunt. And I've got a really good setting for taunt. If you want to know the best tactic for taunt, I've got it. I have finally figured that out. I don't think I'll ever do anything else unless I forget what it fucking is. But
Don't leave us, Wynne. We don't want to be alone.
Holy Maker, stay away, foul creature.
Stay, Wynne. Sleep soundly in the comforting embrace of the earth.
oh god.
Do not fight it. You belong here with us.
Now shut up, bitch.
No, no, not
Yeah,
yet.
stay here with your dead mages,
It's
Wynn.
not
Is
yet
this not
done.
making sense
There's
to
no
you
time
yet?
Come. Come away to your rest.
Oh, this actually I think this pertains to her whatchamacallit, her little experience with her little demon that you're not supposed to know about yet. Funny, these aren't
Is it over?
corpses that reveal themselves. These are apprentices that still look like apprentices, but sound and act like corpses. That's kind of interesting too, isn't it? I'm gonna go take a bathroom break before I do this. I'll be back in a second. We actually had at one point 405 gold. What? Okay, now we got this asshole. You think we can do this on the first try? My character probably gonna get wiped pretty quick. Unless, I don't know. Maybe I could take on Golem form and do some work. Ragos, not Ragos, but the Rage Demon form is pretty easy. Like, who or what is this guy? Because he's a lot like Gax Kane. A lot like Gax Kane, actually.
What do we have here?
And he does take on an ogre form, too.
An escaped slave?
They have pride demons in the game, because Uldred turns into one. Plus, you fight one in the Deep Roads.
But playtime is over.
Right off the top of my head.
You all have to go back now.
Got to be some
Here I am.
link there,
There you
relation.
You just disappeared. Well, no matter.
I am here, and it is time to finish this. I have had enough of cages.
You will not hold us, demon. We found each other in this place, and you cannot stand against us.
If you go back quietly...
If you go back quietly... First try? First try, hype? Hype!
Can't you think about someone other than yourself?
This horror. Can't you think about someone other than yourself?
You wish to battle me? So be it. You will learn to bow to your betters, mortal.
We will strike. Quickly.
Stop! Stop it! Stop it, bitch! Stop it, sloth bitch!
Let's grab some glory!
What was he just saying? What feeds him? Wow, you put yourself in the corner where you're invincible? Fuck off, dude. Oh my god, we are destroying this bitch. I command the shadows of your darkest dreams. I think that's just okay. I'm gonna command the shadows of backstabbing your asshole. How about that? I'm gonna command those shadows.
Try that again.
Yeah, yeah, bitch.
You defeated the demon.
Everybody got that stank face right now?
I
Like,
never expected you to free yourself. To free us both.
can we get a hashtag on that? Hold on. Just go ahead.
Litany of a drama
Just go ahead.
in
What?
my body. It will protect you from the worst of the blood magic.
Shit. Get recto. What the fuck? I don't think anyone lost any health. What the fuck? Oh, that's amazing. I don't think anyone lost any health. Wynn's just back here. Oh, are you at 98% health? Well, here's a heal because I'm not doing anything else. Fuck it. That's what Wynn was doing. Oh my God. You think You think I'm not gonna publish this as a VOD? Man, I need to take a segment of that. Along with oh shit. I gotta get out of this dialogue. Wow, man, I should have done like a recap of skills and tactic settings and so on and so forth. Everybody's doing their fucking thing. I don't know that necessarily Sten and Ogren is the way to go. It may be Alistair and Ogren and a rogue and just one mage. As long as you keep Alistair just doing his thing. I just really kind of want a 2 off DPS. But I'm thinking you really have to, in certain key situations like the High Dragon and some other stuff, you have to have some some really good resistances in place. The Knight Commander's plate for the Templar, that you get from that merchant out in front of Orzammar, like that's a key item. That's like if you were going to say you have like a top 5 or 6 dream items, that's one of them you really have to have on somebody in your party. And I'm pretty sure it's Templar exclusive, but it might not be. If it's not, I can throw it on. I really want to throw it on Ogren. Now I can make Ogren a Berserker Templar. I really can do that. It doesn't have to be Berserker Champion. It can be Berserker Templar and wear that armor. That's possible. That's feasible. Oh, thanks.
I cannot go with you. I have been here far too long. For you, it will have been an afternoon's nap. Your body won't have wasted away in the real world.
So you see what I'm saying? In certain spots, playing a rogue, like, is super, super beneficial. When you want to out DPS something to where they don't really get a chance to pull off all that bullshit that normally wipes your party, there you go. Warrior probably doesn't knock him down near as fast. I probably have to rely on some of those other morphs, Golem form, Arcane Horror, something like that.
It is time for us both to be on our way. Remember the litany of Adrala. The circle is all that matters now.
I've been trying to report those assholes too. Just hopefully they'll just remove their channels altogether, because from what I understand, what happens is these are people who have given in to some spam link like that and got their channel hacked, and now their channel belongs to whoever was doing the hacking, and they go around and do this. And I guess it's a troll thing. It's some way to cause misery for somebody, and that's the only way these people can get their jollies. It's one of those type of things, I guess. I'm not really sure. But well, we got the litany of Adrala. That's cool. Now, what's all this shit in our world? This stuff right here. Like, what the fuck is all that? See what I'm saying? Like, this is shit that you also see this stuff around the Darkspawn, around the Broodmother. This exact same thing. So that I wonder if the Fade isn't just a corrupted part of the spiritual realm. Plain and simple. Damn, I leveled up again? Oh shit. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and go with that right now. I want that, but I really want one of these now. I got him a rank in stealing. What kind of shit is that? Hey, thanks for follow, man. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. I think I'm going to get him one more of these real quick. It seems like a really, really, really good idea. All right, we got to start worrying about this type of stuff too. No flanking, right? That's good. Okay. Not really sure how we got to this point this fast. I don't really need that right now. I would like survival is what I would like. I've got 4 ranks of speech. I'm going to start putting in survival. Not just the nature resistance, but there's plenty of other stuff you can do with that too. I can't have this yet, so combat stealth would be nice. There's nothing here that I mean this. Critical chance is nice. The combat stealth is nice as well. I'm going to get at least one more extra free talent point. We're pretty early level. You know, we started out a tiny bit behind trying to do some things, but now we're actually a little bit ahead. There's not really anything else 16s. Yes, that's half the price. Like that's just ridiculous. Assassin gets extra stamina. I'll take extra stamina back. No, I don't need that. That's level 12. We've got 22 cunning, but we got to wait on that. Let me go ahead and get combat stealth. Why not? Now I've got it. And everything's pretty much set. That's convenient. Also, I think Alistair can equip this shit now. There we go. Yes, sir. Look at that. Cold, electric. Oh, so sexy. I was going to give those to what's-her-face. Okay, cool. See, that says Restriction Templar. Now, the next version of that gives you like 30% spell resistance, 10 mental resistance, I think 5 willpower. Like, it's just basically an upgraded version of this. Now, you could give this to both of your tanks if they were both running the Templar tree. So, I really like having Ogren with the champion, though. I really do. Yeah, see, really, yeah, I mean, champion, both running Templar, what exactly are you doing there? Just, you're not, like, champion with Warcry and being able to knock people out, and you can stun everybody, AoE, meaning your rogue can just run around and backstab everybody for free. Yay, yay, I'm just backstabbing. Everything I do is a backstab because I'm awesome and, you know, that type of shit, right? It might wind up being Alistair and, oh, let me see something real quick. What does he have? See, he doesn't have one. He only gets one. Now, if I made Stan a Templar, and then made Ogren a Templar Berserker instead of a champion Berserker. Although I could just give Stan the commander's plate and let Ogren run with oh, what's that shit you get from Wade in Denerim? There's a name for it. It's like this huge stamina. Oh, it's Sir Something's armor. It's a really nice set of armor. It's really, really nice. It's not super tanky though. That's the thing. It's more about offense. It's not about Fuck.
Very well. It is begun. As you say. But let it occur quickly.
See, you make Alistair a damage tank, and now you're talking about, yeah, he might not be hitting 2 or 3 enemies at a time all the time, but he's hitting enemies a lot more often. He's also got the shield skills too. Which are kind of similar to dual wielding, really.
Dragons are
Very
not
similar to dual
destroyed.
wielding, actually.
Sometimes silence is best. As you say.
Well, you know, right now nobody's getting touched, but at some point somebody's going to get touched, and then we'll have to make a decision. Hey, Prim. Hey, thanks for the follow. Somebody's going to get touched at some point, and we'll be like, oh, okay, we're not as badass as we thought we were. You know, that type of shit, right?
Very well. Shall be done. As you say. Very well. Finished.
Nice. Alright, so it should be at exactly 22 cunning, right? Right, 22. Natural, cunning. Now we gotta compensate for 5 points of strength, which we'll easily be able to get 6. Easy. Key to the City, Ring of the Warrior, Belt of Andrul, or whatever the fuck it's called. You know, something like that. Shouldn't be any problem. Which leaves us 1 extra point of strength.
It is over.
But seeing as I didn't invest a single point in strength, I should still be able to equip the best armor. And if I wanted to go play Awakenings, I just have to put 1 point in. Meaning when I level, I just do 2 dex, 1 strength. And then I can wear the next better version of the Felon's Coat. But you're not coming back to the regular game at that point anyway, so it honestly doesn't really matter.
I shall do it. Down!
There you go.
What now?
Beautiful. That's the hardest ambush in the tower. Well, you know, next to the stupid possessed Templar with his desire demon, homie. Homie. Yeah, cool. I'll take it.
This trick
Cullen.
again? I know what you are. It won't work. I will stay strong.
Uh-huh.
The boy is exhausted. And this cage, I've never seen anything like it. Rest easy. Help is here.
Enough visions. If anything in you is human, kill me now and stop this game. You broke the others, but I will stay strong for my sake.
So this cage is capable of turning a tranquil into a demon. This cage is capable of possessing and even turning into an abomination a Templar. They do it in Dragon Age 2 all the time. The mages, because mages do everything and then blame everybody else for what's being done, and then don't actually give you the benefit of the doubt that you have enough intelligence to acknowledge that they're the problem all along and nobody else is at fault. But yeah, these cages here, Cullen cannot be left unscarred by this cage. Even what's his face, Kieran becomes a complete tool for the fucking blood mages because of this shit right here.
Silence! I'll not listen to anything you say. Now be gone! Still here.
Still here?
That's always worked before. I close my eyes, but you are still here when I open them.
Oh, guys, while I was out and about, you want to hear? Man, this is fucked up. My favorite Chinese place ever. Like, they're cheap, they're great, they're fast, they're just good. They're closed. The current administration has killed my favorite, just mom and pop Chinese place. No place to go for Chinese food now. Not really. Not unless I find another one. But I mean, come on, man. It's not just the Chinese place is closed. There's people there whose livelihood depended on that place. And they've just been destroyed. Destroyed by the current state of things. It is. It's fucking sad as fuck. They were cool people. I mean, you went there, they took your order, get the fuck up to the window, pay your little bill, and get out of here with your food. And it was always a lot of food, and it was always like super good. It's always super fresh. It was always made the same way. It was just, you knew what you were going to get. You know, I mean, fuck, for like, okay, for example, I'll give you an example. Let's say you take your entree and some fried rice, not white rice, but fried rice, and maybe even an extra thing of fried rice, which odds are they were probably going to fill both compartments with fried rice anyway, for example. So I could get some Kung Pao chicken or Kung Pao beef, whatever. And then you got some, and then ask for some extra sauce. No charge. They just double whatever they put in for the sauce, so you have like this drowning Kung Pao. For the meal with white rice, it would be like, oh fuck, a little over $6. For the meal, it would be like, I think it was right around $10, right around $9 or $10 after tax. I think the white rice version of it, which is like the a la carte or whatever they called it, that was a little bit less. But I mean, you get a shit ton of fried rice, and then you can get like a shrimp fried rice or a beef fried rice or chicken fried rice or whatever, and the container was like, it was so packed they couldn't even put the fucking lid on it, and they would give you that, and that was $4.95, $5 for this thing that you're not eating all that. You're just not. That's $15. Put it all together, it's less than $15, and it's fucking stupid good, ridiculous good, all super hot. And like, I mean, every other spoonful you're picking out like one of those, you know, those black peppers, red and black peppers, you know what I'm talking about? You're picking out one of those, you're like, man, it's just full of it, and it's just shit, just tons of all the good stuff, extra sauce, and then when you're done, and then you just dump all the rice into your sauce, and then it soaks it all up, and it's fucking amazing. For like, I think like the price on the menu was like $8.50 So after tax, it's like right at $9. Now it was less than $10. And then if you wanted the one with white rice, it was less than that, whatever it was. I 6 something, 7 something, I don't remember. Whatever, it's about $1 or $2 difference, whatever. But it didn't matter. Like, come on, man. They were fucking awesome, and they were trying to just stay alive. And yeah, I drove by them, and they were closed. They weren't supposed to be closed. Maybe at nighttime on a Sunday or something, but no, there was no reason to be closed. It's not a holiday today, is it? Actually, I was thinking earlier this weekend, I was actually thinking like today was a holiday too for some reason. Anyway, but no, I don't think it's a holiday today. So, yeah, there just really is no middle class anymore. You're either poor or you're the 1%. The percentage of the 1%. I don't even think it's 1%.
Don't blame me for being cautious. The voices, the images, so real. Did Gregor send you? How? How did you get here?
Shame.
Good. Kill Aldred. Kill them all for what they've done. They caged us like animals. Looked for ways to break us. I'm the only one left.
Be proud. You mastered yourself.
Be proud? What is there to be proud of? That I lived and they died? They turned some into monsters and... there was nothing I could do. To think, I once felt pity for the Circle. Now
well, that
I'd
makes
like
you
nothing
stupid.
more than to wipe their
or
taint
ignorant.
off the face
Ignorant.
of
Not
Thedas.
stupid, but ignorant. I felt pity for... Now I'd like nothing more than to wipe their taint off the face of Thedas. Well, now somebody's talking sense in Dragon Age. Somebody who's actually seen behind the facade of bullshit that mages talk that has no truth, no substance, no value whatsoever. You actually see behind it, you see what they do, and then we finally get to hear what you say, and this is what you say. And this is the most beloved Templar amongst any character in Dragon Age. This is probably the most significant thing that Cullen says throughout the rest of the game series until he dies. Right there. Now I'd like nothing more than to wipe their fucking taint off the face of Thedas because they accomplish no good thing. They are only a danger. They are only harm. They are only malicious. They are only devious. They are only manipulative. They are only mind controlling. They are only powerful where one emotional fit of pique can kill everybody in a village, town, or city. Period. And they're devious. They will extend their agendas over the period of months, even years, if necessary, to kill the maximum number of souls possible just for the sake of fucking doing it on some misguided mage something, which never makes any sense and has no valid reason for being in the first place. Now, all of that is fact, what I just said. It's not my fact. This is the way they wrote the game. I'm just observing it, calling it for what it is, and acknowledging it. That's all. Before you get all offended, play the game, play it, get out of yourself, look at the facts, and then you'll see for yourself that that's actually the case. Wow, I used to like mages, but in this game, they're made to be the devil. Because they fucking are! Well, they don't mean to be. It doesn't matter. Did the devil make himself the devil, or was he made the devil? Who gives a fuck? The results are a lot of innocent people who deserve to live don't get to because you're misplacing your sympathy for mages to give them enough line to hang themselves and kill everybody they can along the way. And if they don't kill you outright, they create blights. They create situations in which everybody dies anyway. Either directly or indirectly, they destroy and kill everything and everybody that's good. Or at least that's not evil. I can't say this farmer and his wife and their children down the street here are good or bad, but they're just trying to do their thing. God forbid they try to do that. Here comes a mage with his rage demon, and he needs a little more fuel for his next spell, so it's time to sacrifice the children and send your rage demon against the parents because they don't want you to kill their children, and so they all die. That's what the fuck they do. That's all they do. Well, they healed a few times before they did all that batshit crazy blood magic shit. Oh, okay. You healed a few wounds and then murdered 1 million innocent families. Okay, I'm telling you, go fuck yourself and die. Because really, that doesn't balance out, man. It really just doesn't. Mages are Biden. Mages are liberals. There you go. Plain and simple. Oh my God, I'm offended you spoke that truth. Because it's true?
Only mages have that much power at their fingertips. Only mages are so susceptible to the infernal whisperings of the demons.
This is a discussion for another time. Irving and the other mages who fought Aldred, where are they?
They are in the harrowing chamber. The sounds coming up from there. Oh, Maker.
We must hurry. They are in grave danger, I am sure of it.
You can't save them. You don't know what they've become.
You're offensive? You're offensive or offended, Steam?
They've been surrounded by blood mages whose wicked fingers snake into your mind and corrupt your thoughts.
His hatred of mages is so intense. The memory of his friends' deaths is still fresh in his mind.
I wonder if the memory of what the mages did is still fresh in his mind, too.
To ensure this horror is ended, to guarantee that no abominations or blood mages live, you must kill everyone up there.
He's actually right. He's actually right. What can I say? He's actually right. Oh, shit, what happened? Malderall, hey, Mal. Oh, shit. Been a minute, man. How are you doing? Still alive and kicking? Time for you to go get some shut-eye. Gonna stop in and drive by and shoot us with bit bullets? Pepper the house with bit bullets? Haven't you ever seen Colors? You ever seen the movie Colors with Sean Penn and all that? Oh, shit, thanks, Hellraiser. There you go, Mal. Well, I've been guilted into making sure I publish this stream on the VODs so I don't get yelled at tomorrow. So I'll probably try to remember to do that. But, well, shit, man, that's okay. Well, I mean, hey, yeah, the chair, thanks you, chair stream. I had to go on a quick bathroom break, but, man, thanks, man. Shit, come in and cheer, come in and say hey. Like, are you leaving, like, right this second? We're about to go kill Uldred and make him wish he had never lived.
This is what must be done. It is clear.
You understand what you must do. I would help, but as you can see, I am in no position to do anything.
You know what? If I lose Wynn right here, if I lose her, I'm going to make Morgan a healer. The next... Oh, God. Ooh, man, that's... Well, you know, that's a bold statement. Actually, that's... At this point, that's probably not a good idea. Actually. I might want to rethink that one. Barely keep... Oh, okay, then. Well, shit, man. Hey, thanks for at least stopping in and... On your way off to La La Land, at least dropping in here and saying, hey. Man, really appreciate it. We're still going. Hanging by a thread, but we're still there. We're still here. All right, man. Good deal. And Hellraiser sniping you with a sub. So if you get up and about tomorrow and you're not busy, well, then we'll probably be here tomorrow too, I think. I think we're good at least through Thursday? At least through Thursday. Probably past Thursday. Man, fuck, I don't know, man. I can't foresee the future. Well, you don't need my permission to yell at me. I get yelled at anyway, so, I mean, if y'all just want to yell at me. I mean, even if I do publish it, I guess you can yell at me anyway if you really want to. Really don't know what it would be for, and I'd probably go like, okay, kick me while I'm down. Wait till I'm in the dregs, and then just start stomping on my face. You can do that if you want to. What can I do about it? Just say, yeah, that's just the way things are going right now. They'll be greater later. You can't hit rock bottom until people kick you the fuck into rock bottom, and just make sure you stay there. And then when you come out from rock bottom, then I guess you're better off than you were, right? So that's all good. Sure, yeah, go ahead. Don't need my permission to just do whatever. No doubt.
My cage is Uldred's doing, or one of his mages. Once they're dead, I will be free.
I was actually going to ask you guys a question because something actually brought it up, and I was actually like, you know what? This is a great point. Oh shit! Hey, oh man! Hey Mal, Mal said, "All right, Hellraiser. Cool shit, man. How you guys, man?" Man, we're almost at the shit. We're almost at the 175 mark. Y'all almost started a hype train too. A hype train is close. I don't know what started that. I have no idea what started that. It did this last night too. It started a hype train out of nowhere. It said a hype train is close, and it was like, what happened? I thought I'd missed something, but now I know what it is. You, Mal, and Hellraiser just going slap the fuck off and making sure everybody who's subscribed is subscribed, and everybody who's not subscribed is subscribed. And if you don't know what a subscription is, well then, shit, here's a subscription too. Oh shit, 4Bet? Is 4Bet actually in here? He actually streams, you guys, by the way. Oh man, thanks, Mel. That's awesome. I hope everybody you guys gift these subscriptions to, I hope they actually decide to stay and hang out with us. Beside our our what would you call it? What's the word for it? inflaming topics and subjects that we discuss at times. Although I think we keep it real. I think you guys keep it real. I think we all keep it real. At least we try to. Holy crap! There's so many bongos going off. You'd swear this was a tropical island. Y'all hearing that? It won't stop. Damn! Thanks, Mal. Holy crap! Mal and Hellraiser just making it rain subs. Nice, man. Nice. Are you gonna hang out with us for a little bit? It's good to see you. Just hadn't seen you in it's been a minute. Can't say exactly how long, but I know it's been a minute. At least watch us kick Oldred's ass. You have no idea, unless you've been here for a minute already and watch what we just did to that sloth demon, how strong this actual party is. This is actually kind of stupid. It's kind of what I thought it would be, but I don't even have all the pieces in place that I was going to put into place, and we're kind of free rolling right now. It's just like I actually have set my controller down and just let my party just destroy shit. This is some Arcane Warrior type shit or something. I don't ask, man. I have no idea. Anyway, man, super thanks, man. Super thanks. Oh, hey, Mal. Before you go, if you're still here, guess who popped in last week? And I think they're gone now for another couple months or whatever. Oh, gotcha. Anyway, fresh install stopped in for a minute. You know how he goes off for like 3 or 6 or 9 months at a time and does his union stuff, whatever. He stopped in and said, "Hey, let us know he's still alive and around," and then I guess he's back to work. I guess I don't know. That wasn't last. That was a week before last. It's been a minute, but yeah, he stopped in and said, "Hey, was this talk with your brother to get them right, or was this talk with your brother to?" Oh, never mind. None of our business. All right then. Anyway, just letting you know. You and Fresh kind of came about at the same time, and we're all in here, and he had to go off and travel and do something for forever. And anyway, yeah, he stopped in and just said hey, I'm still around, and what's going on, and how are you guys doing? And then he was gone again. So yeah, just catching up. We've had actually a few people drop in here and there. We even have one of our viewers from Russia. She obviously going through stuff that we probably can't relate to unless you're in Russia, or the Ukraine, or all that drama over there. I know it's not hitting the news like it was, but I seriously doubt they're shooting any less bullets today than they were a month ago. It was on every... It's just not the hype thing right now, but I don't think anything's changed over there. I think the people are suffering the same way they were a couple weeks ago. I think they're still suffering, and it'd probably go on for a while until Putin either finally fucking just rolls over and dies or something else happens. But yeah, she's even gotten to stop in and stuff, and I'm like, I mean, it's nice to know that she just has electricity and internet, or at least still has a cell phone or a place to live, or food, or you know what I'm saying? Like that was actually pretty dramatic as well. But yeah, she stopped in a couple times in the last couple weeks, and I assume that's hard to do. How fucking amazing is that? Is that somebody in the midst of all that? Okay, that's next tier shit going on that affects you, your family, your livelihood, whether you eat today or tomorrow, your lights being on, you even having lights, you even having a place to live. Like that's next level shit. I think most of us, unless we're going through that right now in that area, and any of our viewers here, Sonia's the only one that I know of. Oh no, there's two actually, but she hasn't been around like forever. It's been a long, long time. She's not in Russia, though. She's in Czechoslovakia. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know if they're being impacted by all this bullshit, too, but I know it's all in the same region. Anyway, you know, something like that, to go out of your way and at least stop in with people that you think are important, to let them know that you're okay. Hey guys, I'm here, want to hang out for a second. Let's take a 10-minute break and then go back to dealing with drama that probably the rest of us can't even perceive, that probably have not experienced in our lifetime, depending on where you come from. And I'm not discrediting anybody else going through stuff. I'm going through stuff, but when you put it in perspective, it's like, so okay, let's say at the end of the week my lights get turned off and I lose cable, which means I lose the stream, and I even lose my car, let's say. Okay, so do I still technically have a place to stay for a minute? I mean, that's still better than being bombed out of your fucking home. That's, wow, okay, well that puts it in perspective. So what do you really have to complain about? Nothing. Just be thankful. I'm sitting here under a ceiling fan right now, and I'm able to stream, just speaking for myself. And I think the rest of us can take something from that and say, could be worse. Could be worse. It's hard, it's stressful, especially if you got people to take care of, kids, family, husband, wife, whatever, you know, et cetera, and all that. But it's still nice to stop and say, wow, you know, you've at least got this. In a world that has apparently conspired to take all that from you, you've still got that. That's, you know, some thankfulness and gratitude, I think, is due there. It really actually is. Could be worse. I don't think that's a sign of, hey, things are great, but it could be worse. And so that's maybe not a comfort, but it's still a fact. Is it still could be worse, right? So, yeah. Anyway, it's nice to see people dropping in just out of the blue and saying, hey, I'm here, but I've got life going on over here. You know, what if Grouchy? Y'all, any of you guys remember Grouchy? I think a couple of you might. T-verse, maybe. I don't know. This is going back a few years. Maybe. Right. Anyway, what if Grouchy came back in and said, hey, by the way, I'm doing okay, and hi guys, and then disappeared again. A couple other people have actually done that, and it's just awesome, man. That's fantastic. It's nice to know you haven't been forgotten. It's just that people are living their lives. They don't have time for Twitch right now. They've got stuff like not just bills to pay, but new careers to follow, and who knows what the fuck else, and moving and living, and you know, all that good stuff, right? Anyway. I don't want to have to do this. Yeah, I shouldn't have to lose win. I shouldn't have to lose win. This is just stupid. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. I have to lose win. You remember Grouchy Hellraiser? Do you? Yep. Stanislava. I always called her Stan. Not that she's a Stan, but I always called her Stan. Right? Stanislava. She was pursuing game design and getting into college and this and that. But she was from, if it wasn't Czech, the Czech Republic. I'm 99% sure it was Czech Republic. If it wasn't, I'm not exactly sure. But what if they're being affected by all this nonsense over there? Or she was getting into college. She was going from one. She was basically going from pre-college to college, and she was studying game design. She wanted to make games, and we would sit here and bitch about how games have, you know, fallen and stuff. And she was like, well, if I ever make a game, I'm going to make it like this. Wouldn't it be amazing to see her on the staff of CD Projekt Red or, you know, some shit like that. Of course it has. I mean, of course it fucking has. I have no doubt that it actually, yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's just, it's loving to do this every single time. Yeah, she was, yeah, something like that, right? And that's been a year, probably a year. But I have no doubt that at some point, maybe a year from now or something, if we're still around, that she'll drop in and she'll say, "Hey guys, what's up? I'm working on this game. You know, I finally joined this crew. I'm working with BioWare. I'm working with CD Projekt Red. I'm working with who knows what? Just some studio, fucking Deep Silver or Piranha Bytes or who knows what, right? It's possible." Anyway, all right, is the sound back? Yeah, it's doing this. I was hoping the update would fix this. That the update was to update Streamlabs to whatever the last Windows update broke. But
this trick
yeah.
again? I know what you are.
Actually, if you don't fully come
stay
against
strong.
Wynn right here, even if you side with the Templars, Wynn will still follow you once you talk to Gregoire. And she sees that Irving is willing to submit himself to the Templars and say, "Hey, if you wanna cleanse the whole tower, then cool." So Irving is actually willing to submit, unlike, you know, any other blood mage like Orsino or Uldred or Anders or whatever. Uldred is actually, Irving actually still has some sense of honor, discipline, responsibility, you know, all that good stuff.
The boy is exhausted.
Anyway.
His cage.
All right, let's get up to the roof. I want to go kick Uldred's
Rest
ass.
easy. Help is here.
Enough visions. If anything in you is human, kill me now and stop this game. You broke the
Hey,
ice.
Rat, what's up, man?
I will stay strong for my sake.
Thanks to me?
For theirs.
Oh, man.
Filthy
No shit.
blood mages getting in my head. I will not break. I'd rather die.
Not that it'll earn you guys any brownie points, because hey, Vaughn, oh shit, yeah. See me, I got people just dropping back in and saying, "Hey guys, what's up, man?" Old school people from just yeah. Oh man, I love you guys. Watching the no. I totally get it, and I've never sat here and said somebody who's just lurking, who's just watching. You know, if you want to hang out on the stream and just, you know, listen and stuff. And I've always been really, really super pro inclusive, I think. Actually, you know what? That's probably not true. Because I think there's some people that could say that I'm violently exclusive. Because there's certain types of character that I just don't want to allow in my presence, or anybody. You know, if I'm providing a place for everyone to come and someone comes into my house acting a certain way, I'm going to get them the fuck out. And if I can't beat their ass or threaten them enough or force them to leave, then I'll call the police. Because you have no business here. You're disruptive. You're you know, just, you know. And so the trolls have, for the most part, learned to stay away. We get bots every once in a while, but for the most part, the trolls have... It's nothing like it used to be, so for whatever that's worth, it's worked. But I think inclusive in terms of for people who don't have money, for example, why exclude those people from contributing to the stream in any way they can? Maybe you're younger, maybe you're still living at home, maybe you're poor as fuck like me. Maybe things are going bad. Maybe you've been through a crisis. Maybe you've been through some medical crisis. God, even worse. They will rape you for everything you fucking have. You know, something like that. And to not allow a person with the same kind of mind, heart, and soul that we've got to love the games and trying to keep it real, I guess, for lack of a better term or whatever. Why set up barriers to exclude that? Twitch has a lot of that shit that you can use. It really does. You know, it's not just subscriber only chat. and so on and so forth. But you can create a lot of kind of exclusivity, and on YouTube as well. You know, if you're not a member of what is it, YouTube Red or something, you know, and different types of things like that, or you're not allowed to comment unless you're such and such. You're not allowed to even attend a stream unless you're such. And I'm like, who the fuck thinks they're such a celebrity that they can dissuade anybody from coming in to contribute? You know, now if you come in to contribute some bullshit because you're just a fucking asshole and you're a troll, well, then we just hit you with the flamethrower and toss your ass back out and you don't ever get to come back again. Well, that's easy. I'm not that desperate for viewers. I never will be. If I ever do get that desperate for viewers, then I'm really kind of disrespecting and embarrassing the rest of you guys who have stayed true and faithful and stuff. There's been some times we've gone on some rants where I've made a complete ass of myself. I know that. Some of you guys could probably claim the same if you want to be honest, but whatever. We've been doing this for fucking years, and somehow we're still around. Even if it takes some person to come in and contribute, and God, y'all have seen people come in and what I consider an almost exorbitant amount of, say, money or whatever. Look at Hellraiser subbing like 5,000 times in the last month just to support the channel. What other reason? What other reason? What's the point? I mean, support the channel and keep it going. Yeah, sure. But what other than that? You would have no other reason. You don't have to do that. You could just never have done that once and still have the same place in chat as having been a member of the community for a certain amount of time, but just because you don't have something. Never, ever. I want that to always be a thing until I can't stream no more. And then I will be forced to stop streaming having done it the right way. Does that make sense? There you go. That's the way that's the way I'd love to be remembered. At least he tried, and he did it the right way. He never. Now, if I hurt a liberal's feelings and I made him feel excluded, good. They can go fuck themselves because I feel they're a cancer to the world and to society. And until they change their way of thinking and doing things, they will continue to be that way. Because everything in history that ever happened ever has proved that they're a fucking cancer. And I don't mean anybody who leans towards a political thing. I'm talking people responsible for creating and supporting and condoning the type of thinking that is responsible for the suffering that we all have to live under to this day, regardless of where you're at in the world. And that's not really forgivable, especially if you're not sorry. If you're one of those, then yeah, you need to just stay gone. I don't give a fuck. Don't come here because everything you say and do is a corruption of the human soul. I don't want any part of it. And apparently nobody else here does either. So that's a pretty good community. That's a community that looks out for each other. That's a community who stays consistent to a particular thing. Doesn't mean we don't disagree, but it does mean that we support the shit out of one another. Y'all have kept the stream going for. It's almost getting religious at this point. It's not religious. It's almost a spiritual thing. Like, wow, how in the fuck are we even getting by from day to day? Y'all think I'm exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. And I'm not saying that to say, well, man, once you're there, you're there. It's kind of hard to get out of that hole and stuff, but we're still kind of here. How does that happen? We're not a big stream. I'm not even partnered. How does that happen? That's a dynamic right there, which you can't just create that. You can't just fabricate that. That's a community effort that somehow always manages to work, even when it looks desperate, even when we're past due. It happens. It's not all about that, but that's part of it. If we're gonna have a place to be here, the place has to be here for us to gather, right? Oh, thanks, Rat. Holy crap! Hey, thanks, man. I get called an asshole every day. I just respond, it's my job to be an asshole. There you go. Cool, man. And, it's when somebody is calling you an asshole for being right. I don't mean technically right by you're following some kind of rule. Like, you know, you're that security guard that doesn't let anybody even fucking chew gum in class. I'm not talking about that kind of right. I'm talking about right, but just right. You know, there's right and wrong. Either you're right or wrong. There's not really a lot of in between there, right? Sure, absolutely. And I've been called an asshole a lot. Not so much in chat. People know they'll get banned if they just go the asshole route and chat too much, for the most part. I don't ban everybody just offhand. I've done it before, actually. Kind of embarrassed about a couple moments of that. But I'll tell you what, if you do something 7 days a week, all day, every day, 7 days a week, you're going to do something wrong eventually. I've done plenty of that, right? But, hey, we're still here. Don't know how that works. But, man, thanks, Rat. Shit, man. Gift bits. Making it rain bits. And I don't know what got us off on this tangent. Anyway, I love having you guys here. And it's really cool to see people who we haven't seen in a while, but names that we remember from 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, on YouTube, never even been on Twitch before. Hey, I subscribed to you a long time ago. And I'll be like, damn, I remember answering somebody that resembles this name in a comment on an Oblivion video or some shit back in 2017. Holy crap. How cool is that? You know, that somebody even bothers to come find you. How do you stick out enough that somebody bothers to come find you? And then once they do, how do you not take that as the most complimentary thing that's ever been said or done to you in your entire life? I go to bed guilty every fucking night because I don't remember every single thing that you guys have said and done for the last 8 years that I've been involved with YouTube streaming, Twitch streaming, going back to YouTube, going back to blah, blah, blah. 8 years, maybe? Wouldn't be successful by any, what would you call it? Any stats. I don't have any stats. Don't have 1 million subscribers on YouTube. And don't have an average of 5,000 viewers on Twitch. So we're a failure, right? I guess I could think that way. I do think that way sometimes. I do. I think that way. You put all this time and effort into something and it's just, and then I'm like, it's not a failure. You got people here. You got people who we can interact as a community, and you have things being done that you really can't put a value on. And dude, you've still got a ramen in the closet. You've still got the lights on. You still have a place to stay. Stop crying. That's what I tell myself. And I go, no shit. Wow, I'm being an ungrateful, whiny bitch. Y'all don't have to tell me that. I'll tell myself that. Y'all can tell me too, I guess. Dude, you're being an ungrateful, whiny bitch. Okay. All right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You're probably right. A lot of faith. No, it's actually a lot, Hellraiser. It's actually it's 100%. Not a little. It's you have to have a majority faith. And faith isn't just believing some imaginary thing that you don't know about will happen and come save you out of some imaginary fantasy land in which you don't live. That's not faith. Like, who the fuck ever told you that was going to happen? Why would you even believe it? If you don't acknowledge where it's coming from, how long can you expect it to keep coming from there? Somebody's going to get resentful. If I keep blessing you and you keep shitting on me, I'm probably going to stop. Right? So if I'm getting blessed and I don't acknowledge where that blessing is coming from, I can expect that common sense dictates that that's eventually going to dry up because I'm an ungrateful little fuck and I'm not getting the message. No, it's all faith. And faith is knowledge. Faith is not just believing. If you believe in something you don't know, you're a fucking idiot anyway. So they say faith is believing. What does that mean? Doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean a motherfucking thing. Well, I believe in the Jesus or Muhammad thing because if I don't, I'm going to some version of hell. That's your justification? You have to believe in something you don't know anything about, or else some shit's going to happen to you forever and you're going to suffer for it, so you're taking the threat? It's a fucking threat. That's not faith. There's no faith there. There's no faith whatsoever. Now, I believe if I hit that light switch, that my ceiling fan is going to come on. That's the only thing, that light switch over there. If I turn my camera toward it, you see one light switch on the wall over there. It controls this ceiling fan. And then I've got another light over here, which creates way too much shine on this poster behind me, and I haven't figured out a way to cure that. If any of y'all know how to fix that, that'd be amazing. But we've been dealing with it for forever now, so if y'all aren't used to it by now, just get over it. Unless you got a way to fix it, and then I'd like to hear it. Maybe like some kind of, probably something that costs a lot of money, and I don't have it, so, you know, if that's the case, keep it to yourself. Anyway, I know, I have faith. I have faith. I do not know that if I turn on my light switch, that my ceiling fan is going to come on, but I do know that if I turn on my light switch, I'm going to see my ceiling fan come on. I don't see the electricity. I don't even see the fucking wires on the wall. I don't even know if that shit is connected from a day-to-day basis. Maybe a mouse got his bitch ass up in the eaves up in there and chewed through a fucking wire. But I assume if I turn on that light switch and my ceiling fan doesn't come on, I have so much faith that it will, which means knowledge. Faith equals knowledge. Anything less is fucking being a dumbass. I assume that either my ceiling fan's broken, or the power's out, or my switch is off. I don't ever question the fact that the conditions that are required to turn my ceiling fan on don't actually exist. Can I see electrons, protons, whatever the fuck takes place in the connection there between the power company and my house and that light switch and my ceiling fan? Can I see any of it? All I know is what they told me, is that's how electricity works, vaguely. And I'm a fucking idiot when it comes to that. But I do know enough that if experience has told me, if I hit my fucking light switch, my ceiling fan comes on. Can I see what makes it happen? Hell no. Do I just assume that's what's going to happen? And do I immediately assume something's broken if it doesn't happen? That's spiritual faith, is knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that that causes that. I can't see it. I don't know why. I just know that it does. I know enough to know that that's the case. So, as far as that faith goes, ain't a single one of you do a single thing in this channel, to be honest. And if you want to get offended by this, I hope not, because I believe it to be true. Meaning equals I know it to be true. That this is all divine ordinance, if that's what you want to call it, or whatever. The bottom line is, what takes care of me in situations where I can't take care of myself means that if I can't take care of myself, I need to be taken care of, right? I need to be supported. I need to be held up in ways that I can't hold myself up. You know, if I can't cover all the bases, those other bases that covered, they're not covered by me. Even if I'm on third, I don't know who's on first and second and home base. Y'all ever heard that joke? Well, I mean, there's kind of some truth to that. Like who really is on first and second and home if you're on third, right? So I can't cover all those bases. I can't do all that. All I can do is be here. What inspires you guys to gift subscription, cheer bits, send donations? When the power's going off tomorrow, why did you guys all of a sudden, out of nowhere, who had never done anything like that before, all of a sudden donate just enough to pay the light bill that was due the next day, or they were getting shut off? We're still streaming 6 months later. I didn't make you do that. I couldn't make you do that. I don't have that power. I can't say y'all give enough fucks about me to do some shit like that. Why would y'all do that? Maybe even stressing yourself in the process just to make sure that this happened. Why would you do that? Minnie was a part of that. Minnie remembers. A few of you other guys were too, as well. In fact, Mal was here then, and so on and so forth. And I don't want to exclude anybody. So everybody was involved, even people who didn't have $1. So it's not all about that. Really, that's not really kind of the point. In this case, it takes dollars to pay a light bill. Is that agreed? So it happened. True enough. But where's the motive and the spirit, the kindness, the motivation to say, this is where I'm going to direct my efforts to make sure that this happens so that this continues to go on? Why would you do that? Would you do that for anyone else? Would you do that for everybody? Maybe. I mean, maybe you would, and maybe you're able to do that. But if you're not, why would you do that here? See, that's what I'm talking about. There's no just believing some imaginary shit might happen. It's having witnessed some miraculous shit happening and been either the recipient of it or witness seeing somebody else being the recipient of that, and some major good being done that really needed to be done in order for something to continue, you know? So that to me is, so it's a lot more than a little faith. Just answering what you were saying. I think that's a really good point. It does take a little faith, but what's your definition of that? That's what really actually matters there. That's the important part. And that's why we continue to go. It's understanding principles like that. That's why the stream keeps going. That's what I believe. What else the fuck do I offer? I'm just an old dude playing video games. If you want to be honest about it. I know that. Alright, I'm back sick. I'm gonna go grab another beer.
Irving and the other mages who fought Aldred.
In the Bible,
Where are
to love thy neighbor.
They are in
Sure.
the harrowing
Absolutely.
chamber.
And everything that encompasses.
Sounds
Sure.
coming up from
That doesn't necessarily mean
We must hurry. They are in great
giving them of
danger, I am
yours
sure of it.
necessarily.
You can't
It might
save
include
them.
that. Sure.
You don't know.
But yeah, if you want to keep it on its simplest terms, that's part of it, I guess. If you guys legitimately love me, well, I love you back as far as that goes. And I put in my hours, but doesn't mean you're obligated to do any one thing or another. But between all the circumstances, if you put them all together, shit that you guys aren't even in control of either, somehow we're still going. You see what I'm saying? All right. Sorry, I'm sitting here bonding with you guys.
They've been surrounded by
Sorry.
blood mages
We'll,
whose wicked fingers.
We're still gonna go kick
your
Aldred's
mind
ass.
and
You know, I think
cut out your
Maldaroth about
thoughts.
30 minutes ago was like, sure, I'll watch you kill Aldred.
Is so intense.
25,
The
30
memory of
minutes
his
later.
friend's
Okay,
death
fuck
is
this.
still fresh in his mind.
That's what I would have
You have
said.
to end it now, before it's too late. To ensure this horror is ended, To guarantee that no abominations.
I'm not going to throw Win away if I don't have to.
Kill everyone up there. That is your choice to make, but
this
I
will
beg
allow
you
us to keep
consider
Win.
what I have
I
to
don't want
say.
to lose Win for no
You
reason.
cannot tell Maleficarum by sight. Just one could influence the mind of a king, of a grand cleric.
Hey, Prim. Oh, shit. We got a raid, guys. What? Raid hype. Raid hype. Does anybody have the pug from the other day? I still got that pug, man. I'm using that pug every time I can find an excuse. Hold on. There he is. What? Oh, shit. Hype right there. That's hype. Pug with tacos. What the fuck? Oh, we're doing all right. We're actually about to go kill Uldred with the best, I think the best party I've ever actually put together ever. Although up to this point, I'm not sure. Oh shit, Hellraiser got you. What a, oh shit, it's Monday. Oh, it's Monday, so everything reset. Hellraiser, dude, I think you like did that like 30 times last week or so. I don't know what it was. It was a lot. That's friggin' amazing. Hey, Sonya. Hey, there's the Sonya I was talking about. Were your ears burning? I'm sorry.
You may be confident in your ability to stand up to them, but what about the rest of us? Will you protect us from them?
Sonya, wait till you see what happens right here. This is crazy. You, along with everyone else here, will appreciate this, but you know what Origins is like on Nightmare, right? I mean, whether you're on PC or console, regardless, there's this thing here. When we get into the upper, unless I just screw it up, I guess I could mess it up or something. But we just walk through. Okay, let's just put it this way: we just killed the sloth demon. Basically, nobody got under 90% health. Nobody. Like, not Stan, not Alistair, not me, not Win, nobody. Not under 90%. Somebody may have taken a hit here and there, but nobody took more than one hit where they weren't 100% health for basically the rest of the fight. It was absolutely ridiculous, actually. The dojo gif? What dojo gif, Hellraiser? Which one are you talking about? Dojo.
No one ever listens. Not until it's far too late.
He's actually
Make
right.
turn his gaze
It's
on
interesting
you.
that Wynn
I hope your
demands to
compassion
come
hasn't
against you
dimmed us all.
here too. Like I think Wynn's not just the good little matronly grandmother who never does any wrong. No, not at all, actually. All right, so let's just see how this goes right here. But like the sloth demon was actually just stupid. It was fast. We ran over. No. I take that back. Okay, so I ran into the Desire Demon with the Possessed Templar and all the corpses and all that shit. I ran into it because we'd been kicking so much ass up to that point. I'm like, I'll show you how a boss rolls through this shit. I got wrecked in like 4 seconds. But as soon as I let somebody else draw a threat, I don't think anyone even got. I don't think anyone really even felt it, to be honest. Tired of the dojo gif? Oh, hell no. Hell no. Put that shit in there on purpose, man. That's epic shit right there. It just goes right along with the
gift that I
with the gifting and shit. So the subscribe one is the ninja there just posing, right? Being added to the crew, right? But the gifting one is the blow dart in the gun. Not just because it's a donation thing, but I think that might be my favorite. Because if you're gonna give a gift, you throw a blow dart into their gun and the gun backfires. Oh, it's fucking amazing. That one's fantastic. Abomination before the fade. Oh yeah. With all the corpses and the tranquils that are getting possessed and turned into shades. We actually saved one of the tranquils. Actually, sure did.
Care to join in our revels?
Yeah. How are you doing there? How are things going? How are you? Are you good? If it's troublesome me asking, I won't ask anymore. Okay? But if you don't mind sharing, I would like to know how things are there without getting into something that will make you online get in trouble or any of that bullshit. I just really just curious how you are. It came across my mind you came in the other day after quite a while and said, "Hey guys," and let us know you were okay, and which was amazing. And then, you so we're only left to our imagination, so I can only imagine how hard it is over there right now. And I've either got it like way more serious than it is, or less than what it is. Like it could be 10 times worse than what I think it is, or it's not as bad as what I think it is, and you're at least able to, maintain and stuff like that. Hey, Bushcraft. Oh, shit. First Let's Plays ever. Really? Huh. Okay. We do our Let's Plays here, pretty much. In other words, we don't really bother with, editing and doing all the YouTube stuff. I've got my playthroughs over there, so if you've watched those, which is probably what you're talking about, then they're there and they're not going anywhere. So if you like those games, hey, that's my angle on those games. Everybody's got their own interpretation, I guess, but we're here almost every day, so that's cool. Back in the day. Well, here we are. And this is what we do pretty much. No, not Knights of the Old Republic. That's one I haven't played because I was waiting on a remaster that was supposed to come out at some point in the last 10 years, and it still hasn't. So, but they're saying it's a thing now. So I will play that. I will certainly play a Jade Empire remaster. That's what I want. I want a Jade Empire remaster with Dragon Age 2 combat. What? Shit. I don't even give a fuck about the skills and the story at that point. You give me a Jade Empire remaster with Dragon Age 2 style combat with all the speed and that Bruce Lee shit. And, man, I'd be all over it. It'd be a brand new game. Oh. I know, I'm asking too much, but that'd be amazing. 2025? Oh. Health stuff. Okay. Well, I just pray that the health issue leaves. I can't do anything about your government being a bunch of jackasses doing what they do, and everybody else's governments being jackasses, not being able to stop it, and politics being what they are. That's not in my power, and I think things are going the way they're supposed to go right now anyway, personally. And even if I didn't think that, there's nothing I could do about it, right? But I do hope that whatever health stuff is going on, whatever that may be, that's your business, right? I hope that just disappears. Let that be. You got enough to deal with. You don't have to worry about that shit too. So I hope that's gone. Especially being that doctors and other things are going to be either financially inaccessible or literally inaccessible. at some point if things continue on the way that they are. And so that's a major concern. And so I hope that's not a concern for you going forward. I can't make that happen. If I could, I would, though. If I could make it happen, I would. That I would do. I would give up my own health to do it. I would give up my own health that you didn't have to worry about that in the situation you're in, because I probably have more access to deal with it than maybe you would. That I can say. And I think there's a few other people who might say the same thing, just because. So, I'll say that. There you go. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and kick Aldred's ass because he deserves it. We're just going to take it out on this guy. Remaster 2025. Man, I hope that's not true. I hope it's before that. But they have a lot of other plates on their table too. They've got to deal with Dragon Age. You've got to deal with the Mass Effect rumors now. You've got to deal with any other project you've got going on. I don't think BioWare's picked up any other IPs. So hopefully they don't get distracted by an Anthem that everybody told them they weren't going to play anyway. Right? Hopefully they don't get distracted by some dog shit like that. That would be nice. So they can just go back to making what we want them to make, as opposed to what they think they should make based on no logic or evidence whatsoever that they should make it. You know, it'd be nice if they'd just do that. But I would still take a remastered any of those. You give me a remastered KOTOR, and I would love to check it out. Even if I don't enjoy the game, I would like to investigate it. I would like to play through the game because I feel like there's potential there for a game that I would actually like. Going back and looking at it, I'm like, damn, this shit is as dated as the old as Jade Empire. Like it doesn't just look awful, it plays awful as well. I don't really care about the graphics if it's good, you know? I mean, I can still play Origins. I'm still playing it again for the 100th time, right? But it's at least got to be acceptable. I mean, everybody has their standards, and, you know, that's the reason you don't see me playing Elder Scrolls Morrowind. I'd probably be much more into that if the graphics and the gameplay were at least something I could stomach. I can't stomach it. I just can't. That was the problem with Jade Empire. I just, okay, so, yeah. It was just, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. I did play a little bit of it, though. I think we even streamed it one time, just to check it out. And I was like, I could really get into this, but it's, you know, everything about the game is pushing me away from it. Where I feel like, I wish I had played this game 10 years ago. That's what I felt about Jade Empire. I wish I had played that game 10, 15, 20 years before I played it. Or whatever. You know, I don't know when it came out, but...
Fight,
yeah.
if you must. It will just make my victory all the sweeter.
Don't forget the litany. It will thwart Aldred's attempts to control
Jade Empire.
the mages and win his fight for us.
If you ever look into it, you'll see it really needs to be remastered. It's a kung fu RPG. Is what it is. Watch this. Get wrecked, bro. Get wrecked, bitch. Get wrecked. I am killing this dude. Oh my god. That's That's what I'm talking about right there. When you got a good party makeup, that's how it should look right there. Okay, so even if you save all of the mages that are up here with Irving is in the same cage, but the rest of the mages, when the cage dissipates, they all die. Now you can say that's just an oversight in story writing, and it's just irrelevant NPCs that they just wash out of the game. That could be true, but the point being is I think something about that cage destroys mentally and reestablishes mentally where a person's at once they get through that cage. It works with Templars. Why the hell wouldn't it work with mages? But Irving is still willing to submit himself to the Templars. He doesn't immediately just go Jowan mode, Anders mode, Orsino mode once he's threatened. He doesn't do that. He says the best thing to do here. So he may be the only one with the mental resistance to not be corrupted and essentially transformed by all this super uber heavy duty blood magic bullshit, right? I don't know. I mean, I really don't have an explanation for it, but whatever. Yeah, see, all these mages are dead, and even if you save them, they're still dead. Like if you use the Litany of Andrala, and don't let him convert any of these other mages into abominations, they still die as soon as Uldred dies, except Irving. So is that some kind of magical justification for Irving, or is it a condemnation against Irving? You know what I'm saying? If some of you know some lore that I don't, it'd be interesting to see what you had to say about that. Hey, Princess. Oh shit, you missed it. You missed it, Princess. We were talking about you earlier. I don't know if your ears were burning. We're talking about Sonya too, but we were talking about you too. It was, we were running around with the golem in the fade, and the golem had
I am thankful to be alive.
jiggle buns. He did. They were getting their friggin' physics on right there. They were kind of swishing side to side and jumping up and down all at the same time. They were kind of doing this mesmerizing hypnotic type of shit. Jiggle buns. Then of course we got off into Jory, Davith, Alistair, Ogren, and anybody else who might have some potential jiggles, bounce, dangles, bangles, some shit like that. Anyway, so we were all over the map on that one. But somebody brought up the point. Princess is like totally missing this, and I'm like, yeah, I bet she wishes she was here right now. Yep. Jiggles and jangles and physics and all kinds of shit going on. Thong strat. Oh. Thong strats. Oh god. Irving is the one. So Irving is possessed then. Irving is possessed then. Wow. So if that's a thing, then see, that's what I'm talking about. Shit like that. That shows you that Irving's not in control of his own mind. He's now succumbed to not only sympathizing with mages, but siding with them against all logic, justice, reason, common sense, everything. Kind of like the Templar recruits. Even friggin' Cullen, actually, in Dragon Age 2. Even Cullen, with all he had seen, he still says some stuff, but he's willing to just go along with, by the way, the entire Templar order rests on my decision here, so I say accept the Blood Mage dominated Templar into your order because I say so. And he says, well, you have been a help, so we're going to let politics override judgment and common sense and our actual duties, and such and such can stay in the order and serve Blood Mages along with Thrask for the rest of the fucking game. We're about to see it. We're going to get past Origins eventually, and we'll get into Dragon Age 2. And if we're still streaming, we'll see it. we'll get to that point, and it'll be like, wow, the subtle and even direct mental manipulation of everybody at the hands of the mages, period. Well, there's a difference between mages and blood mages. Not in Dragon Age 2. Not really. No. You might have one or two exceptions. You know, like Solivitus might not be a possessed-ass blood mage. Bethany might not be a possessed-ass blood mage. There might be one or two others, maybe. But not really. If they're not possessed, they're influenced. It's even friggin' Bethany. Because when you travel around with Bethany, I hate to say this, but when you travel around with Bethany and Anders, she buys into some of his most obvious evil bullshit that you ever heard in your life. Like, you're not allowed as Hawk to turn around and stick a knife in fucking Anders' throat and say, "Shut your fucking dick sucker and don't talk to my sister. You corrupting, cancerous piece of shit." You should be able to do that. There's a few times where even Aveline is supposed to do that with Anders, and even Varric a couple times. And Varric is just like, oh my god, I introduced these motherfuckers. And this is the most shameful thing I ever did in my life. The one thing that Varric is ashamed of more than getting Corypheus freed is allowing Anders to exist in Hawk's story. That's the one thing he's ashamed of more than anything else. There's a reason for that. Absolute reason for that. Anyway, let's go.
You to guide me down the stairs.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Anders couldn't be any more the opposite of Malcolm Hawk than any other character in Dragon Age. Not any more the opposite. But I don't think that's Bethany's fault. Blood mages enthrall. Y'all know what enthrall means, right? Not really mind possessed, but influenced to the point that you can get somebody to draw a dagger across the throat and kill themselves. They won't even know they're doing it.
Don't be ridiculous.
Of course he'll say that. He might be a blood mage. Don't you know what they did? I won't let this happen again.
I am the Knight Commander here, not you.
Well, what does the Knight Commander think then? If you spare even one blood mage, we might regret it later. That's the truth.
I know. And I would do anything to prevent this atrocity from reoccurring.
Colin is right. There is no way of knowing
See,
if any of us are.
This is the most, aside from Malcolm Hawk, this is the most responsible mage I've ever seen. He doesn't even know if he's possessed, and he's willing to admit it, which means he's not possessed. No possessed mage is going to be willing to admit that they might be possessed. But that is the most responsible act I've ever seen from a mage in the entire the trilogy up to this point.
Have plans for you.
Yep.
For now, we should deal with your wounded. No, we still have things to discuss. Cullen, take these mages away and watch them carefully. Make sure they get the healing they require.
But
See,
will
wait a minute.
receive healing. I will have no more blood on my hands. Now go.
Everything that the mages have ever accused Templars of being never ever has any reality in anything that happens in the game. Here, the Templar in charge, what does he say? He could say, do away with all of them. Cullen, the one that some people even want to romance as mages and idolize when they cosplay and shit at conventions and shit, right? Is the one who's the most anti-mage. And I think his only thing here is I just don't want to reward them, right? But here, the Templar Order as a whole, hey Tito, hey, thanks for the follow. Here, the Templar Order as a whole, and it's really no different in Kirkwall. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. It's a little more political, but that's about it. Here, the Templar Order as a whole is, please, show them mercy. We'll find out if there's still a threat here. I don't want to kill anyone that doesn't need to be killed. Still trying to maintain some sense of duty. and so on and so forth. It's a hell of a position you put the Templars in, because supposedly between the mages and everybody else is the Templars. They're that stopgap that keep the mages from just getting completely blown out of control. So what the fuck do the mages do? They possess all the Templars and turn them into abominations with their goddamn red lyrium / incarnate blood magic. That's what the fuck they do. Who's at fault there? What the fuck did the Templars do there? As an order, as an institution, as a whole. How are they to blame? They're not. Who's to blame? 101%. Pharmaceutical grade. No exceptions. Completely pure. Who's to blame in everything? Every time. No holds barred. Fact. Fact. Play the game. There's nothing to argue against me. Every single second of the game validates everything I'm saying. I can't see how that's wrong. I played through the game a lot. I'm trying to see where the mages have some kind of something. If you have to stretch that far to find some innocence in all that guilt, even if you found some, it wouldn't fucking matter. Bitch, if you're 99% guilty, you're guilty. All the time. Yeah, but this one time I didn't do it. Bitch, you meant to. You meant to. Right? Plain and simple. No holds barred. That's just the way it is. Just fact. It's kind of inarguable. You know what I'm saying? Crazy, right? But it's kind of a... Oh, hey, what's up, class? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm just ranting against mages. But I'm not really ranting against mages. I'm just ranting to state the obvious of how the story really writes it. They like kind of, the story, the way the writing goes, which is kind of ingenious actually, is they kind of try to perpetuate a gray area over something that's completely black and white, left and right, up, down, light, dark. I mean, it's just obvious. There's no arguing it. So they try to smooth it over, mostly with mage propaganda. That's about all you can call it. The only Templars that go batshit crazy against you are really the ones that have been mind controlled and possessed by mages. And so where are the Templars to blame in that? If I'm thinking for myself and I do some stupid shit, well, you can call me on it. But if I'm mind controlled and I'm no longer in control of myself and I'm now just a puppet to the very thing I'm sworn to protect against, then whose fault is that? The puppet master? The mages? The propagandists? The politicians? The serial killers? Etc., 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 right?
Yes, I suppose. There will be questioning, among other things. The Chantry will learn about this soon enough, and the Grand Cleric will be the one to decide their fate. We will form the circle anew upon the remains of the old, and we will not make the same mistakes twice. Wynne, I am sure you were instrumental in bringing peace to the tower, and you have always been a respected member of the circle. The circle will be in need of a first enchanter. There is none other more suited to this position than you. It is yours, if you will accept it.
Ah, Gregor, you only picked me because all the rest of the senior mages are either dead or otherwise incapacitated. But I cannot accept this offer. I wish to teach and to learn, and I will not spend the rest of my life tiptoeing around the Chantry. I would, in fact, prefer to remain in the company of the Grey Warden, if she will have me.
So, what the part of the story you don't get at this point right here is that Wynne has already made a deal with, we're not going to put labels on it. A spirit from the Fade. We'll just leave it at that. Well, that's a demon. Yeah. 99% of the time, yeah, it's a demon. But we'll just say, a spirit from the Fade. But it's a benevolent spirit. It would never harm me. I've got an understanding with this spirit, and we'd never do any wrong. Have you ever heard that shit before? Of course you have, from every mage that ever existed ever. But we'll just leave all that aside. At this point, right here where we stand in the game, with all this shit wisping off of us, which looks amazing. That's momentum, by the way, on a rogue. It's fantastic, right? So, anyway, with all that right there, at this point where we stand, Wynn has already made a deal with the spirit from the Fade to keep her alive at the expense of some of her health. And she'd rather be free of the circle to go learn and teach anywhere else. So it sounds like a beneficial thing to say, I'd rather go fight the Blight than be here doing nothing, rebuilding a circle that doesn't have any strength. That's what it would sound like. But what it really actually is Wynn wanting to get the fuck out of here because whatever spirit has possessed her wants to experience life outside of the circle, away from the Templars and any kind of discipline and restrictions, to be free and experience the world, which is what every demon wants to do inside their blood mage. Right? I mean, if you listen to her words carefully, it's like, of course you wouldn't accept the job of First Enchanter. Even if I told you to, you still wouldn't. Wynn would just either fight us now or leave. Because I don't think she's in control of herself. I really don't. Even if she doesn't know it. It may not be her fault. She was dead, a spirit revived her, and now her entire life relies on this spirit that dwells within her from the Fade. If that's not possession, I don't know what the fuck it is. I'm trying to find a new definition in the game to possession. The only one that I'm given describes Wynn 100%. But if it's not, then it's got to be some other definition to sort of possession, but not really. And would you actually believe that? If someone said, Anders claims to be possessed but not really, that's the worst fucking abomination in the entire trilogy up to this point. Corypheus is a fucking angel giving money to homeless people, compared to Anders, child molesting, rapist, terrorist, serial killing, murdering, lying, using, manipulating, piece of shit, every good thing, I'm against it, every evil thing, that's what I'm all about, piece of shit fucking ass. That's all Anders is. There's no exception to that. It proves it 100% of the time. So a kind of sort of possessed mage, but not really. I just had an understanding with a spirit and I let it live on this side of the Fade because we have an understanding. It's really a good spirit, so you don't need to worry about it. Until you start killing every innocent person you see and supporting every evil thing you see. I'm not saying Wynn does that exactly, but how can she be exempt by the same excuse that she gives you that Anders gives you? It's the exact same thing. Regardless of what the nature of that spirit was, once it inhabits your mortal body, every sin and corruption and thing in this world now becomes a part of it as well. What does it become? It becomes a demon. Every single time. There's no exceptions except Wynn. Wynn is the one exception to all history and every magical principle. Wynn defies gravity, but nobody else does. That's a reasonable argument. Well, Wynn can defy gravity because she's Wynn, and that's why it's not a demon. Really, that's your argument? Really, that's your excuse? Really? Really? Based on the rules that the game has given us, Wynn is possessed by a demon. Even if it doesn't portray itself as such. Maybe not a rage demon, maybe not an abomination or a shade or this or that or whatever. It's a benevolent spirit. It means well. It means well according to what? Killing you and everyone around you and making it to where you can't do your job if you're required to do so? Oh, yeah, that doesn't sound like a benevolent angelic spirit to me. Just think about it. Yeah, but it's the good kind of possession. I mean, it's that vanilla Carl's Jr. possession. We have better burgers than everyone else. Bitch, what about Whataburger? Shh! Don't make me kill you. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. All right. Anyway,
I
let's
was
go.
an Ostagar, and we failed. This will not happen a second time. The Darkspawn must be taken down, and I wish to be there when it happens.
Are you sure you will not?
Of course not, Sonya. She has to get out of here. She can't stay in the circle.
Left to speak of.
Exactly. That's the point.
Return to the circle
Is
when
demons
safe.
like okay, we've been raised with Hollywood. Well, okay, Sonya, maybe not Hollywood. I don't know what access you have to Western movies over there. I'm assuming it's the same as anything else since you can get on YouTube and Twitch. So, okay, fine. So you have the Hollywood mentality, which is basically to create an alternative to every real thing that might actually matter to you, to interpret the world around you in a realistic sense. So Hollywood has demonized or fantasized every single thing that's an actual thing that pertains to anything, and as long as politics washes it out of your world entirely, Hollywood will make sure it stays there through the TV, through your cell phone, through whatever, to make sure that you can never see anything that actually matters in terms of interpreting the shit around you in any meaningful sense. Meaning you can't have the truth if you're brainwashed by Hollywood. The next step above that is the media. The next step above that is your governments and your economies. That's how the system works. All right, so if you look at, demonization, you think about horns, red, glossy skin, a lot of flames, maybe a little brimstone, maybe some cold, to where on a hot summer day, your breath is showing wispy bits of cold because it's cold around, and all these superstitious things that might apply to other realms that all apply to the demonization of everything. Even the movie Exorcist, which was extremely well done, but possession is nothing like that. Possession is a perfect example of possession is the White House. If you want to know what actual demonic possession looks like, the White House, the media, most musicians, if not all, actors. That's what demonic possession actually looks like. But Hollywood would make it look like, turning your neck 360 and your teeth rotting in your face and looking like, a Dragon Age Origins corpse or a Darkspawn and all this stuff. And you would do these things and you would just, how the fuck is a demon, if you actually think about it, ever going to succeed if it pokes you in your asshole with a pitchfork and destroys your entire life? A demon only succeeds when they get you to agree to the things that are destroying your entire life and think that they're somehow a good thing and start preaching accordingly. Meaning you go to a liberal convention and you start spouting the shit that makes no sense, that's destroying your life and the country and the foundation upon everything you stand around you. That's possession. That's what a demon looks like. A demon doesn't come out and try to draw flies with vinegar. A demon comes out and tries to draw flies with honey, making their shit look like honey and getting you to call it honey too. And then you're so embarrassed that you were so duped that you just buy into it because you're too proud to admit that you were completely wrong in everything you ever said or did in your life. That's demonization. Not The Exorcist, not Chucky, not fucking Hellraiser, not whatever it is that Hollywood presented to you to give you a literal sense of demonization and not showing you how it actually works in your society. That's as much truth as I can give you on that, guys. That's actually, it's not my truth. I didn't make that up. I didn't make any of that up, actually. I actually didn't give you shit. Never mind. Don't even credit me with any of that. But yeah, there you go. But of course not. Of course not. She has to go out, and this demon, according to Dragon Age lore, wants to live a life through wind that it cannot exist here. It has to be outside of here. And she has to go on and then, you know, eventually get killed by her demon, which if you're sacrificing your life for power, what the fuck is that called? Just because it's not blood magic in an Anders or Orsino or Hawk sense, in case you're playing a blood mage, which you can play good blood mage, just kill all the rest of the blood mages. You know, it's not that kind of sense, but it's the same principle in a... It just looks slightly different. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Wynn sacrifices her life for power. Does she even mean to? Doesn't even matter at that point, does it? She's possessed. She's possessed. Well, but she's not growing fangs and using the spell hemorrhage and absorbing the life essence of everyone around her to empower her spells so she can kill everybody. Well, yeah, she's kind of actually doing that, but let's just say she's not doing that specifically. She's still following the same principles. She can't do without the power now that the demon has bestowed upon her. The deal that was made, even if it was against her will, is still in place. It doesn't matter. That's the point. That's the point. To show that it has a few more faces than just the obvious fangs and pitchfork and red skin and glowing eyes and I kill you. Who the fuck buys into that bullshit? Oh, you might give in to a threat if you're a pussy. You might. But 99.9% of everybody else gives in to the agreement, the bargain. What's alluring about it? What do I actually want? How often does a demon succeed by giving you what you don't want? Doesn't even make sense, does it? That's what Hollywood would tell you, though. And it has nothing to do with reality. It's so much smoke that you can never, ever see the truth. You don't know what an actual demonically possessed person actually looks like. And you would never be able to detect it. Anyway. All right.
I suppose nothing I say.
But we still need a healer, no matter what. Even if she's a demon-possessed blood
Join
mage
the
healer,
Grey
we still
Warden
need
if
one.
it pleases you. As for you, I am grateful for what you have done. And I did give you my word that we would aid you in your battle against the Darkspawn. I intend to honor my promise to you.
Do you see how RPGs bring up these actual, like, real-life things? Isn't that amazing? That's why I love these games. Nothing beats it. There's no other kind of game that... You can put every other type of game together. If you put every single other type of game that exists together into one game, you would still fall short of a real RPG. You still wouldn't have everything that makes an RPG. Oh, you can have the fighting, the racing, the sports, the mini games, the puzzles. You can have all that shit. But you still don't even touch an RPG. You don't. You don't. An RPG can include all that as side shit. That's not even 10% of the content. Then the RPG goes and does some shit that none of those other games can do. And if they did, guess what they'd be? They'd have RPG elements, right? Still wouldn't be an RPG. Like Tomb Raider isn't an RPG. Still a good game, though. Amazing game, right? If you want to take 20% of what an actual RPG has to offer, it's a good game. It's a really good game for what it does. It's not an RPG, though. I don't care what element. Call of Duty gives you XP. Does that make it an RPG? Are you fucking kidding me?
Once we have secured the tower, my men and I will make our way to battle. After all, we still have not heard from Denerim, and the Darkspawn threaten all of Ferelden. It falls to me to decide what
It's easy to understand.
The Templars, out of
It's
duty and gratitude,
easy
will
to
stand
understand,
with the Grey
Sonya.
Warden.
In this sense, is she's possessed. She's possessed. She's not allowed to actually work against something that she's actually in kin with, which would be the Blight. Oh, she could... Oh, I mean, you know, demons will also one-up one another. Like her spirit, now that her spirit is within Wynn, can take a step above some of that spirit's kin. Other kinds of spirits. Even if those spirits are essentially inhabit Darkspawn and shit like that. Oh, sure, defeating Darkspawn isn't against the spirit's agenda, But conquering the archdemons is way above the spirit's agenda. The spirit is simply a parasite living off of wind. That puts it all in perspective. I think it does. All right, hold on. I'm gonna grab my beer. Let me finish this. Well, that was actually one of the CRPGs. Hey, Vaughn, you have to explain to me exactly what like a CRPG is. Like, what is that considered? Links. Oh, God. Hey, big raid coming in, guys. Big raid. That's 2 raids for tonight. We have now had 2 raids. Everybody go follow our raiders. Go give Manic. Hey, Sancho, what's going on, Sancho? That's, something's awesome about Sancho. That's actually super amazing. Hey, what's up, Lynx? Shit, thanks for the raid, man. What are you guys on? I'm going to ask you every time, just because. But we want to know what you're playing, too. Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Night. It really is Master Sancho. It's just awesome. I know something just sounds cool about that. Okay. Are you really? It's not. You know, now I feel less than. I feel like inadequate because everybody like talking about KOTOR and then going and playing KOTOR still to this day and so on and so forth and saying, oh, it's all this and it's all that. And I'm like, I've gone and looked at it. It seems like really dated. You know, gameplay and graphics play some part. More the gameplay. The graphics don't have to be all that. Origins proves that. The graphics. But KOTOR is definitely pre-Origins. It's a little more like Jade Empire to me. As far as visuals go. And then I'm not criticizing. I'm not criticizing. If it's amazing, it's amazing. And I've heard that. I was told the same thing about Jade Empire, and it was how would I put this? How would I put this? Super simple compared to Dragon Age 2. There you go. Like super simple from the RPG's perspective. Now I'm not saying sometimes the story is all that really matters. And you're not going for the challenge, you're not going for a character build. You're not going for this and going for that. You're just going for the experience of the game and and see where it leads you. And it's hard not to get sidetracked by wanting to see what skills and attributes and stuff that I can put in place to make, you know, something like badass. Like that's it's almost like people modding Skyrim just to mod it, even though they don't even play it anymore. They just mod it to see their mod in the game, and then they just go work on another mod. They don't even play the game anymore, you know? It's kind of like that. It's kind of like the build. You got the story, you got the game, but how am I going to play through the game without a build, you know? And so I get so obsessed with it, I just get not just sidetracked, but completely derailed, I guess you can say. Yeah, but I mean, if a game offers, you know, a little bit of everything, then it's really good, no matter how you look at it. Right. That's what I found with Jade Empire. And, you know, I'm not criticizing it at all. I almost had an orgasm on stream. Don't get disgusted. Not literally, but I almost had an orgasm on stream. Essentially, thinking about Jade Empire with like a Dragon Age 2 combat system, with the speed and you know, just the brutality and the cool animations and just zipping around and, you know, roundhouse kicks and flying and backstabbing and, you know, doing all this stuff, right? How badass would that be? You know, something you know what? Honestly, they wouldn't have to do a lot with the graphics if they did something like that. If they made it super playable to where, like, okay, this is what I have to do 90% of the time to get from point A to point B. Well, if I have to do it 90% of the time, make it 90% of the fun. You know, make it look cool, make it feel cool. I'm running around, if I kick somebody and they fly over the next house and they split into 5 body parts and they land in bloody chunks and, you know, all this type of stuff, I'm like, okay, that's kind of badass. You know, but if you just got this, games had their limits back then. I get that. And I scream that those games need a remaster. Not that they should remaster them. They have to remaster them. Why do you hate money? That's my question. Why do you hate money? Remaster that shit. Give it some up-to-date stuff. Give it some real-time combat with really good pathing and all this other stuff and utilize all the same shit. You can keep the same balance in place if you want to. Just make it look good. I mean, really, I'm playing it, and if my character is going around going, and that's it, you know, that gets old after about 3.5 seconds. But if my character's running around and they're doing this fucking ninja stuff and feet are flying everywhere and they got 6 lightsabers coming out of their ass and they're doing all this stuff, oh my God, I can do this all day. What's the story about? I don't know, but I'm having fun doing this. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a huge part of it. It's something they couldn't do back then, but they can do it now. So they can take the same concept and design, they can take the same game world and fill it with stuff that actually really, really just, you know, an action movie way back in the day was Rambo First Blood. Y'all ever seen it? Rambo First Blood? The first Rambo movie? I believe it was called First Blood. The very first Rambo movie. I think it was 70 something. Y'all ever seen it? Y'all ever seen it? Can you point out one single special effect in that movie? Just one. Probably not. Not a real actual special effect. Now go to any action movie from Die Hard all the way up to subsequent First Blood / Rambo movies, to basically any action movie that was ever made in the last 15, 20 years. Since video games were able to introduce some actual fun into their gameplay to add a staple to whatever else their game had to offer. Once we became able to do that, why wouldn't you do that anymore? The best games incorporate the best of both worlds. They actually introduce the action, but they keep kind of an old school feel to it. I thought Origins, Dragon Age 2, even Oblivion. You know what? Fuck Oblivion, actually. Oblivion is one of my top 5 favorite games of all time, but the gameplay is dog asshole. It's trash. It's absolute shit. But it's still one of the best games ever made. Now, imagine if you had Dragon's Dogma, or Dark Souls, or Kingdoms of Amalur, or even Fable 2 combat in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Fuck Skyrim. They're making 20, 30 mods a day trying to fix that shit, and they still haven't gotten it right. That's how bad it was. But let's look at Oblivion. Imagine if you incorporated that into that game. Would the graphics even matter? When you're fighting off the Daedra in some Oblivion realm, when you're fighting off a pack of wolves, or some fucking bear, or some bandits, or whatever it is. Or you're fighting against the guard, they called you criminal scum, so you talked about their mamas and you decided to kill all of them. And you had some actual real gameplay to put in there. Big swords, big animations, good combat, solid, just visceral shit that you could actually sink your teeth into. That would make one of the best games ever made 3 times better. Right? So, with me personally, these older games, and like I say, you don't get where you're at today without having what those games were then. You don't get to point C without an A and a B. I get it. But they have to remaster those games. They have to. Now where it's not even a should or an option, you have to. You have to introduce this generation to a quality and caliber of game that is 150,000 times better than anything that's come out in the last 9 or 10 years. It's so far above and beyond, it's just ridiculous. It incorporates everything that matters in a video game, as opposed to just giving us a interactive action movie. Take that interactive action and put it in a game that had the other 99% that actually made it a quality video game. Not that shit that Skyrim inspired and has left us without anything worth playing, basically, in the last 10 years. Money gets funny and oh, no. I don't agree. Money might smell funny, but I can live with that. If you have enough money, you can make space for your money, right? Anyway. But still, Knights of the Old Republic, I've been waiting on a remaster of Knights of the Old Republic, the early Fallout games, Fallout 1 and 2. There's been a couple others, but Fallout 1 and 2 specifically. The first 4 Elder Scrolls, if you want to say, you want to throw in Daggerfall, you want to throw in whatever, but all the way up to Oblivion. I'd still say Oblivion needs to be remastered. I can still play it, but it's a stretch. Even though I have such a nostalgic attachment to the game world and everything about it, that I was offended by Elder Scrolls 5. I was offended by it. I'm like, oh wow, now you actually offended me. Really? Okay, now I wanted to fight. I was like, fuck you. I wanted to fight. I really actually did.
You must excuse me. There are loose ends to be tied up, and the Chantry must be informed that the situation here is under control.
Okay. Wow, Tito.
May the Maker watch.
No, I mean I did, but I didn't really. We got the game, and I said I'd try it. Thank God I didn't make too many promises. But I said I would try it, and I did. But I put it on the hardcore mode, which means that you don't get any tutorials. You don't know how to fight. Nobody tells you how to fight. It's assumed that you've already played the game for 1,000 hours, and now you know what everything means. So instead of jumping into it just to play it, I jumped into it as like, well, hardcore mode. Oh yeah, come on with it, man. Shit, I'll do that. And so there wasn't a single intuitive thing involved with anybody in a fight, fist fight, sword fight, none of that. And I got up to the point where you're basically, how do I say it? Running from your first town, which is basically the beginning of the game. Everything before that is tutorial, right? So I actually got past the tutorial, got past the fist fighting, the basic sword fighting, just the basics. Got past it, and I said, wow, I don't know shit about this game. And so I finally run from town, and there was absolutely nothing I could do anywhere that didn't get me instantly killed, because nobody I would confront and no skills that I had. And there were so many survival elements in the game that I'm like, okay, you can give me Fallout New Vegas hardcore mode. In fact, once I play that, I can't play it without that. I get that. But if you're going to give me, Until Dawn, or whatever survival games are out there right now, where you're constantly looting through everything to debuff some bullshit that the game is giving you. Your temperature, your hunger, your thirst, your this, your that. If that's immersive to somebody, that's amazing. If it's immersive to you, you're probably addicted to that game. But that's not immersive to me. To me, it's annoying. I don't mind certain stuff. Armor repair, weapon repair, hunger, thirst, sleep. I can deal with that. But when you break that down into about 50 subcategories and then give me no idea how to fight one asshole that has a sword the same as mine, and I have no idea, because if he puts a sword up here, I'm supposed to either D-pad or left stick there and then press my button here, and I'm supposed to do this stuff. I had absolutely no tutorial hint as to what I was supposed to do. So I think that ruined it for me. Had I played it just normal, I might have actually been able to at least, do something with it. But I played it on hardcore mode from the start, and that's how I approach all my games. So why can't I approach this one like that? That really actually bothered me a little bit. I'm sure. Even 1v1, if you have no idea what any of the prompts, I'm going to call them prompts. Here is one thing. Here's another. Here's another. Here's another. Here's another. Here's another. Here's another. You've got like 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, maybe even more than that, prompts to tell you how to react, when to block, when to attack, when to do this, how to attack, which button presses to attack, which button presses to defend, and all this stuff. And in hardcore mode, they don't give you any of that. They barely tell you how to play that stupid, dice game? Barely. I mean, like, just barely. So, but I did enjoy that. That was actually kind of fun, so. Yeah, anyway.
All those abominations. I didn't think it was possible.
But yeah, I can't. Finally, I called it quits when I said, if I ever have to fight 2 people when I can't kill 1, what am I going to do against 3 or 4, or some monster in the woods, or who knows what the fuck the game's going to throw at me? I was like, and this, you know what? It not only stopped being fun. I was like, you really actually have to have 1,000 hours in this game to play on this mode. It's not a difficulty mode. It's a knowledge and experience mode. And I was like, okay, so if I ever come back to play this, we're not doing this. Maybe that would be a good New Game Plus or second or third playthrough type of thing, to take everything you've gathered and say, okay, I know what I'm doing, man. I can kick some ass now. I can see that. But if nothing makes sense ever, and it eventually stops being fun. It's like, I got to keep track of my health, my stamina, my diseases, probably, thirst, sleep, clothing, temperature, fucking who knows what the hell else, right? I got to keep track of all this like a survival game, and then you're going to throw in some RPG elements, which really, you actually have to learn how to read. Like, that was a really cool concept to me. But wow, that's fucking annoying because I can't find a book. You know, I felt like that guy who was called to play with a team on a court in a game you've never played before. And then you get your shit kicked in, you got balls bouncing off your head, you look like a dumbass, everybody's laughing at you, and you go sit down and you're like, okay, why the fuck am I even here in the first place? And that's when I took the game out and I said, okay, this is probably not for me. Probably not for me. And so if it's like, well, you know, it was a challenge and you just failed to the challenge, whatever. Not exactly, but okay, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Will I go back? I mean, I've got the game now, so it's there. And I'd probably like to go play it on normal mode just to experience, because I really liked the music and the way the story was playing out. Like, that was actually really different. It was cool. It was actually pretty cool. It's just the gameplay made it impossible. I couldn't do anything, anywhere. And watch me play Dark Souls. If you have 2 million Dark Souls players, I'm probably in the bottom 1,501,000 on down. I'm in the bottom 25%, maybe even worse than that, maybe. But I at least have an idea of what I'm supposed to be doing. In that game, I was clueless. I'm like, you're supposed to know what you're doing ahead of time before you even do this. But you know, that's part of the challenge. I always take the game and crank it up however you can. You know, crank up the difficulty first, and that will require you to learn what the game requires to meet the game on that level. Okay, so here's, say, max difficulty: insanity, nightmare, very hard, extreme, death march, whatever the fuck the game is, right? Here's a level. And so I go to fight something and I realize, like, I'm not just outnumbered, I'm completely out of it. So you look around and you say, what equipment, what things, what armor, what stuff can I compensate with this? Nothing? This is where you start? Okay, cool. So this is the difficulty level. This is the expectation. Meet the game here. So how do I meet the game there? Is there a skill I can pick out the chute? Or do I just have to start and learn the combat, and they overtest you early to make you aware of how challenging the combat is going to be? That's fine. I can deal with that too. But as long as the game tells you what you need to do at some point, or at least allows you to figure it out. Kingdom Come Deliverance doesn't do any of that bullshit. Not on hardcore mode. Oh, fuck no. It's the opposite. It takes pride in depriving you of everything you need to learn the game. So, yeah, it's kind of impossible at that point. I'm not saying you can't get through it. I just wouldn't bother. It's not worth it. I'll just go play anything else. So I'll go back to it eventually someday and just play it. You know, just to see what it's about and stuff. I would like to go explore more of the game world. I thought, really, the music, I think, is what really got me. The way they played the music and the cutscenes. The cinematics were amazing. I mean, they were actually, like, really good. They were personal. And, you know, 1v1, you know, you're talking to somebody meaningfully in a realistic way. It really did that well. For a 2A or 1A title, it did that really well. So, you know, I'll give credit where it's due. I can't criticize it because I didn't play it the way I was supposed to. Next time, maybe I will. Anyway. All right. Shit, what do we... Oh, man. Where the hell did I get that? Where did I get that? Actually, that's really a good question. All right, hold on. I have to look at that. I got a +1 cold damage, and that's it. Let's probably just sell it as it is. Yeah, fuck it. All right. Let's see what else we got. It's actually not that to Puppy Bro. Physical resistance is actually really good too. Okay. Endless lyrium dust. Now I still don't have enough. Son of a bitch. Really? Oh, I got it now. There we go. Give me that. Give me that right now. I don't care about the rest of it. All right, sweet. Well, we still got Wynn with us, and we cleared up the circle tower with only one hiccup. No, I take that back. No, when we ran into the mages in the Mages Under, or the Burning Tower, or wherever that was, Mages Under. Yeah, they kicked our shit in about 3 times. Yeah, they actually did. I take that back. Other than that, though, we're good. We can actually do Red Cliff right now if we want to. I'm gonna go to camp though. We'll worry about that in a second. I want to optimize this because this is amazing. Bite the keyboard. Bite the keyboard. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, it was good. Like I said, I'm not even really criticizing it. I'm saying my experience, but that was me being obstinate and stubborn. That was my fault. I would have had, I could give you a legitimate experience with the game had I played it the way it was supposed to be played. I just, if you throw a hardcore, nightmare, insanity, very hard, this or that, or blah, 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 I'm like, let's do it. And then the game will show me what it wants. And then I'll figure it out. That's been the case with everything. All the Mass Effect games, Dragon Age games, Elder Scrolls, Oblivion. Play it on max difficulty and see if you don't have to utilize every single fucking thing the game has to offer, or else get your ass kicked for at least the first 90% of your playthrough. Right? I mean, it's beautiful. That's the way it's supposed to be. These are the tools you need, and if you don't have them, figure out how to get them. And now all of a sudden, I'm getting the extra $100 worth out of a game that I only paid $60 for. That's where it's at. I'm just running through on story mode. It's great to experience the story, and I still probably wouldn't mind experiencing just that on Kingdom Come Deliverance. But from what I understand, the difficulty is pretty much what it is. There's no easy, slightly easy, normal, above normal, hard, very hard, super hard, stupid hard. There's none of that. You either get tutorials or you don't. But everything else is pretty much the same. Oh, that's fine. That's cool. I can live with that. I just was too arrogant or stubborn when I first played it. LN, hey, what's going on, man? Santa drug jingle? What?
Is that all? It is surrounded by an ocean of darkspawn. How will you reach it? If you reach it, how will you slay it? You say you are a Grey Warden. I have heard stories of this order. Great strategists and peerless warriors. That is what we hear of the Wardens. So far, I am not impressed.
Huh, I'm not here to impress you.
Evidently not. It remains only to see what you are here for.
He actually respects that. That is the best thing you can say to him. I'm not here to impress you, man. I'm just doing my job. He's like, now that's respectable. I kind of like the Qunari's sense of honor and respect until they aren't honorable anymore, which is part of the problem with the Qunari. They don't really have a lot of honor. They have a sense of honor. They just don't have a lot of it.
Oh, it's been a long day. Rest would be welcome. Yes, of course. I am just a little weary. As you may have noticed.
Right. Yeah, he wants you to do your job. If you're leading us, if I've put myself under your authority, show that you deserve it. But everything else about Stan, yeah, I can leave all that, man. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. You're just a child killer, man. Well, but I was looking for my sword. Shut up, bitch. You have no ethics or morals? You let all that shit override your ethics and morals? Sounds weak to me. That's weak. That's weak. You can't be a man about yourself and say, you know, I'm going to draw the line right here. I'm not going to do the wrong thing. For what? I don't give a fuck what the Qunari say. You know, you got the Qun, but if anything argues with the Qun, you kill it. That's the Qunari principle. If anything argues with not common sense, like if common sense argues with not common sense, you kill it because it's not the Qun. So it has no place in the world because the Qun is the world. So if it's not of the Qun, it needs to die. Even if it's right and the Qun is wrong, it still dies because of the Qun. So it's just the whole principle of being 100% committed to something, no matter how wrong it might be. That's how the Qun starts. That's how it finishes. That's how it is, from what I see. There's really no wiggle room there. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. You're very kind to say so. But in all honesty, I do not know how many years I have left in me. I have lived for such a long time, but there is always something else to do. And I have to keep going in order to do it. I think I will be glad when I am done. Oh, no. I'm not the sort of person that leaves things unfinished. I'll see this through, I promise. Have you encountered many abominations, apart from the ones in the Circle Tower? The first time I saw an abomination, my blood turned to ice. It was months before the nightmare.
So this is not the first time she's experienced this either.
One of them that
Months.
me the most.
When was this?
One slip. All it takes is one slip. And everything
One slip.
you are is simply
Now that's
gone.
something that the mages use for sympathy.
And there is no turning
Well, it only
back.
takes
Or
one
at least
slip.
that's what
We
they
fight
say.
day and night against possession. And everybody else is like, okay, I'm sorry, but that's not my fault. And so if you slip, I die. So I should pay my taxes to support your Templars, your Chantry, your Circle, and everything else, just to keep my children safe from you when a guillotine is a lot cheaper? I mean, at what point does reason take over and you say the threat outweighs the benefit by 1 million to 0? Not 1 million to 1. 1 million to 0. I've got health potions, motherfucker. I don't need a mage. But what I really don't need is something that's willing to stab me in the back the first time they do any of the above. Have a bad morning, wake up in a bad mood, have a nightmare, fucking disagree with somebody, make a deal with a demon under any of those reasons or any of the others that I'm about to state, disagree with the Templar, don't like the Circle anymore, get bored, wake up bored, go to sleep bored, are mad because they're bored, want something else to do, exist, all of those cause a mage to turn at some point, because all it takes is one slip. Demons are like this, and your armor is like this, and they're pounding on that armor. All they need is one chink in your armor. If it isn't there, it will be. And once it is, they'll do what? They'll get in there and they'll convince you that going batshit crazy and being what every mage has ever been since the first old god, Dumat, who tried to fucking usurp heaven itself and corrupt everything as a result. All it takes is one chink for them to get in there and convince you that somehow that was a good fucking idea because it pertains to you in some area of your life. How many areas of your life do you have? About 150 trillion. Any one of those corrupts you. At what point does a mage fall? I don't know which one out of 150 trillion, but it will be one of them. Guaranteed, every time, without exception, no doubt, that's what happens. Even amongst the fucking wardens. Which is a shame for Bethany because Bethany's amazing. Bethany's a person you'd probably marry, or want as a sister, or be your best bud, or whatever. But it is what it is. Well, the mages, if that's the case, then none of them can win. I agree. Well, it's not their fault then. It's not anybody else's fault either. So if mages make up the 1%, 2%, 5%, 10% of the population, the other 90 should die as a result, eventually, at some point, innocently, get murdered by those mages because those mages need to be sympathized with. That's what they're saying. That is the Dragon Age story. That is what they're saying. I don't agree with that. I don't agree.
Of late, I have begun to wonder if there is any way an abomination can be
just throwing that out there.
Or if a mage
it's clever the way they threw kind of a gray area. You have Templars over here and mages over here, and there's kind of an in between. But the bare bones of it, oh no, it's not even black and white. It's not dark or light. It's not left or right. It's just one thing. You have one threat and everybody else responding through it. The only reasonable response we have, aside from abortion and genocide, if you will, is the Templars, controlled by the Chantry, who are so corrupt that my asshole smells like gardenias compared to the Chantry. And they're controlling the Templars, who are about as useless an institution in any of this as this empty beer bottle. Y'all see it? This weighs more and means more than the entire Templar Order or anything they could ever be through the perpetuity of eternity forever. There you go. And I could throw this across the room and I would be more concerned with whatever it hits than I would be concerned with this actual empty beer bottle, which I'm going to throw away. Right? Which is what Dragon Age Inquisition is actually all about. It's about there's not a single institution that deserves to exist. The Templars are tools. They're possessible, so the rules of magic are out the window. All the mages just give them a hint of power, and they're as batshit crazy as they've always been. Nothing's ever changed. Regardless of what they say, it's bad, if not worse than it's ever been. The only thing next to this is just trying to retake the Golden City again, which the original Magisters, in all of their superior spiritual knowledge and power, don't even know what the fuck the Golden City is. I promise you they don't. That's why they can't see it. That's why they said the seat is empty. Bitch, the closest thing you can see to a seat is your asshole. Corypheus, Dumat, anybody else. You're corrupt. You're defiled. You're on a spiritual level that's not 1/10 as high as you think it is, and not 1/10 as high as you actually need to be to even think about repenting and being the opposite of what you are, to think about deserving a place in the Golden City to where you could actually really see something. Right? That's Dragon Age lore. To me. To me. I'm just sharing what I think. This is what I get from the game.
I suppose that old adage remains true. Prevention is better than a cure.
You know, Lyrium trade, Templars, Circle, and everything else. Politics. I mean, look at Josephine. Josephine is inserted like a bacteria-infected dildo into the Inquisition to offer its appeasance with the Chantry. Make sure that the Inquisition doesn't step out of line. Think about everything that Josephine says to you in Inquisition. It's all to keep you within some peripherals that the Chantry can control. Oh, don't be politically incorrect. Don't step out of bounds. You got to make sure that you think about your words before you say them. It has nothing to do with truth, justice, power, doing the right thing, exalting the world from evil, ending the power of the Elder One to Venter. None of that. Oh, it's all about appeasing the Orlesians and playing the political game to where Leliana, her ex-lover, although they might be current lovers, maybe, doesn't get offended. Now, it's funny how neither Leliana or Josephine actually submit to you any meaningful information that actually makes a difference at any point in the game. Except Josephine saying, hey, by the way, there may be an attempt on the Empress's life. Okay, if there's an event that occurs at any point of any day, in any month, in any year, in any century, in any fucking, what would you say, generation, in any age in Orlais, somebody in power is going to be assassinated because that's what Orlesians do. But their politics is left over from whatever evil Teventer left behind in the south. That's what Orlais picked up on. And anything that's good, moral, decent, true, stout, honorable, or anything else is completely disregarded by the Orlesians. So why the fuck wouldn't the Empress have a threat against her life? This morning, this afternoon, this evening, yesterday, tomorrow, next week, last week, next month, last month, next year, last year, next decade, last decade, every single day, every single minute of every day, every second of every minute, every millisecond of every second. What the fuck? What do they give you that's meaningful? Of course they're there. Leliana is becoming the most powerful being in all of Thedas, and it's not Leliana. I killed Leliana in Origins. The fucking cunt isn't even alive. That bitch is dead long ago. And if I didn't kill her then, she died in a pilgrimage to the temple after Origins, before Dragon Age 2. She died. She's dead. That's not Leliana. It's something else. What is it? What demon would want to be the most powerful being in all of Thedas, in control of the Chantry, all politics, all militaries, all countries, all the red jennies, everything that ever was, everything that is, everything that ever will be, every single secret, every single bit of information. The information broker in Mass Effect is a complete fucking pussy bitch compared to Leliana times 1,000,000, with even fucking crows hiding information from the Inquisition, because the Inquisition is a complete tool. You do away with every single institution that Thedas has ever relied upon. The Blights don't work. Corypheus didn't work. Dumat's will didn't work. Dumat fucking himself has to do something to get rid of the fucking Maker in all of Thedas to allow Teventer to be an Imperium, even if it requires destroying it. That's where we're at. tell me the game went another direction, and I'd be willing to hear it. But that's what I see. So you can call it the Dread Wolf. It should be called Dragon Age 4. Getting the fuck rid of Leliana should be the name of the game. Of course, nobody's going to name it that, but that's what it should be called. Anyway, all right, let's talk to Wynn again.
I will answer to the best of my ability. People don't become mages. They are born mages. The talent just surfaces later. But you are asking how I ended up at the Circle. I was brought there by the Templars, just like many of the other apprentices. I don't remember very much. I was very young then. I set a boy on fire. Oh, yes, he did. He was the eldest son of the woman who...
How did they discover you were a mage, Wynn? Oh, I just set a boy on fire. No big deal.
I never knew my real parents.
It was a Saturday morning, and
was of hiding in a hayloft
I didn't want to be bothered.
Trying to keep warm. I was found, and the farmer's wife was kind enough not to send me away. But they had children of their own, and I was never made to feel welcome. The eldest son was the worst. He was always calling me a stray, and throwing anything he could get his hands on at me. And I don't know how...
For any of you guys that are like super into Dragon Age, a lot of you are, but for anybody new or whatever, I'd really like to hear some feedback on that. You know, these are like just general ideas and just stuff like... I don't personally gather anything that I say about Dragon Age when we stream or whatever. My lore theories and, you know, build theories and stuff like that. I don't get it from like books and novels and, you know, shorts and animated features and so on and so forth. I try to get it just from the game. So sometimes someone will come in and say, but you know what, but this novel says this. And I'm like, actually, that doesn't refute this. That actually supports it. You know, it validates it. If you think about this, and you know, you start incorporating different parts of the game, and the writing is so intense and in depth that it just gives you so much stuff to play with, you know. Anyway,
he ran screaming, dripping.
I dabble. Yeah, me too. I just dabble. Just dabbling.
And a crust of hard bread. The Templars arrived.
Hot flash? Oh God. Yeah, right. Oh, by the way, just FYI, I'm going to try to get back on tomorrow, regardless of what time we stop tonight. Even if I have to set an alarm, I'll try to get on about we normally start about 7. I'm going to try to get on like 4 or 5. I'm going to try to. I'm not saying we're going to finish this tomorrow, but I'd like to get into this also tomorrow. Tonight it's been fun actually talking about a lot of lore related stuff, along with other shit that actually matters a whole lot more. God bless each one of you guys, regardless of where you're at. Times aren't easy for anybody, so coming here to escape from that a bit, to watch video games and talk and chat and stuff like that, I really appreciate it. Even you guys coming in from, you know, raids and so on and so forth, it's amazing. I hope everybody's gone back and followed our raiders as well. And lyrium, for all intents and purposes, just appears to be a pure physical leash for the Templars. If it was some kind of empowerment or defense, then the Templars couldn't just be corrupted en masse by red lyrium, which is basically incarnate blood magic, right? If lyrium is basically magic made material, for lack of a better term, then I guess red lyrium is just the opposite. Red lyrium is the result of corrupting the first Titan, and apparently every Titan after that, and a Titan is made of pure lyrium, so the corruption of such is what? If magic is creation, if it's the force for good, then the corruption of that is what? Blood magic. You know, the argument has come up with Solus, Merrill, I'm trying to think of where else, that blood magic is just a tool. It's just another kind of magic. That's a lie. That's not true. It's evil. It's evil. Its entire foundation, the spring from which it flows, the idea of it is evil. It's counterproductive. It's destructive. It's the opposite of good in the first place. So anything that stems from that, you know, if you've got an idea to kill somebody, but you decide to just slander their character, motherfucker, your motives are still there. If that's all you decided to do because you're a coward, it doesn't mean that your motives were any less than actually killing that person, right? So, you know, the wellspring, the source from which it flows is evil. Yes, blood magic is evil. It's not even an argument. It's not even an issue. You have to ignore everything to say that no, it's just a tool, which is what Solus and apparently Merrill and any other elf relying on that as a potential tool in their tool chest would say, you know, but it's still evil.
One of them ignored me, but the other was kind to me. He gave me sweets and even sat me on his shoulders.
See how the Templars treat mages? Even apostate mages? Everything Anders says about how Templars act when they find a mage in some rat spit village is contrary to reality. Wynn is telling you how it actually happens. Anders makes up some shit to justify his murder, terrorism, mass murder, manipulation, rape constitution, child molesting constitution, evil, lying, deceit, manipulation, perversion, being a blood mage, which is the reason for all the rest of that shit, being a blood mage, denying he's a blood mage, but still being a blood mage, which somehow makes it even worse. That's your Anders. What Anders would say about all this. Take Wynn's account of how it actually was being a mage found by Templars in a village, and then take into account what Anders says about Templars, what they do. They tell your family they'll be exiled in the sight of the Maker, and that they'll be killed if they ever question where their child went, and child to be tortured and executed. None of that ever happens. When the fuck does that ever happen in the game ever? Even once. Even fucking once. Just once. No, it doesn't. Ever. Anders escaped 7 times. And the piece of fucking terrorist dog shit hasn't been made tranquil or executed once. 7 times you got caught and captured because you're fucking stupid? Bitch, if I escaped 7 times, I'd eventually get away with it. But that motherfucker can't even do that right. Along with Jowan. He got caught, and if it weren't for Logain working for Dumat, the fucking archdemon, then Jowan would have been fucking executed too. At least he probably would have been executed, but no. Going right along with Anders. Get a second chance, and then what? I'm going to execute his motherfucking ass. I am. I promise. Because it's the right thing to do. It's the good thing to do. Who gives a shit about that thing? It's everybody else that's going to suffer as a result of allowing a fucking pathogen. A fucking, fuck COVID. What kind of pathogen is this piece of shit if you allow it around anybody that has 1 IQ point or better? You don't. You kill it for the sake of everybody else. Absolutely, right?
Well, that's about all there is to my tale.
Pedophile, pervert, blood mage, and that's a long hashtag, LN. That's a long hashtag.
I would be lying if I said it was easy.
I'm trying to get
First, there were rules, and we were
trying to get
constantly
points.
watched to make sure we behaved.
Now I'm about to give away a bunch of shit
Then there
too.
was the study of magic. We had to cast the spells just so, control the effects completely. A single word spoken incorrectly, a gesture out of sync, and lack of focus. And we needed to have perfect focus, or we would be in danger.
Or you would be in danger. So how many mages have lacked focus at some point or another in their entire lives? I would ask you, the phylacteries or blood magic? Work on the principles of blood magic just because they're blood. But just forgetting the fact that they're blood, that they are a tie to the individual. I think it explains why blood magic is powerful, because you're sacrificing your being, not just your life, like, you know, how many days or weeks or months or years you have, but I mean your actual existence to empower your magic. That's what's sacrificed in blood magic. So the ability to tie a mage to a mage's own blood kind of explains how powerful willingly sacrificing that blood, or the blood of a young child, or of a devoted mother who's with child or something. All the shit the blood mages do, the more innocent, the more powerful, the more pure the blood is, right? You can take a serial killer and their blood is probably equivalent to taking a crap in a cup of water and pissing on it, letting it sit for 10 days, then trying to drink it. That's probably your serial killer, your murderer, your thug, your whatever. As opposed to an innocent mother with child, that so on and so forth. It has a lot more purity, therefore it has a lot more power. The purer it is when it's sacrificed for the sake of evil, the more power it has. Think about the victims to blood magic. The elven girl's father, who did nothing but cook for his masters, never committed a single sin in his life, was probably afraid of getting whipped. Just cooked, cleaned, did his thing. I'm speaking of Dragon Age 2. Just think of the elven slaves from the alienage sacrificed for the blood mage's power in the alienage, right here in Dragon Age Origins. We don't have a lot to go on in Inquisition because the developers should probably have all been sacrificed to blood magic because they basically left it out of the game. They referenced it once or twice, so I really don't have a good example there. And Dragon Age never apologized for it. In fact, we asked about it, and Dragon Age told us all to go fuck ourselves because they already had our money. So we won't talk about Inquisition, but we can talk about the actual setup that they put in place in Origins and Dragon Age 2, and we can assume that the more innocent the blood, the more powerful it is to accomplish whatever it is that the blood mage is trying to do. So a phylactery not necessarily is blood magic in and of itself, although magic can be used through the blood to tie the blood to a particular mage. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, what spell? What is being executed? If you take a little blood from a mage to keep track of them, it's obviously associated with their actual person. Even 10 or 20 or 30 years from now, right? So it obviously has some power. I think it's more an inclination to understand it's actually how powerful blood is once it's shed to empower a blood mage and satisfy the demon that the blood mage has to deal with to execute stronger spells and, you know, so on and so forth, right? You don't even need mana when you're a blood mage. All the power comes from the blood. In other words, if lyrium is the life of magic, blood is the life of life, right? So how is that not stronger? Mages can use lyrium in essence. Blood mages use blood to get more power. And it's always to satisfy whatever evil force or demon or whatever that they have a deal with, because that's the price you pay. But it's not the price you pay, it's the price that somebody else pays. Until you cut yourself, and then the demons reward that as well. But most of the time, blood mages just take innocent victims. Look at Dragon Age 2 and everything that happens in Act 3. Everything. Including what happens to the Templars. Not what happens by or from the Templars, but what happens to the Templars, to the citizens, to everybody, including Meredith. Meredith wasn't batshit crazy. Meredith was overcome by the equivalent of manifest, incarnate, material blood magic. Red lyrium, like the rest of the Templars. And that's the cause of Inquisition and everything you see there. The Templars are trying to do the right thing. The Red Templars are possessed by incarnate, actual, material blood magic. And they're all batshit crazy and they try to kill everybody because that's what mages do. You can argue the point, but there's no argument against fact when it's 100% to 0. That is what it is, and it's nothing else, right? So, no, I wouldn't say the phylacteries are blood magic per se, but I mean, I guess there's no spell being enacted there. There's no power being gained by the circle to keep the phylacteries of the novices, unless you find out that there actually is. For every bit of blood they take as a phylactery, that somehow the circle is strengthened, and the chantry is strengthened, and Dumat is strengthened somehow over time throughout the ages by some shit like that. Now that would be a whole nother thing that I've never heard of in Dragon Age. But it's possible. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. That would be blood magic. Absolutely. If somehow that taking of blood for a phylactery empowered the circle, or empowered the powers that be that are hidden behind the facade of politics that is the circle, and the chantry, and the Templars, and the governments, and the whatever. I guess if you went that far with it, yeah, maybe. I guess. I don't know. No, they do. They track the mages. That blood is associated with the blood from which you took it from forever. A mage can be tracked down by his blood. perpetually, forever. Unless the phylactery is destroyed, that mage is basically on a leash. So, yeah, I mean, if that's a spell in and of itself, some kind of control spell, sure. In that regard, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying, well, this is what I know about Dragon Age, and you're asking me a question. So, if I looked at it from every angle, what would I see? And like, I mean, no, in and of itself, I think it's more a statement to the power the blood has, as opposed to being a blood magic ritual in and of itself. It doesn't give anybody power. It doesn't make a deal with a demon. Actually, a demon wants to live free. So if a demon is going to give you power through blood magic, taking some blood from a novice, from a scholar, from a circle mage, taking some blood from them, a demon would work against that, is what I would think. You know, a demon wouldn't want to be caught. A demon wants to live free, wants to go fuck and drink and eat and party and sail and explore and do whatever until you finally get caught, and then you try to kill everybody and then you die, but at least you had your fun. Fuck the mage that you were possessing. Who gives a fuck? It's just another mage. They've been doing that shit since the beginning of time. There you go. So who figured out that you could actually track a mage through their blood? I don't know. But the power of that blood is what the mages exploit to power their spells and make deals with their personal demons. That's I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else to say about that. Anyway. But it's yeah, I mean, that's a good point, right?
Without the circle and my mentors, I would not have been where I am today. And there was joy in life.
It's the same thing. What caused the blight? Blood magic. What was the first perversion of magic that disrupted and destroyed creation? That is basically the opposite of every good created thing. Well, that would be the blight. That would be the manifestation of the use of blood magic in the first place. For example, if everything on day one, let's say the entire world and everything in it, Genesis in the Bible, was created right here, and it was created good. And then you introduced evil, the opposite of good. Let me destroy something just because it's innocent. Let me kill something for the joy of doing something bad. Let me murder you because I'm a piece of shit and you're not. And just for the sake of doing away with you is the only joy I get because I'm 100% evil. That kind of principle. If that kind of principle wasn't in place when everything was created, once it was introduced, what the fuck would you call it? If you didn't create everything equally, 50-50. Angels and blight. Let's say you created everything good, but the idea came in that I don't have to be good. Who the fuck are you to tell me I'm good? You know what, motherfucker? Everything you represent, I'm going to be the opposite. So suck a dick. And somebody just decided that, Dumat, decided Dumat, and decided to create himself as the antithesis. And I'm going to be the fucking maker. And go fuck yourself. You can't tell me what to do. I'm just going to do my shit. I'm going to be a millennial. I'm going to be a liberal. I'm going to fucking hate your ass. I'm going to vote for Biden even though I know he's going to destroy me and my family and my next 1,000 generations. So you can go fuck yourself. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be. Fuck yeah. And so you introduce that type of thinking, and then that creates blights. You have innocence, which is probably the golden city, which is probably innocence, and then everything other than. And its entire purpose is to destroy innocence so everything can be corrupted. So you can have one empire where nothing is good. That's the only way to do this because you told me what the fuck to do. You told me not to be an asshole. So I'm not only going to be an asshole, I'm going to be the asshole. bitch. Fuck you, Maker. I'm gonna do my shit. I'm gonna be Satan, blah, 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 blah. And that's what happened. And now you have blights. And now you have all this bullshit. And now you have this stuff. And so the Maker has to install people like the Warden, the Inquisitor, Hawk, to make sure that that shit doesn't just win 100% of the time. But you know what was lost in the process? Almost everything. From the innocent creation, which the idea was just to create something beautiful and let everybody enjoy it. Because we can't all just get along. That's the message of this game. That's what happened. So now we're seeing the results of that 5 ages later. What is this, the 5th Blight? So 5 ages later is actually what we're seeing here. But that's what happened in the beginning. You can color it any way you want, but that's what happened. Somebody decided to tell innocence, to tell purity, to tell good stuff, to tell something that was actually worth something, to go fuck itself out of pride, arrogance. Actually, you know what? If you want some evidence to what I'm saying, just go listen to the intro to Dragon Age Origins, and Duncan will tell you. It was the hubris of these original creators, which led to this. Dumat being the first. Corypheus was still praying to Dumat when you kick his fucking ass in Inquisition. He's still praying to Dumat. Dumat is still a thing. Do you know how I know Dumat is still a thing? Because there weren't any wardens yet. There hadn't been a blight, there hadn't been an archdemon, and who told these individuals to A, become wardens, and B, use some archdemon blood to become wardens, and C, kill the archdemon to sacrifice themselves to end the blight? Who the fuck told them to do that? Did Dumat tell them to do that? You know what? I started all this shit, but the only way to end it is y'all go to this. So I'm going to let y'all go do this, and I'm going to donate some blood for you. Just like that. And y'all go do that, and go create some wardens, and then you come back, and I'm going to let you kill me, right? And then we're going to end the blight. That's what Dumat did, right? That's what happened in the beginning. Either the writing is absolute shit, or Dumat is still around. It is probably fucking Leliana. That would be my guess, but hey, what do I know, man? I've never played Dragon Age before. Alright, let's go. I've got some stuff to buy, but I need to get to where I can make money. Let me get Morgan back. What level are we, actually? You know what? Fuck this. What level are we? We're 10. I gotta get Morgan to 12. So it really doesn't even matter. So I won't have enough money to even go do anything with Morgan. Unless I level up twice. I have to level up twice. Before I go to... I refuse to cheat. So I'm going to wait till I can make potent lyrium potions before I actually go make all my money. Once I can make potent lyrium potions and sacrifice Morgan accordingly, then I will go get unlimited funds so I can go buy shit. So I can't buy shit in Orzammar anyway. That's the problem. We could go to Denerim. I mean, I guess. I guess. I don't know. I leveled to 9. Huh. I'm trying to think of what I want to do next. Plenty of heals, man. I got plenty of heals.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Well, I can't do shit until I get Ogren anyway. In terms of deciding what I actually want to do, so... I have to go back to the Circle Tower no matter what. I say we go to... I mean, it's not like we're struggling right now, right? Let me save. I have no idea what we've done. I've been sitting here ranting about Dragon Age lore for so long. I have no idea where we've been. No, menace. No, is it menace? Like menace to society, like menace, but you spelled it different. Like I think that's really cool if you did it that way. But oh, gotcha. No. Okay, so if you're playing a class. All right, so let's say you're playing a warrior, for example. If you're playing a warrior, put everything into strength. Every single point you get. Unless you need some bare minimums, like you need like 16 cunning if you want max persuasion as a warrior. But for every point of strength you've also got intimidate. So once your strength hits 50, you can have 2 points in persuasion, and it counts as 100 points towards intimidate, if that makes sense. Anyway, so like every point of intimidate or persuasion is like worth 25 points of cunning or strength, from what I understand. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, so you can really get away with just simply putting everything into strength. As a warrior, and you should. As a mage, everything goes into magic, every single point from the start, and you know, except for minimum cunning, if you want to get like persuasion checks, everything goes into magic. And as a rogue, everything goes into dex. So every single point I've got since I started leveling, except for 14. Hold on. 2 or 3. Anyway, you've got to get your cunning to 17. And then you get 5 points of cunning in the Circle Tower, in the Fade. So that makes it 22. That gives you everything you need. That gives you Master Stealth. It gives you Master Lockpicking. And obviously gives you like Max Persuasion. Right? So you've got that. Everything else goes into dex. Every single point. I haven't even put a single point into strength. I'm going to get a ring, which gives me 2 attribute points across the board. And I'm going to get another ring, which gives me at least 2 points in strength. And I'm going to get a belt, which gives me 2 points in everything, right? So 6 plus 15 is what? 21, right? You need 20 points for the best armor in the game. In Denerim, the Felon's Coat. Unless you get into the Awakening DLC, and then it's 22 strength to equip the best armor there, right? So I haven't put a single point in. So I'm going to be at 21. If I wanted to go play Awakening, I would just put 1 more point in strength. And then I'd be able to equip that armor and what have you, right? Everything else goes into dex. Dex is damage, attack percentage, meaning your chance to hit, and defense, meaning your chance to miss hits that are thrown your way. Magic never misses, but everything else you can kind of defend against. So everything goes into dex. All of it. Period. End of conversation. All of it. Every single point. Once you get your cunning squared away, you don't have to put shit in anything else. So you get your cunning to 17, and then once you go to the Circle Tower, everything goes into dex. You get your cunning to... Actually, you don't have to put a point into cunning as a mage, because you're going to start with at least 11 cunning. So you're going to get 5 points in the Circle Tower. That'll give you 16. You're not doing lockpicking. You're not doing stealth. You're a mage. You don't have to put shit into that. Put everything into magic. Every single fucking point. And you will hit so hard that nothing can kill you Because guess what? It's already dead. That's the point. Brutalize that shit. Brutalize the fuck out of everything. Nothing can kill you if it's dead. And if it raises up from the dead, you just kill it again really fast. And there you go. So, warrior, strength, everything. Mage, magic, everything. And rogue, dex, everything. And that's it. It's actually pretty simple as far as attributes are concerned. Do I want to... We got a level. I guess we're going to Redcliffe, I guess. I really wanted to go to the Frostback Mountains, but I can't buy anything. I mean, I can at least clear it out, but Wind doesn't have Mana Clash yet, so there's really actually no point, is there? All right, let's go. Sure. Yep.
I bring word, sire. There are demands from the Banon that you step down from the
That's
Regency.
the other 50% of
They
the
are
game.
said to be
You
gathering
have
their
the
forces,
story,
as
the
are
dialogue,
their
the
allies.
characters, the music,
appears it
the
will be
settings,
civil
the
war
game world,
after
and
all,
all that stuff.
Despite the
Then
Darkspawn.
you have tactics, gameplay,
I also have an
theory
interesting
crafting,
report.
creating your
There
build,
seem to be grey
party
wardens
mechanics,
who survived Ostergard.
party build, and all
I
that
don't know.
stuff. What
But they will
spells
act
and
against
skills
you.
and attributes and
I
stuff
have arranged for
work best with everybody else.
solution. With your
Once you
leave.
ask yourself that,
The Antivan crows.
then you can
sent
really
their
start
guns.
building above and beyond. So once you've heard the entire story,
assassin.
Against
and you've
grey
heard every
wardens,
joke,
we will
and
need
you've
the
romanced
very
everybody,
best.
and you've done everything,
And the most
you still have a
expensive.
reason to come back to the game because you can always create a better party build. Right? There's something to be said for that. Loghain's not even in control of Loghain right now. That's a demon talking.
Can we
Whatever,
talk for a
I'm
moment?
not sure who or what
I need to
possessed
tell you
Loghain
something.
right here,
I,
but
should probably have told you earlier.
that's what makes the game replayable. Yes, sir. Absolutely. That's what it's all about. And that's what I personally like to share. Take Oblivion. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I hate to say Skyrim, but you can even do it with Skyrim. Put Skyrim on Legendary, but it's still kind of mindless. It's not the same thing. But take Elder Scrolls Oblivion and put it on max difficulty. Then go play it. And if you can get past your first 5 confrontations, you'll realize this is what you knew about the game. Here's the scale. This is what you knew about the game, and this is what you have to learn about the game. And that's what the game has to offer. Yeah, you've saved the Emperor. Yeah, you've explored all the cities. Skingrad, Anvil, Shadenall, Leowyn. Yeah, okay. You've done all the Mage's Quest. You've done all that stuff. But go in there and actually realize that there's this much of the game that you have not had to use. The game, because it's developed in the right way, will force you to use this. If you don't, you will get your shit kicked in until you either quit or learn. It forces you to learn. It's like a really, really good teacher. Origins was like that. Dragon Age 2 was like that. Mass Effect 2 and 3 were like that. Oblivion was like that. I'm sure Morrowind was like that. I don't have enough experience to say. Fallout 3 was like that. Very hard. The only downside to Fallout 3 was you got way too much XP and you leveled way too fast. And I know what they were trying to do. They were trying to compensate for the difficulty scaling by allowing you more stuff earlier. I'm not a fan of that. I think the game should be approached the same way, with all the same stuff at your disposal, but you are forced to at least think about your attributes and perks and what you want to do well in order to succeed early and later. That's where Fallout 3 fell short. It's still one of my top 5 favorite games of all time, period. Nobody can argue with me on that. Dragon's Dogma, perfecting your damage. You had to go into your augments. But you could, once again, in a very much a Skyrim sense, level to the point that difficulty didn't matter. You outscaled the game forever. But if you set a level cap for yourself in Dragon's Dogma, it becomes a pure RPG. Almost the equivalent of Skyrim with 10 times better gameplay. There you go. That's what it's all about. Put Dragon's Dogma on hard mode. And then limit yourself to level 40. Period. And then go figure out how to get those augments you want without leveling to 65, 70, 80. Start getting one-shotted by these motherfuckers over here because you're not ready over here, but you can't figure out how to get ready over here without over-leveling to like 80 before you even go over there. Go figure that out. Oh, it's doable. It's 100% doable. It's the point of the game. It's just an approach. It's very much like Oblivion, but with so much better gameplay. Dragon's Dogma offers shit that no other game offers. Period. End of conversation. There's not a single other game that offers several of the elements that Dragon's Dogma offers. Top 5 favorite game all time. Period. Go approach Divinity 2 with a certain mindset and figure out how you're going to complete the entire game world with what you got. Figure it out. It's not going to hold your hand. Go figure it out. Beauty. It's like a concerto. It's like hearing Pavarotti sing on his best day. It's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? It's fucking amazing. Anyway.
I told you before how Al Eamon raised me, right? That my mother was a serving girl at the castle and he took me in. The reason...
Yeah, right? There's a lot of things from Dragon's Dogma. They copied a bit of Souls games, Dark Souls. They just let you climb on monsters, which was the most epic shit ever. Climb on a Cyclops and stab him in the eyeball. Oh my god. What other game does that? None. Nobody. Ever. Period. End of conversation. That's it. They're the only ones. They got it right. Everybody else got it wrong. Well, that sounds arrogant. It's still the truth. They got it right. Everybody else got it wrong. Climb on a dragon. The dragon can lift you up in the air and drop your ass and kill you. And if you don't like it, go fuck yourself. Oh my god. Oh, shit. This is the best game ever. Oh. And it was so beautiful. The music, even the background chattering of your pawns and stuff. And your pawn. Oh, I didn't even talk about the pawn system. That was a whole game in and of itself. It was a whole game by itself. Jeez, guys, man, that's just... Shit. Beautiful stuff, man.
Ha! Yes, I guess it does it, that. I should use that line more often. I would have told you.
Yeah, sure, yeah, you know, they do what they do. And that's not bad. You know, if you're going to fight a Reaper, you don't have to fight on the Reaper's legs and then climb up to its eyeball or laser gun or whatever. I get it. You know, not every game necessarily calls for that. But games that have epic beasts, imagine how Skyrim would play if you had Dragon Age Dogma animations, gameplay, combat, skills, and beast climbing on those fucking dragons. And even some of those giant-ass frostbite spiders. If you jump on their back and start hacking away at... You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. How fucking epic would that... Jump on the back of a troll and kick his ass off a cliff. Pick a troll up and throw him off of a cliff. Yes, you could do that in Dragon's Dogma. You could pick up an enemy once you knock them out and throw them into another enemy and do damage. Or just throw his ass off a cliff and kill him outright. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, why don't we have that in every single fucking video game? Good question, right? Mm-hmm. That's real shit. That's a really good. Why doesn't every game utilize that? Because developers don't give a fuck. If they did give a fuck, they would do some version of that. What happened to the days of emulating what the best people were doing? It ended when Dragon Age, when BioWare emulated what the worst people were doing. Inquisition said, we're going to be Skyrim. Wow, motherfucker. BioWare destroyed so much future quality gameplay in that one fucking action. They're like the day that Satan rebelled against heaven is the day that they did that shit, because they introduced all that shit into gaming perpetually, apparently forever. Nobody's recovered from it. It's like a disease. It's like cancer that you can't get rid of. That kind of mindset. Well, let me just be the worst of us because it's easy. As long as we got good graphics, fuck the rest. We don't have to design shit. Dragon Age Inquisition, Skyrim, Fallout 4. I'm not even going to include Fallout 76. Every other RPG made after Mass Effect 3. There you go. That's my evidence. What you got? That's what I would say.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Just a shame.
It's not like I got special treatment for it anyhow. At any rate, that's it. That's what I had to tell you. I thought you should know about it.
Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, no. I say Menace. No, you're actually right. No. The concept, yeah, probably started there. I'm wrong. I'm stupid. I'm wrong. Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah. Not only climbing up, but it's this epic thing. It's not the same thing as Dragon's Dogma, but almost better in a way. It's a classic for a reason. It's just this entire different thing. And there was like even morals and ethics involved in you doing so and shit like that, right? Yeah, good point. Yeah, it was a puzzle. Sure, it was a different type of thing. It wasn't action oriented, it was puzzle oriented or tactics oriented or whatever you want to call it, right? But it was its own thing too. No, you're right. I'm wrong. You're totally right. I'm completely wrong. Yeah. Shadows, I guess, kind of started that. Yeah, good point, man. Good fucking point. I didn't even play Shadows of Colossus, but I've watched it and I've seen it. When they came out with the remaster, I'm like, what's so big about it? And it's like this sorrowful Dark Souls world type of feel thing you've got going, where you fight these huge, apparently innocent beasts that by defeating them, you're basically supporting the powers of evil by getting rid of them. And it's just this it's like this, what's the word for it? Dichotomy or something? And that's like, it's emotional, it's impactful, it's immersive, it involves the player, it's epic in scope. Yeah, no shit, man. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, I'm wrong. I'm 100% wrong right there. Yeah, no, Shadows actually started that. I would say that actually Dragon's Dogma in that respect is almost a pale comparison to that. To give that all the respect that it's due, because they did their fucking thing with that game. They really did. I think Dragon's Dogma did as well. There's just a certain vibe you get wandering around where your lantern can get put out by stepping too deep in water, and shit like that. There's just little things which really add to the overall vibe of the game. But Shadows of the Colossus, that's a special thing. I know it is. I haven't even played it, and I'm still giving it respect. And I haven't even played it. True story. Yeah, that's a true story, man. No doubt. Hey, what's up? Hey, back. You're back. Oh, Onion Ring did? Well, shit. Okay, well, my bad. All right, Onion. Well, no disrespect. I just didn't see the comment because I was too busy talking. So I'm wrong twice. Can we just say I was wrong twice and go with that? No disrespect to anybody. Okay, I just feel like a dick. I'm just going to go on and just tell Alistair that he's a royal bastard and just pretend this didn't happen. All right, then. Well,
besides my
shit.
unholy love of fine cheeses and a minor obsession with my hair, no, that's it. Just the prince thing.
Good deal, Onion. And good on you, Menace, for Yeah, I've heard that too. And from what I've seen of it, I'm like, okay, that's some kind of epic shit. But I mean, having watched videos of it, I'm like, now I feel like I don't need to play the game. That's kind of sucks. I should have played the remaster, but I don't have a PlayStation. I have a PS3, but I guess I could play the original version, maybe. Something like that.
Let's hope not. I'm the son of a commoner and a Grey Warden to boot. It was made very clear to me early on that there was no room for me raising any rebellions or such nonsense. And that's fine by me. Now, if there's an heir to be found, it's Al Eamon himself.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah.
He's not of royal blood, but he is...
Oh, you mean running my mouth instead of listening?
Very popular
Oh,
with the people.
fuck yeah.
He's
Hell
really
yeah.
we've heard. No,
It's my stream. I want to run my mouth.
So
I only
there you
get to
have it. Now, can we
spend
move on? And I'll just
anywhere
pretend
between
you
8
still
and
think
16
I'm
hours a day with you guys.
nobody who was too
That's
lucky
not
to
enough.
die
I have to...
wardens.
Yeah, do this. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, did Shadow Colossus actually get bad reviews, Onion? Seriously? It got bad reviews? And it winds up being a classic like, what? Fucking 16, 15, 14 years later or whatever? That's, yeah, that figures. That figures. Hey, do you know that PlayStation? Oh, no, you're not saying it, Onion. I am. I'm saying that. It's it's part of being human, man. Nothing wrong with that at all. I heard that Bethesda, when they first started, PlayStation would not even support a copy of the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion written for PlayStation. They wouldn't accept it. They said, fuck off. They actually told him, fuck off. Right? He's had a grudge against PlayStation ever since. Todd Howard. But when PlayStation finally discovered that Oblivion at the time was so innovative, so next gen, as you know, if that's what you want to call it, right? They said, well, we'll go ahead and let you put your game on our system too, and we'll sell it for you. You might actually get a little money for it, right? And they would not allow for an achievement, a trophy system. Go play Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion on PlayStation. You can't even find Morrowind on there, but go find Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion on PlayStation, and it has no trophy system. There's no trophies for the game. They didn't even attribute achievements for the game. That's crazy, right? I'll be back to say. Alrighty. As you command, my prince.
Oh, lovely.
Shit.
I'm going to regret this. Somehow I just know it.
Twister theme. Well. Yeah, still, man. To approach a game, you know, I approached Oblivion. Oblivion is the one that blew me away. I'd say Oblivion is the one game that took me to an entirely different level and made me approach RPGs separately from any other type of game. I still enjoyed a few other games early on, like Bayonetta was fantastic for what it was. It's not my type of game, but it's such a work of art in every way, shape, and form that it's above and beyond. It's amazing. Bayonetta is just, I don't know about Bayonetta 2, and I don't know if they had a 3, and I'm the blah, 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 whatever. But Bayonetta, oh God, that was something else. Hell, when I approached Fallout 3, which I put right side by side with Oblivion. Oblivion, Fallout 3, right here. They're equal. They're my number 1 or number 2 or number 3. I have 6 in my top 5, for example. Actually, I probably have about 8 in my top 5, to be honest. But yeah, it was one of those type of things.
I thought I saw travelers coming down the road.
Not having any foresight, not having read any reviews, not having seen anything. I just wanted an RPG, you know, and that was there. Hell, I even played Alpha Protocol back in the day. It was a spy RPG. Oh my God. No, it wasn't. But it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be. It was... God, that was a piece of shit. If you liked it, it was still a piece of shit. But it's okay to like a piece of shit. There's been some pieces of shit that I've liked too. Okay, that's fine. But it was still a piece of shit. It wasn't an RPG. It was... I mean, it was, but no, it wasn't. No, I don't even know what it was. It was... what a fucking train wreck. Anyway... there was some stuff, but I would just approach a game and just take it on my own merits. And if I could get lost in it for 100 hours, 500 hours, 1,000 hours, shit, it's all good to me,
The art? Then you don't know. Has nobody out there heard?
Right. Your dad just... oh, you had a cool-ass dad then, man. Oh, no shit. You had a cool-ass dad. No doubt. Yeah, right? Like, there wasn't really much to it. But it was just enough to make it... God, man, Rivet City? Oh, God, the first time I played Fallout 3 and I got to Rivet City, I stayed there for probably 2 days. Man, I explored every square inch of this converted aircraft carrier thing that was a city in the middle of this wasteland that was already nuked, and all new cultures and races and people and all this stuff had sprung up, and it was just like this oasis. But how fucking magical was that? Like, it was just fantastic. God, I spent 2 days there. I'm sure I did. And then you walk around the corner and there's a subway tunnel that takes you across the entire game world. But it drags you through all this new shit. Mirelurks and super mutants and fucking traps and vampires and who knows what the fuck else. And it's like, this is how it would be if the world was left without any law and people and these abominations stemming from people, ghouls and super mutants and then raiders and all this. And how would it actually be? It wouldn't actually necessarily be like that, but that was a really good direction to go. And so everywhere you went in the game, it was this new place to discover in a world that was completely anarchic, completely chaotic. It was just beautiful. It was fucking beautiful, and it was all grayscale. Like everything worked with everything, almost like including no real color in the game worked for it instead of against it. That's one of the things that destroyed Fallout 4. Who the fuck wants to ride a goddamn unicorn shitting out pink pixie dust in a blue world with fucking green suns and yellow clouds and shit? What the? In Boston. Who gives a fuck about any of that? Made no sense from start to finish at all. There wasn't 1 ounce of Bethesda in that fucking game. How can you call it a sequel? At least New Vegas did it some justice. They actually improved on some shit. I mean, I still prefer Fallout 3 150 trillion to 0.0001 to Fallout New Vegas, personally. But they still improved on some things. I mean, you know, the game world leaves about 90% to be desired. But, you know, you had aim down the sights and weapon mods and cool factions and some other stuff. You know, the karma system was kind of sort of taken to another level. There was some good shit in there. There really was. Really was. It was a really badly executed DLC to Fallout 3, which modders eventually incorporated the 2 games and made it what it was supposed to be in the first place. Give you Fallout 3 with all the perks and stuff from Fallout New Vegas, and give you New Vegas with all the stuff that you could bring from Fallout 3. And if they ever remaster the game, remaster it that way. Throw a little cash the way of the modders that did what you should have done in the first place, but you sucked, so you didn't, right? And then remaster that shit individually, and then as a collection. You can sell it 3 fucking times. There you go. There you go, Microsoft. Get Bethesda to remaster Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas on the same engine, and do Fallout 3, do Fallout New Vegas, do A Tale of Two Wastelands, pass off 1/1,000,000th of your profits to the modders who were responsible for that idea in the first place, and then go ahead and sell that shit 3 times and make so much money that all of you can retire and make Bethesda suck again because you've quit on artistry in life. That's my suggestion to Microsoft. Will they listen to me? No. Am I right? Yes. Oh well, too bad. Hey, oh shit, Menace. Hey, thanks, man. Man, you have no idea. That's, it's going to a good cause. I can promise that. Shit, man. Hey, thanks. And Prince, hey, thanks for the follow, too. But, if we can manage to keep the lights on, man, you guys, to be in my thoughts and prayers, I can't offer much more than that. If I could pay you guys 100 to 1, somehow, I would, but, Give me a second. I'm trying to report this bot. I wish reports actually did something. I don't know if they do or not. I keep hoping and wishing that they actually would and get rid of this shit. It probably shouldn't bother me as much as it does, but yeah, it's buy followers and primes and viewers. How are you going to sell primes on a site that is owned by Amazon? How are you going to do that? You know what I mean? Like, how is that not so egregious that Amazon doesn't just execute them on the spot, but make sure that they never get online again, ever, on any computer, ever in their life? Like, how do you not react to that? I guess Amazon doesn't care, but that just seems a little much to me. Totally reminiscing, man. And hey, Prince, what's going on? Man, thanks, Menace. Shit, that's amazing. That's I don't even know what to say.
He could be dead for all we know. Nobody's heard from
You guys
the
are
castle
awesome.
in days. We're
You
under
guys are
attack.
awesome.
Monsters come out of the castle every night and attack us until dawn. Everyone's been fighting and dying. We've no army to defend us, no Arl and no king to send us help. So many are dead, and those left are terrified they're next.
Hold on, what is this evil that's attacking you?
I don't rightly know. I'm sorry, nobody does. I should take you to Ban Tegan. He's all that's holding us together. He'll want to see you.
Ban Tegan, Arlemon's brother. He's here.
Yes. It's not far, if you'll come with me.
No. If Menace, if Twitch doesn't, PayPal does. I calculated it, and I think it's roughly in the range of 3 to 7%, give or take. So whatever that adds up to, and you know, if they're gonna do that, all I know is somehow it's all worked towards the good. That
Thomas, yes?
these people
And who are
making
these
it
people with you?
possible,
They're obviously not
these
simple
platforms, Twitch,
No, my lord.
PayPal,
They just arrived, and I thought you would
what
want
have
to
you.
see them.
Well done, Thomas.
Making it possible
Greetings,
to
friend.
keep on.
My name is Tegan, Ban of
I can't get
Brother
mad
to
about
the
it.
Ark.
I don't
remember
begrudge
you,
them.
Ban Tegan.
They provide a
the last
service
time
and
we
they want to
met
get theirs
was a lot
too.
younger.
And they're going to get theirs up front.
Covered in mud.
Who doesn't? You know what I mean? Like at some point you just go,
It is
okay,
you, isn't it?
yeah, that's
You're
cool.
alive.
But yeah,
This
you
is
know, where Twitch
wonderful
doesn't,
news.
then
Still
PayPal
alive,
will.
yes.
I'm not kidding.
Along with 10
It
Loghain.
is what it is, and I just look at it and I go, you know
Indeed.
what?
Loghain would
It's
have us believe
always
all Grey Wardens
somehow
died along with my nephew, amongst
worked
other
out.
things.
I swear, even if they managed to somehow take 50% of absolutely everything, it would still somehow work out. It just would. I mean, I haven't seen that happen yet, but I can only assume if it did, that things would go as they always have. If I hit the light switch, if I get on stream, then something happens to where I at least survive. How fucking amazing is that? Like, how amazing is that? It's not just a credit to you guys, but just overall how everything works is just, it's just fucking amazing. That's just cool. That's just super cool. I put in the hours. Do I make as much as I would make at McDonald's? Fuck no. Hell no. If I put in 300, 250, 300 hours a month at McDonald's, it would probably be a little bit different. I don't know. I certainly don't think I accomplish anything working there. No disrespect to people who do work there. You put in your time, you get paid for it, and that's do what you do. You do you, and you know, hell, you might meet your future life partner there, and be happy for the rest of your life. Shit, who gives a fuck about your hourly at that point, right? Your quality of life just increased by 1 billion%, and it's something you could never pay for. So I look at that stuff too, you know, but here's where I put in everything and it somehow manages to work. We're at a scary point here, but I'm just gonna assume. Until something proves to be different. Shit, once the lights go out, it's just lights go out, right? But somehow I would assume that things will work out all right.
What, that
You know
he
what I mean?
pulled his men in order to save
Anyway,
them?
that's
That
awesome. man.
Kalen risked everything in the name
Yeah,
of
no
the
fee
Lord?
equals no service. That's
Hardly.
pretty much says.
Loghain
Oh
calls the Grey
shit!
Wardens traitors,
Taco
murderers
Tuesday.
of
Oh
the
god, I
faith.
haven't had
I
tacos
don't
in
believe
forever.
It is an act of a desperate man.
I'd seriously,
Grey Warden as
seriously
well.
considered
A pleasure
Chinese
to meet
yesterday.
I wish it were under better
And then my favorite Chinese place
You're here to
closed,
see
so
my
that
brother?
made that decision
Unfortunately,
easy.
that might be a problem. Eamon is gravely ill.
You know, I don't
No
know
one
that
has
I would
heard
go
from
to
the
Taco
castle in
Bell
days.
if I got
No
tacos
guards
today.
patrol
I'm
the
not getting
walls,
tacos
and
today,
no
but
one
if
has
I got
responded to my
tacos today, I think
The
I would
attack
go
started
to a
a few
taco
nights ago.
truck and get
Evil
like
Things
street
surged from the
tacos.
castle.
real tacos.
We drove them back, but many
you know that
perished
shit
during
that's
the
like
assault.
dripping wet when you, fuck. They're only about this big, but damn it, when you put them in your mouth, you just want to slap yourself. They're so good. You just snap yourself back into reality. You know those kind of tacos? Yeah. Next time I have tacos, I think that's what I'm gonna get.
There are no darkspawn here, and nothing to gain. It is a fool's errand.
Fajitas today from a real Mexican grill. Well, all right, Onion. You know, don't rub it in or anything. Don't just literally drop them in my face and just rub them across my chin. I'm not gonna lick them for you. I'm just saying. I'm just not gonna do that. You know, but no, I'm. It just, you know, I had fajita tacos today with homemade salsa and fucking diced onions fried on the grill with the fajita meat and some bell peppers, and then a nice ice cold crisp slice of avocado across the top of that, and it was amazing. But don't mind me. What the fuck was that? That's messed up. Oh shit.
Perhaps.
Fajita tacos are the
you.
best. In a
This
soft
means more to
flour
me
or
than you
corn
can guess.
tortilla.
Thomas,
Soft.
please tell Murdoch what
And then
transpired.
some diced
Then return
onions.
to your post.
And then
Yes,
some
my
cilantro, if
Now
that's
then,
what,
there
if
is
that's
much
your
to do
thing.
before night
And
falls.
then
I put
some
2 men
lime
in charge
juice.
of the defense outside.
A slice of lime.
Murdoch, the village mayor,
And
is
then
outside the
a
chantry.
slice of
The first
avocado.
one of Eamon's knights is just up
And
the
then
cliff at the
whatever
window, watching the
salsa
castle.
comes. Oh,
You may discuss
fuck.
with them the preparations for the coming battle.
Woo! Man, that sounds amazing. No shit, Onion. That's actually, you know what? That's mean. That's cruel. I don't know why you're even doing that. Just stop it. That's messed up. That sounds like the best shit ever. I haven't had tacos like that in a long time. No, no, that's not it, Onion. Onion, that's not it. We have to average 75 viewers, which according to these people that I see that do 12,500 viewers at all times, and I go and watch them and I say, okay, what are they doing that I'm not doing? And then I go in and I get on their stream, and you can call it just luck or bad luck or whatever, but I get on their stream and I don't see them doing anything. And some of them are like my age and scraggly with a beard and 3 spots on their face, and they're playing a game really badly. And I'm not judging them. I'm actually looking for, what the fuck did you do to get 15,000 viewers where we average, if we're lucky, 30. Now, I would take my community over theirs 7,000 times out of 7,000. That's not the point. The point being is, what the fuck are you doing that's... It must be some social media or something, or it's just their character. But I watch their stream and I go, you're not doing anything. You're not talking to anybody. You're just sitting there. You're as ugly as I am. What the fuck has gotten you 15,000 viewers literally willing to sit here and watch you do this badly? I don't get it. That's not every streamer. That's not even any specific streamer. That's just been my experience, and I go, how? I mean, at that point, if you got 15,000 followers, your bills are paid as far as that goes. You don't even have to worry about that. You don't even have to think about it. All you're doing is just playing your game and getting paid to exist, if not by your followers, which it should be more on Twitch than it should be on your followers, in my opinion. But whatever the case may be. If you got 15,000 viewers, just the ad revenue alone is something. It's significant. It's not, maybe not pay your mortgage or whatever, but it's gonna, something, right? But I sit here and I watch and I go, fuck, I'm actually trying to get something. I'm trying to say, okay, you're doing this thing, and I need to do this thing. I don't want 15,000 followers. 150 would be nice. And I would really prefer 150 followers or viewers or average people hanging out here that we all get along with each other and there's enough space in chat where we can talk. We can talk, we can chat. Shit doesn't, you know, you don't have to start putting limits on the chat where, you know, you can only talk once every 5 minutes and all that shit that they do on the big streams. I'd rather there be not so many people here that nobody can even chat anymore, but enough people where I could actually be partnered. And it's a minimum of 75. But I watch people with 15,000 and I go, well, okay, I guess 75 isn't any big deal to you. How the fuck did you get to where you're at? And I go look and I say, well, what can I learn from you? You know, honestly, humbly. And I don't see it. I don't get it. I don't understand what it is. The one thing I don't ever see any of them do is talk about anything that matters. Meaning that if politics, current situations, even somebody being sick or something like that comes up, then they don't have time for that. They're trying to keep it copacetic. What does it take to keep the chat so shallow that all you think about is giving me money or just talking about nothing? Yeah, man, you know, if that's what it costs, I'm never doing that. I don't ever want to do that. That's all I can really say to that.
Very well. Luck be with you, my friend.
Oh, yeah, the rants. Yeah, maybe the rants. Oh, okay. And if that's the single thing, if you're passionate about something and it's being a dick, you're gonna go off about it at some point. Maybe not as much as me. Maybe not even 1/100th as much as me. That's fair. That's fair. And if that's what it is, well, fuck. At some point you just be yourself. And if that doesn't work, at least you tried. That's my justification for it. At least you tried. Be yourself. Be real. So you don't ever have to backtrack on shit or hide anything or stop shit that you used to allow just because it's politically correct. You just be real. And stuff that's legitimately bad, you try to keep that out. And relevant shit that I think everybody can relate to, well, we'll talk about that. And if you can't relate to it, you'll probably leave. And maybe a lot of people can't or won't relate to a lot of current events. Maybe this wouldn't have been an issue 10, 15 years ago. Honestly, maybe the stream would have been twice as successful or not successful at all. I don't know, man. You know what? Yeah, there you go. Maybe that's it. I guess that's the one defining factor which separates us from everybody else. That's
You're a Grey
possible.
Warden, right?
And if that's the case,
Were you in Ostagar?
what would you guys have me change?
My husband and son went there to bring the
What do you want to do
child
different?
chastened.
Want me to start playing Mario Kart? Fortnite?
I am.
I don't know that I could do that. I really. Well, that's kind of the idea, Onion. That's fair. You know, I appreciate that. That's actually fair. That's actually fair. It's my stream. I'm taking the time so I can sit here and, you know, I'm not trying to be it's all about me. It's mostly about you guys, to be honest. The stream doesn't go anywhere without the people attending the stream. That's what it's really all about. But you can define the character caliber type of people that attend your stream by the content that you produce based on whether people like it or not, right? I mean, that's pretty simple, right? But, yeah. I'll take that.
I thought that might be the case. Thank you for telling me.
Fakery will, it'll come out eventually. It'll always come out. I don't see people really caring too much about fakery, though. They still stay around and they still, you know, donate exorbitant amounts of money on a minute-to-minute basis to support individuals. Not really. I don't know what they're providing. I'm not saying they don't provide anything. I'm just not sure what they're providing, because they don't really appear to be doing anything. They avoid anything, any real thing that comes up. They either ban you outright because they got 4 or 5 employees monitoring chat who are probably on a payroll, which isn't a bad idea. Oh God, if I ever got self-sufficient in streaming, oh yeah. You think you moderators wouldn't? Shit, y'all want to do this basically part time? I'll pay you. If I could afford to do it, I'd pay you. I pay you just to monitor chat and just keep it in guidelines, you know. And if you just started, just banning willy-nilly, I'd probably pull you off to the side and say, look, man, this is what we're doing and this is what we're not doing, type of thing or whatever. But oh shit, yeah, that'd be amazing to have a crew. And I think a lot of the biggest streamers actually have that. They have management over not just that stuff, but their social media and stuff. You think when, for example, Ninja gets online, I'm not saying he doesn't, but I seriously doubt he gets on Twitter, fucking TikTok, or whatever the fuck else, and sit here and, types out a specific thing to say that he's online right now and to come watch a stream. And the social media stuff, he's not handling that shit. If he is, I don't know why the fuck he would be. I wouldn't be. The 3 or 4 times I've watched him play, he didn't say one single fucking word. He was just sitting there doing his thing with his blue or purple hair. I'm colorblind. And that's it. That's all he fucking did. And everything else was being managed by somebody. I don't know. I'm not saying he didn't post his own tweets or do whatever, but I seriously fucking doubt it. Oh God, it would be amazing to be at that point. He's pulling in over $1 million a month. So, you're making 12, 13, 14 million a year. I don't know what that is after taxes and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, that's just stupid. That's just ridiculous. I almost get by with 1,000 a month. Almost. Damn near. $1 million a month? Oh, man, come on, man. You think we wouldn't start including people? Shit. Everybody be doing, we'd be going to conventions and meeting up and all kinds of shit. Who knows, man? Anyway. Oh, well.
His lockbox. If you're bringing me this. Oh, no.
Well, that's good. You know what? And just let that stand for what it is then. That's cool. I have a hard time shutting up anyway, so I just if I have a serious problem with something, especially current events, especially stuff that I feel is relevant, it actually matters. And my whole thing is, if you're playing an RPG, you're role playing, you're immersing yourself in a lifelike environment, even if it's a complete fantasy world. How could you possibly relate to anything going on in Dragon Age unless the politics, the personal dynamics, the religions, the all the cultures, the structure, the races, and everything else going on? I mean, how often do you note something in Dragon Age and compare it to something in real life? Like, like the Qunari are kind of like, communist Russia type of thing. No offense to anybody. It's just there's a lot of similarities there. Politics, the way they express themselves, their agenda, their methods, their morals, and you could just go on down the list, for example. Well, how the fuck do you not link that up? And then why would you avoid talking about that? Because somebody might be offended. I guess that's just what we're doing. We're offending the 95%. There's no reason, having streamed this long, that it shouldn't have grown a bit more stat-wise. But I still personally wouldn't trade the community for anything. So, be that as it may, that just is what it is. Fuck it. You know what? I'm not changing anything. If somebody doesn't like it, well, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean any harm, but I certainly intended to offend. If I said something true and you didn't like it, I definitely intended to offend. I hope your little bubble was busted. I hope somehow you acknowledge that truth as I see it. If you don't agree, cool. But if you acknowledge that truth as I see it, and it somehow improves your life somewhere on down the line, not because I said it, no, but because you heard it and you acknowledged it as being the truth. Once you've forgotten about me, but if it makes things better for you, if it causes you to not go in a bad direction, but in a better direction, even if I'm the worst person in the world to get advice from, whatever the case may be, it's kind of like planting seeds. I can plant wheat seeds even if I'm an asshole. I can still plant wheat seeds, and somebody else can come by and water those seeds. If they grow up into healthy golden wheat, what does my character matter? What does it matter? What difference does it make? It still grows up. I didn't make that shit grow. I didn't make that seed sprout. I didn't even water that shit. Just plant seeds. You just plant seeds. You just speak the truth. Let those seeds go out there like that. And let some other circumstance or individual or combination of things happen in your life that make that truth fucking sprout to where you actually see it. It doesn't happen if you wait for it. Have you ever seen a farmer sitting there once he planted seeds and saying, I'm not going to sleep and I'm not fucking blinking until these seeds sprout? No farmer fucking does that. They go on about their business. And they just do their thing, for good or ill. But once those seeds sprout, you acknowledge, you say, wow, that's some golden wheat. Those are some pretty ass plants right there. I can actually take that shit to market. Yeah, and eventually, you get paid for your work. Eventually. If you put in the work, you should get paid for it. Fact, right? But the person, the ground, the mind in which those seeds are planted, if they're the truth, they'll sprout. And if it's not in thorny soil, if the fucking politicians and religious leaders and media personnel and Twitter hawks don't come by and peck all those seeds up and steal all your truth that you just heard to make you comfortable in the world the way it is, where you're paying $730 a gallon for gas. Come on, motherfucker, wake up, right? If they don't come by and steal all that shit and you actually consider it, and somebody else comes by and says something, and an event happens and it waters that seed, and all of a sudden it sprouts, and in your head you say, wow, that actually fucking makes sense. Holy crap. You know what? That evil shit over there really actually is bullshit. It really actually is evil. Man, fuck that. And then you stop doing that? If I die tomorrow, but one of those seeds actually does some good, I lived for a reason. I didn't die for nothing. That's a fact. That's the way I approach it. There you go. That's pretty simple right there. Yeah, sure. We're talking video games. Okay, that's fine. Call it what you want. I don't care. It's the same fucking seeds. It's the same thing. Same principles. Same dynamics. Not a whole lot of difference. These RPGs are quality and deep enough that a lot of modern dynamics and a lot of modern politics and a lot of modern things that happen between people, that's all that really matters, is what's happening between people. We've already poisoned our environment beyond existence. So if you're buying a green car trying to redeem yourself, please stop and think how fucking stupid that is. I'll just leave that out there. But as far as just people dealing with people in a world that we've already corrupted so fast that we can't apologize enough for it, so why even bother? But people interacting with people, if there's something there that actually accounts towards something good, then you know what? It's easier to be good when you acknowledge the bad and turn away from it. And you know what? It's a much better what would you say, diagnosis of your character. When you see something evil and that's what you've been all about, and then you turn from it and you say, that's actually wrong. This is actually bad. Even if you thought it was right. Once you understand that it was wrong and you turn away from that, you say, I'm not only sorry for having been apart from that, but I'm never doing that again. And you do that, you know how amazing that is? Because nothing else really matters. You're not taking anything else with you except your character, your memories, your relationships. That's it. That's all you get. That's all you get. Everything else is irrelevant. Now think about what everything is geared towards in this world. What matters in this world, according to the world? Everything but that. Every single policy in place is designed to destroy every relationship that could possibly be had. Political, emotional, personal, family. You've got houses being divided by politics, race, who knows what else, right? Think about it. Think about it. What the fuck can you take with you? Everything that you're being deprived of. So put things in perspective and do that. And you may be poor as fuck. You may be eating ramen like me. But I guarantee you, you'll be all right later. Promise you that. For what that's worth. Anyway, all right.
Those things
Hey,
drove my
T.
mother away.
T, are you
I
just
don't
getting
know
up or
what
something?
happened to her, but I hear her screaming all the time, everywhere. And now my brother Bevan, he ran off. I don't know where he is. I'm so scared.
And you
for
know,
him
I've
too.
been told that all that right there was just a rant. It's a rant? That's what you call it? All right, man. That's cool. What am I going to say? No, it wasn't. So, still a rant. If you think it's a rant, it's a rant. That's fine. I don't care. Let's keep throwing the seeds out there. This is all the truth I got, so I just fuck it. Fuck it. Right? As much as you can throw out there. And hope the birds don't get all of it. Hope the media doesn't get all of it. Hope that your professors don't get all of it. Hope your high school teachers don't get all of it. Hope your intermediary school teachers don't get all of it. Hope your bosses don't get all of it. Hope the people that keep your work environment in place don't get all of it. Hope that there's still some truth there, that it can get a little water and some truth can actually sprout and you can say, wow, no shit. Not to say, man, maybe that dude wasn't stupid at all. I don't even want you to remember me. I don't. I love you guys being here. Stay here. But I don't want you to remember me. But you can accredit the truth, for what it is, right? And then if it helps, that's the only thing that matters. Nothing else matters. Absolutely, there's not a single other thing else that matters. Not really. And if the lights go off tomorrow, you know what? Told the truth in the light. I did, right? You see it right there? See that light right there? The ceiling fan actually feels amazing right now. I'm saying that in light of Sonya, who's here. Sonya, do you even have a ceiling fan at your disposal right now? Sonya's in Russia right now, guys. So that's not to single her out, and I'm certainly not, but to put things in perspective. To take things for granted. Don't want to do that either, obviously. I'm not singling you out. I'm really actually not. In my head, kind of a little bit, because I'm feeling for the state of affairs over there. And you're the only one I know over there. And you're important. So, yeah. Just in that respect. That's it. That's it. That's all. You know, we've never sent each other Christmas cards, so it's none of that. But the point being is you're over there, and it's a concern. It's real, and it's a lot more harsh, and I can't really imagine what it's like. And I don't know what it's been like in your country going back since forever. I grew up through the 80s, and I remember what that shit was like with Reagan and, what was it, Gorbachev at that point, I think? Khrushchev? Gorbachev? I don't remember. You know, and that was some ugly shit. There was fear. We were being shown films in school of what the Russians could do to us. You know, like that was then. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously things aren't that tense now and stuff, but I don't think we get a realistic view of what these types of circumstances are actually like anywhere else unless you're actually experiencing them. And I think that's valuable. And you should get a lot of respect for that simply because you're enduring that and in that position. And I think people should acknowledge that. I really do. You're the only one I know from over there. Well, no, you're one of two people I know from over there. We have another viewer from here, Stanislava. Stanislava. She hasn't been around in almost a year. You know, I assume she's busy. She was going on to college. She was going into game development and stuff like that. And now have no idea. I used to even every once in a while get a hey on Facebook, you know, maybe twice a year, you know, type of thing, you know, once every couple months or whatever. But now I don't know if the Czech Republic is being affected by all this bullshit, but there you go. You know, so that's a concern too. I guess there's two people I know from that general region of the world and whatever. Just to let you know that not everybody over here is just taking it for granted, saying you guys are suffering over here, but we got it okay. Yeah, we might be paying more for gas over here than you guys are over there, and you're in the middle of a war. So you know what? Actually, there you go. If that's fair, I don't know if that's fair or not. Anyway, all right.
You will. Thank you so much. Please find
Is it
him.
just me, or have we been at Redcliffe for like 3 hours now, and I still haven't done shit?
Night is coming.
Is it just me?
The monsters will return.
My bad.
We sit here and wait for them.
We have no choice. We must pray and hope for the Maker's compassion.
Oh, I've gotta switch something from the washer to the dryer. Oh my god.
So many have already died.
I would say thank you for reminding me, but nobody reminded me because nobody knew. I'll be back. Holy crap. Well, shit. Bad news is my blanket is now in the wash. Good news is if I ever actually manage to dry that son of a bitch after I wash it, then I'll have a fluffy, fresh blanket to go to sleep with once the sun's already been up for 2 hours. Yeah. All right then.
I'm scared, Mother. When are the bad men coming?
Let us pray. Blessed art thou who exists in the Maker's sight. Blessed art thou who seeks his forgiveness.
Why can't we go home? I really
Cool. I guess we can do Redcliffe, I guess. James? You mean Whiskey James? I thought he was like from England or something like that. Like Central UK? I think. Central UK. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But I believe so. No, he's been here a few times. Yeah. He's
And something else.
he works like a lot. He'll work like 180 out of 188 possible hours during a week, and then sleep for 30 minutes, and then come into stream and stay up for 24 hours straight. It's just, I don't know how else to describe that. Ask Aaron. Aaron could tell you. It's just James is his own character. No, he's been here a few times. I don't think he's that far east. I don't think so. Couldn't, without like looking at a map, I couldn't sit here and say how much space actually divides you guys, but pretty sure he's not directly involved in any of that nonsense, at least for now, you know. I'm not saying perpetually, but just for now. I don't think so. Let's see.
Aren't you chilly, Stan?
Chilly? I don't know this word.
It's much warmer where you're from, isn't it? Don't you feel cold?
I suppose.
I don't imagine we can find a cloak in your size, can we?
What?
Nothing. Nothing. Don't mind me. Now, I wonder where I could get a skein of good wool yarn.
She's gonna make Stan a coat? Well, I've never heard this dialogue, ever. I can honestly say I don't think I've ever run with Stan. I do kind of recognize the two Canary in the Fade, so I think I may have run with Stan into the Fade at some point. I don't remember when, but that's possible. Yeah, I'm really not recognizing a lot of this stuff. This is kind of cool. It feels kind of new. So that's Dwayne's home. I don't know if we should go in there now or later.
Finished.
So this is the equivalent of the bay or harbor or whatever you want to call it in Dragon Age Inquisition. Like, does this even resemble it? Like, in any way, shape, or form? I mean, I could see a graphics upgrade showing the castle in the distance and clouds and sunlight and volumetric lighting and rolling waves and whatever the hell you wanted to do. But why would you depart from this completely and just go a completely other direction with it? You know what I'm saying? Like, well, you know, those guys in Origins, they didn't really know how to make a video game, so this is how we're going to design this shit. Man, I'm not a fan of that. I really wish they'd just given us an updated, graphically enhanced version of what we have here. This doesn't look anything like Redcliffe at all, in any way, shape, or form. Like, nothing. Like, not even the chantry in the center of Redcliffe that's surrounded by merchants and surrounded by other stuff, and then the rolling hills, and at least the windmill's still sort of there, but I mean, you get some creative license as an artist, but let's say I'm gonna just completely ignore every single aspect of the original world design and show you how it should have been done in the first place. I don't know how to make a video game, but I'm an artist, and you should respect me and take a diarrhea dump on everybody else. What kind of shit is that, man? I mean, really, what kind of crap is that? That's not cool. That's not cool. It's really
You're
not.
the Grey Warden, are you? I didn't think they made women Grey Wardens.
Over the course of years, right? All off in his basement and shit. Like, okay, you gotta have like he named like 3 ingredients I'd never heard of, so I just threw up alchemy. I'm like, okay, that shit doesn't even like what did he say? Like chili strips or chili shards or I forget exactly what he said, but he's saying like you got to do all this. Like the procedure he talked about was no less than 6 months at least, and it involved your basement and certain temperatures and having a wizard nearby and who knows what else, man. You know, saying certain prayers in your basement 3 times a day at a specific time of day. That shit was actually really funny.
So you say?
Anyway.
Damn Kunari could walk up and say.
Chili, yeah, strawberries were off in there and some kiwi and wait, strawberries, kiwi, and plastic from a used battery that's only been used for 3 years in a Toyota or something. Like what? Yeah, it can't rain. It can't rain once during the 4 months, 8 days, 6 hours, and 13 minutes specifically that you have to keep it in a certain colored container. Only a blue container until that specific point. Then you have to change it to a red container for 8 minutes and say 3 prayers over it and I don't know, recite some shit from some book I'd never even heard of. He said he was going to sell it though, and I'm like, man, you put in all that effort, you should be a millionaire. That's friggin' amazing. Oh yeah, the required sacrifice to the elder gods, and 2 small sacrifice to their priests, but that only the priest can present to the elder gods on your behalf on a certain day of the month at a certain time of the year, only when the moon is in a certain position with 6 stars behind it, and that only happens once every like 3 centuries. So how James ever came across this shit, we have no idea.
I hope you're
shit.
right.
Can't rain.
I've been trying to hold us together, but it is.
Oh, that was funny.
Anyhow,
that was
you're
awesome.
here, and they tell me you're in charge.
But the shit that James came up with, though, I mean, like, it was going to be the worst thing you ever smelled, or it was going to be the best thing you ever put in your mouth on anything. Like, that shit sounded good on ice cream or steak and everything in between, right? So if it worked, it was like going to really work. If it didn't, it'd be like, James, that's way too much whiskey. This shit tastes like rat asshole. It was going to be one or the other, right? But, oh man, that was awesome. It's apparently something he's made. You just got to let that shit ferment in a cold, dank basement for like 6 months or something. Oh, that was amazing. That was funny. Oh, good times, man.
We need what little armor and weapons we got repaired, and quickly, or half of us will be fighting without either. Owen's the only blacksmith who can do it, but the stubborn fool refuses to even talk. If we're to be ready for tonight, we'll need
One
that
cheap-ass
crotchety
garbage
bastard's
beer
help.
left. One. Uno. You might say I drank too much beer tonight, but I feel just about right.
I'd appreciate it. If he doesn't help, he'll die like the rest of us. What good will that do anyone then?
He had a name for it, too. Do y'all remember? It was some kind of something. I don't even think he called it a certain kind of sauce. I think he said something else. It began with an M. He called it like Madanga or some shit like that. Was that right? Something like that. My dwarf? My dwarf, yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Wish I could get a close-up here. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a... She's all right. You guys helped. I don't know. I think we might have done without the tattoo thing. And somebody came in the other night and they made a suggestion to do twin ponytails or pigtails or something, and we didn't. And then she disappeared. I think we hurt her feelings. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. I was just like, that doesn't really fit this face. I guess I need to learn to listen to you guys more and stop. Yeah, well. If you can't tell, I still feel bad about it. Oh, well. Hamato. What, you actually remember that shit? Onion? What the? Oh, that's amazing. Hamato. That's exactly what... That is it. How the hell do you even remember that? That's some...
It is
like,
over.
does your job require you to have a photographic, audio, oral memory or something? Because if it doesn't, it should. And you... I swear you could probably get a pay raise.
Yes.
You just go
What can I
work
do
for
for you?
somebody that requires that shit. How the fuck do you remember that? Hamato sauce. That's what it was. Hamato. Where'd you even come up with that, James? He invented that shit. No, I think so. Steal the recipe. I mean, I think there was some conversation as such. Like buying the rights to it and how much would it cost me and what's the resale value on it and how can I market this shit and, you know, kind of fishing to see if James was going to come up with some copyright issues and, you know, there was some of that going on. I do recall that. That actually happened.
I knew this time would come. I should have listened to my wife. Don't sign that paper, she said. They might pay you a few sovereigns now, but they'll be back. Blast.
Onion,
I'll see
it's
you on the front lines,
it's
I
you and
suppose.
Frosty. You and Frosty Prince. Yeah. We can get together and just do some cooking shit and come up with some ribs with that sauce. No. Come up with some kind of like hybrid Philly cheesesteak short rib combination with homemade something and some onions and marinated mushroom with that sauce on it and all that shit, and it just be something that no one's ever come up with in the universe and be the penultimate food ever created type of shit. Hey man, hey, can I get some royalties if you guys actually branch out and do all that stuff? Can I get like a 1/10 of 1% kickback? I'll take 1/10 of 1% on $1 million. Especially, I'll take 1/10 of 1% on $1 billion. Oh my God, let's see. What's 1% of $1 billion? Let's see. 10% of $1 billion is 100 million. So 1% of $1 billion is 10 million. So 1/10 of 1%. I'll take $1 million. I'll take $1 million on your billion. Shit. Just for coordinating this fiasco. Yeah, like some kind of hybrid combination. Kind of like a Philly cheesesteak leaning towards the old Jack in the Box mushroom Swiss. But you're not using Swiss, you're using a Philly cheesesteak on a big ass thick hot bread. But you've got a mushroom Swiss marinated mushroom vibe going, working with whatever you're putting on the cheesesteak. Probably provolone, but maybe a mozzarella, right? And then including that sauce to tone down all that shit. To take the stink off the cheese and the base elements off the mushrooms and kind of tarten all that shit up with whatever the fuck he had going on. Talking about, he talked about chili stems or something. I've never even heard of that in my life. Has anyone ever seen that chest on that roof before? Anybody? Y'all see it? All right, it's right above my head. What the fuck is that? Is that a thing? Can I get that? Hold on. I've always grabbed this. There's a death root here, and I always go up to the bar or tavern up here. Is there a way to... What the hell? Do you guys see it? Do you see it? Does everybody see it? Please tell me I'm not tripping. It's right above my head. Y'all see that? That You can get it? How do you get it? I've never even seen it. To be honest. Wait. Can you actually go here? Holy crap. Thank you. Thanks, guys. I've never, ever... Okay, well, I mean, who really cares? But I've never been up here. I've never even noticed. I don't know how many times I've been here in my life. 50? 50. Let's just say 50. Maybe 40, maybe 100. I don't know. I'm just going to say 50. And I've never actually seen that. Son of a bitch. How awesome is that? I love finding something new, man. That is some cool shit. I've never been there. I even know that you can come in here and leave and come back and get infinite gold right here. What's her face will just keep giving you crystals. If you can get Lloyd to leave and go down there and help the village, and et cetera, et cetera. Son of a bitch! How have I never seen that? I just took like. Oh, there you go. Yeah, right. Just like totally don't even bother to check the door. Oh, it's just a random building in the background, right? Don't even try to escalate the friggin' 99-degree friggin' hill because you assume you just can't walk on it anyway. I just never assumed you could get behind that boat. I never checked. Ever. Not once. I swear. Right here for you guys. I never even looked. That is so crazy. How cool. How cool is it to find something? That's Fallout 3. Fallout 3, I swear, you could scour the Capital Wasteland corner by corner, grid by grid, and still do that 100 times in a row, and on your 101st playthrough, you'll still find something new. I promise. You'll find something new. You totally will. And it'll have its own story, and you'll be like, oh, man, that's cool. Right? Areas that you completely avoided. Even if you tried to explore them, you got distracted by something. And so you'd walk completely by them. Some random sewer tunnel. Often some little, like, ditch or something, you know? Yeah. How cool is that? Man, that's amazing. Shit, this whole playthrough was worth it. Just because I found that one damn chest.
Hello there, friend.
No doubt.
Can't say we've ever met before.
This is why we love him.
That
is why we love him.
We're
playing Fallout 3 next.
Business. Bet you're
we are.
Coming, yes?
Unless you guys got something else. Unless you guys just tell me I'm a piece of crap, and if I do that, you'll never come back ever again. Other than that, we're playing Fallout 3 next. Just because I need to scratch that itch. I have an itch. I just need to be there again. I need to hear the title screen music. I need to create my character. I need to deal with my birthday party in the vault. I need to kick the tunnel snakes bitch ass. There's just things I have to do. If I don't do them, I'll just die. I'll just basically die. It doesn't really matter how I do them. It's just that I do them. Does that make sense? I think that's where we're at right now. I'm pretty sure that's where we're at.
Oh, you know, evil creatures, impending doom, civil war, and the Earl's dead in the castle. Makes you thirsty, don't it? So, what'll it be? You are here to drink, I hope. Right.
Actually, I'm going to see what he has.
Too, in case you're interested. With the store closed down, it doesn't
It's an
hurt to
amazing
pick up
game.
some of the slack,
It's just so
eh?
amazing. And then I think we'll play Oblivion after that. And we'll probably compare some of the comparisons. Did I just say that? Yeah. Compare some of the comparisons. Yeah. Anyway. Wow. Wow. Okay. Well, shit.
Hey,
Poor
what can
Lloyd.
get you?
I was getting Lloyd wrecked. Yes. Yes. See, that's the thing about Fallout 3. And the same in Fallout New Vegas. And I guess you could say the same about Fallout 4. I usually set a level cap for myself in Fallout 4 when I can. I really don't bother with it because it's really not a Bethesda RPG. I wish it would have been. I should have known after Skyrim that it wouldn't be. Anyway, Fallout 3 and Oblivion, I'll usually play them like back to back because they're like so similar. They're like completely different in play style and everything, but they're made by the same people, so they have the same depth of quality, not just in immersion, but in story and value and so on and so forth. People say Fallout 3 story is short, and there's some shortcuts. There's a couple glitches that were left in the game, and a couple things you can do. You can shorten the game to, hell, you can speed run that shit on console. Probably, I'd say hour and a half, maybe less. I'm just guessing. I don't know. I mean, it just depends on how, you throw it on very easy, and you just bypass everything, get into the vault, get Dad, go to Rivet City, see Dad, go to the Purifier, do the side stuff you have to do there. Then there's some travel involved. I don't know exactly how long that would take. If you couldn't be killed by anything, and you didn't really have to worry about anything, then I don't know how long that would take. I mean, you can shorten that game up, I guess, in a lot of different ways, but you'd have to be intentionally ignoring the 99.9% of the game that's just this epic, immersive, post-apocalyptic environment that will probably never be matched in a game ever. Yeah, I'm trying to think of another one. I really got nothing, man. The ambience, I guess, ambience. I don't know, man. The overall just vibe of the game, period. I really haven't seen anything else like it. Nothing draws me back like that. Like it starts at your character creation. Everything vibes post-apocalyptic scavenging technology to try to make a life for yourself in an environment that's just it works. It works. New Vegas, not so much. Fallout 4, not at all. But Fallout 3, that works. That works. Yeah, anyway.
Name's Lloyd. We don't get many dwarves out here. Occasional trader, maybe. You a smith? I hear old Owen could use a replacement.
In Greedfall, if I ever play Greedfall again, I will use daggers. In Fallout 3, there's really like no stealth. The only stealth really is just unarmed. Or the only melee you've really got... Oh, you got a switchblade. We could play Fallout 3 with just a switchblade. That's it. Here's a switchblade. And a tunnel snake's jacket. Huh? We can conquer the wasteland with that. I can kill a super mutant behemoth with a switchblade. I don't know. Sometimes you have to use a fat man though, just because it's so damn cool. It's nice walking the ping. It chings like a friggin' cash register. Oh man, how awesome is that?
I suppose. Never thought about it much. Something else I can get for you?
A switchblade. Switchblade. Sure. Why not? Switchblade and a Tunnel Snake's jacket. Or Tunnel Snake's outfit. I myself in episodes borrowing an old TV for my first paycheck back in the day. Oh, man. Shit, the feels, man. The feels. And then when you play it, did you get that, like, overwhelming, oh my God? When you first booted up, you created your character and you're following through the ruins, and then you finally get out in the game world, and you got that ruin across the river, the lake, and you've got that water in front of you. And at the time, graphics were not all that, right? The water and the sun and the clouds and the open world and the music was the exact same rush you get when you leave the vault in Fallout 3, and it goes, oh, and then fucking the Capitol Wasteland spreads out, and you see the Washington Memorial way off in the distance, and all this rubble, and all this, and there's like 75 fucking thousand things to explore just on your way to that one memorial. That's where they did it right. Oh man, stepping out of the sewers in Oblivion was the same thing as stepping out of the vault in Fallout 3. They just did it. They tried to mimic that shit in a really corrupted, perverted, cringeworthy way in Fallout 4, and it was disgusting. It was fucking disgusting. Disgusting. But they did it right. In Oblivion and Fallout 3, oh, it was like, it almost gave you chills. It was like, oh my God. That was, yeah, well, you know, Oblivion kind of took the graphics to another level at the time. It was like, you know, lots of color and depth and vibrancy and trees and mountains and ruins and stuff. And, you know, it was the same kind of open world thing, but not done in such a 16-bit type of way. It was more like, wow, this is kind of realistic in a way. Nobody else was doing that shit at the time. Nobody. The next thing was really probably either Mass Effect or, no, that was probably it. Really Mass Effect. I guess Fallout 3, Mass Effect, all kind of came out, right? Oblivion, Fallout 3, Mass Effect, they were all right there. Mass Effect kind of went a completely different direction. It was like Fallout 3, but it was space and whatever. Instead of, you know, guns and lasers, you had space and lasers. So they did the same thing, they just went a different direction with it. So it was still unique, but it was still the same thing. Just like Dragon Age is really Elder Scrolls. They're completely different, but the same thing. Mass Effect and Fallout 3, or Fallout, period, were completely different, but the same thing. So you got to just have the best of all four worlds, you know? Oh man, that was some magical shit.
Fine. Make them quick. Why? When them creatures attack, I lock myself in the cellar. Just batten the hatches and wait it out. What's the point in getting myself
I
killed
really
with
got
all
the
rest of
same
them?
vault,
If
the
that
same
makes me a
vibe,
coward,
leaving
then I'm a
Oblivion,
coward.
but I thought, because Oblivion was first, right? So Fallout 3 came later, and they made it this like you're blinded, stepping out into the light, having been underground most of your life, right? And you step out, and it's like you're blinded, and then it's, and then you see the entire game world just come into focus. And then you get to level up, right? It rewards you. And God, they did everything right. And then as soon as you're done, shit, man, it's time to go. Left, right, straight, up, backwards. Doesn't make a fuck. Go where you want. Do what you want, wherever you want. You are you. Do you. Do you, man. We got it. We got you. If you do you, we got you. That was the thing. And Oblivion was the same way. It really was. It started all that shit. I'm trying to think of another game that did that style right. And I really say Morrowind, Oblivion, Fallout 3, they really set they really set the, I guess you could say, the pattern for a lot of games to follow. You take the same direction and you fill it with a lot of different stuff, but it's still the same idea. You know, the whole immersive game world that you can view from your character with depth. How do you walk through the world? That's how you walk through our game world. That idea. I mean, Bethesda, I'm not saying they came up with it, but and I'm not even saying they perfected it, but they made it mainstream. There you go. They made it mainstream. And you can go back to Daggerfall, actually. Arena. Yeah, what is it? Daggerfall Arena or Elder Scrolls Arena or whatever. You can go all the way back there. And they... the only other game I could say that was really going the same direction was the Souls games, which eventually became Dark Souls. I forget what they were called before that. It was like King's something. King's Sword or King's something. You guys would know a lot better than me. But they did some of that type of Daggerfall and Arena type shit. They did that too. Doom. But I think Doom was Bethesda as well. So I guess you really can't count that. Anyway, but just that whole thing. Now every single game plays off of that. Because why wouldn't you? You know, unless you're a platformer or unless you're a top-down, you know, like Diablo or Baldur's Gate or Grim Dawn or all the other games that go that way. Dungeon Siege. Actually, Dungeon Siege 3 was an amazing game. Actually, it was amazing. But you got something like that. They're going to do that thing. And if you're particular to that thing and you hate the open world concept, then you'll play that. But I can't really go to that after I've seen... I actually personally prefer a third person. I do. I like Dark Souls, Divinity 2, Dragon Knight Saga, Ego Draconis, Oblivion in third person, even though the combat looks fucking atrocious and makes me want to quit the game. Fallout 3, it's better a first person because it's a shooter, sort of. So I guess you've got that, but you can play it different ways. You know, it's still good in third person, even though the animations are atrocious. But I actually really, really prefer that. Once the gaming industry kind of leaned that direction, and I'd say 90% of your games actually play off of that concept, you could still accredit pretty much, I guess, From Software or whoever they were before they were From Software and Bethesda with really making that shit the foundation upon which everything else is built, you know?
But Van Tegan said we didn't have to. He said...
No, it's just horrible.
Fine,
it's just bad. It's one of my favorite games of all time, and the combat is like the worst thing
all of this
ever.
better be here when I get back.
It's atrocious.
The place drunk out from under me. Blasted. Bloody.
It's just atrocious. I wish I could say differently. I wanted to defend it, but I can't defend it. It's just horrible. It's fucking atrocious.
I see you got that bastard Lloyd to join the militia. It's about time he did something to help out. I guess this puts me in charge. Poor Lloyd will have an apoplexy just thinking about it, eh?
What time is it? Oh, God. Holy crap. I'm still going to get 8 hours out of today, no matter what.
Fair enough. Let me see what Lloyd stored in the back.
What's her name? Bella? Bella's cool as shit. You can have whatever. Okay, so if you leave the tavern and come back, all this shit restocks. Well, this and this, those restock. Sometimes it'll be 3, sometimes it'll be 1, right? And the higher level you are, she'll do this for the rest of the game unless you send her to Denerim. Literally, it's infinite gold if you want to do that. I'm not a fan of that, so. This is also considered a stash, which is interesting. You can't sell the crystals to her. You have to take all these crystals once your inventory is full go down to the blacksmith, sell them there, come back up, re-up until your inventory's full, go back down. You'll never gain 1 XP, but you'll you can get 1,000,000 gold if you want. You're gonna have to spend probably about 13 hours doing it, but you can if you want. Anyway, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying it's there. I don't think they ever fixed it either. Actually, I know they didn't fix it because we tested it the first time we brought it up on the Xbox One. That's cool. That's cool, and that's cool, actually. 36. Son of a bitch. Next level. Well, we can't get there now, so... Alright, that's cool. He's already got that. So cool. Alright, so he doesn't get an actual single class upgrade until he hits what, level 14? That's it? Whereas I can get... now I can make him a Templar. I can actually make him my tank. I was going to make Ogren my tank, but that doesn't mean that that's not misguided. That actually might be the wrong thing. I can actually make Sten my tank. If I make him a Templar, then I can allow Ogren to be off tank with Champion and Berserker. See, that's actually not the worst plan either. I don't... Let's do this.
Most kind. Oh, marvelous.
Unexpected. Thank you. You have my thanks.
God damn it. Who gets the white runestone? Does anybody know? This one right here. Is that Shale? The first Goblin Cave. Yeah, right? No shit. Okay, you do go pass out a hammer, a sword, and a bow. And, yeah. No, I was always curious about
You have
this.
my thanks.
No, it's not a thing. All right. Somebody told me Sten likes beef bones. I guess they were kidding.
Well, I'm here. I'm cold. I'm certainly going to die. Hope you're as amused as Murdoch is.
Have you spoken
I'm
to
cold,
him?
I'm hungry, and
Is he
I'm
not the
certainly
most
going to
stubborn
die.
fool you've ever
I hope
met?
this is funny.
What are you waiting for? You need something from me? We could use some extra bodies. Having a veteran like Dwin in the militia would help a lot, but he flat out refuses.
Really? Okay.
Right. Let's hope we see morning.
All right. I mean, I'm willing to experiment.
Is that for me?
Oh yeah, good call.
Wow.
I know that's for Morgan.
Wow.
That's for Morgan. That's for Liliana. These are for. I think Ale goes for a couple people, but I know Ogren. I can get like shit, like 14. Yeah, about 14 points between these two from Ogren. Okay. Well, that's a whole lot better. Okay. Cool. Alright. Well, that's better than what she's using. I'm not even worried about that. I'm going to trash that shit. Nice.
Wonderful.
Just pick his lot.
Intruders. I hope you have a good reason for breaking and entering into my home. You've a high-born look about you. You were expecting some bowing and scraping, maybe. The name's Dwayne.
Bowing and scraping.
Pleased to meet you.
Scraping
Now,
your nose
kindly
across
tell
the
me why
floor.
you're here. So, Murdoch's sending a dwarf to do his begging for him? Hoping I'll get all misty-eyed with thoughts of home? Look, I'll tell you the same thing I told him. I'm not risking my neck for this town. Thanks, but I'll take my chances in here. Everyone else can run around in the open waiting to die. And I have to admit, you've a better chance than most. At least another dwarf is likely to have a few rocks to rub together between their ears.
A few rocks to rub together.
Let's hear it.
You go, and I don't cut off your head.
That's what it comes down to, huh?
How about that? Let's just keep it simple. You go, and you don't die. Or you might die, but at least you're not going to die right here.
Don't thank me. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this because of you. Go tell Murdoch he won.
Yeah.
I better see you out there in the square when those creatures come.
I think that's the second time, or at least maybe even third time, that my character has a chance to hoe herself, and I'm like, oh, what's going on? Like, come on, man, I'm not down with any of this bullshit.
Go away. Curse you. Leave me in peace. You've already taken everything out of my stores. There's nothing left. Huh? Who is that? What do you want? I've been through enough. All right, all right. Let me undo the locks. All I ask is that you don't make any trouble.
Somebody's been drinking.
Somebody's
So I let you
been
in.
drinking.
You wanted to talk. Now we're talking. Mind telling me who you are? The Grey Warden, is it? It takes all funny.
This dude.
Didn't sound like a dwarf through the door. Can't say I expected that. Anyhow, my name's Owen, though you might already know that. Care to join me as I get besotted? Or is there something in particular you wanted? My girl, Valena, is one of the Alessa's maids, and she's trapped up there in the castle.
Okay, so
and the mayor won't
doesn't
send
what's his
anyone
name?
for her. She's been my life since my
Hold on.
wife passed on 2 years ago. Now she's dead, or soon to be. I don't care what happens to me or the village or anyone.
I think it's Jory or somebody talks about being a brother or being a son to the smith in Redcliffe Castle. I don't know if this is Redcliffe Castle's smith or not, but if it is, then Jory is this guy's son, and then Valena would be the daughter, which would be the sister to Jory. Right? I guess?
It'd do me the world of good to think maybe someone like you could go in and find her. Provided any of us live through the night. Not good enough. Murdoch said the same damn thing, and I didn't believe him either. I want a promise. Promise me that you'll look for her. That you'll bring her back to me if you can.
Okay, not promise you'll bring her back, but promise you'll look and bring her back if you can. You can make that promise, or else just don't. But
we will do our best. Please believe us, friend.
I'll accept that. It's something to hope for, at least.
Is this a promise we will not keep?
What's this?
I said nothing to you, human.
And I suppose there's no point in me sitting around, is there? Time to relight the forge and get the smithy going, eh? Murdoch will be pleased. If you need anything done, well, just let me know. I've got a lot to do now, so you'll have to excuse me.
Sten disapproves?
I don't think there's anything you'll need in there.
Maybe it's something he finds some
I was in a
approval
bit
in
of a
later or
rush
something.
when I filled it up.
Doesn't really make much sense that he'd have a problem with. Now, I guess, doing the job and not worrying about all the side stuff. I guess that's the Canary way, right?
Yeah. Let me open it for you. I have the key.
Nice.
I must admit, it feels good to be up and doing something finally. There's no way I'm sobering up before morning, however. I've you to thank for that, stranger. Just do what you've promised, and it will have been worthwhile. Right. I haven't got much, obviously, but I'll do whatever I can for you.
What? I think after this quest, he actually has some shit that's not garbage. All right, so who's the castle smith, though? You just don't ever get to meet him or something?